And welcome to the ARC World Tour Finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. People, it's about to go down. Today, the LCQ. Tomorrow, the group stage. And of course, on Sunday, the finals. But before we get to any of that, let's kick it off with a special announcement from the CEO of ARC System Works, Kuroko-san!
Hi, 皆さんこんにちは。
Hello, everybody.
アークシステムワークスの木戸岡です。
Hello, I'm Kidoka from Arc System Works.
本日はお越しいただきありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for coming today.
今ここにアークワールドツアーファイナルズ2024を開幕いたします。
It's time to finally kick off Arc World Finals 2024.
この1年間全世界各地で戦った皆様はついに今日から3日間ここで決勝戦を戦うことになります。
Over the past year, all players from around the world have poured their sweat, blood, and tears to make it here to the finale.
今日ここに来ていらっしゃる皆さんも、配信でご覧の皆さんも3日間ぜひこのトッププレーヤーの戦いを楽しんでください。よろしくお願いします。
We hope you're ready for the most intense battles to unfold here. All of you watching on stream and all of you here today. We hope you're ready and we hope you're excited.
ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。
Thank you and let the finals begin.
And we are here finally. Again, ARC World Tour 2024 Finals under night. That's what we're doing today. I'm Brett, joined here by Jalen. How you doing?
I'm so excited. I got to talk to some of the players earlier, our 7 qualified players, but we do only have 7 qualified players right now. We are going to get into the LCQ shortly, but we don't know where our qualified 7 are going to fall out in our all winners bracket right now.
Very exciting. Looking forward to seeing it again. This is like the end of the line here for a great season of competitive games for Uni 2. And from the start, right, we have this tour starting from basically when Uni 2 came out. So it's got a long history. We're going to see a lot of really great players. I love the lineup of these 7 players that we're going to have. And
So
I
do
mean,
I.
I took a little peek at the LCQ as well, and it's full of crazy players. So I think it's going to be very exciting to watch.
It is going to be really exciting. And of course, we're going to get into that bracket for the LCQ in a little bit. But in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the qualified players that we have here today. And like you were talking about, Brett, like we've had players, you know, we started with EVO Japan. And then it, you know, went through a lot of different tournaments from around the world with EVO, and then things, of course, that we had in Japan, and then in the EU as well. And we have 7 qualified players representing all of those regions here.
Yeah, just love the balance. Love the players from players who we've known for a very long time from older Uni games to players that have been up and coming and gotten really strong in this version. It's just a great balance.
It is an incredible balance. I mean, of course, so just going through this real quick. So Kyo has qualified. Sanaru, Mosin, Big Black, Defiant, Maru, and Ohito finally qualifying at Frosty Faustings just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, it feels like a long time ago
It
since
sure
the beginning,
does.
but then also Frosty Faustings was just a few months ago, so it's been great.
It has been fantastic. Really looking forward to seeing those finals on Sunday. So as you can see behind us, they are getting ready to draw their places. They're going to be reaching into the box that St. Cola has, and there are tokens inside, and those will indicate the place in the bracket that they will have on Sunday. So let's go up to the stage and see who falls where. So sitting right now, we're going to start.
It's going to be Kyo first.
Yeah, so Kyo first, of course, being the first qualifier. Let's see what he gets.
Taking a good moment to look here.
7.
All right, and it's worth noting again that we have the LCQ number in here as well. There are 8 numbers in here, so we do not know where the LCQ spot is either.
That is correct. So now we've got Scenario qualifying from EVO in that incredible match.
And these are again,
Yeah,
this is going
wearing the
chronological
sweatshirt.
order,
Yeah, all right.
See
They're
what we
really
got
reaching
for
in
us.
there. And we have 6.
Okay. So
All right.
no one's button heads yet.
Not yet, but how long is that going to last?
It does mean that Sonar and Kyo are going to be on the same side of this bracket again. These players are all starting in the winner's side. There's no loser's side to begin with.
And then we've got Mosin coming up the stage. Yeah,
Oh,
getting the hype from the crowd.
Yes.
I love that.
We love to see it.
A lot of showmanship that we've seen from him this year.
He's trying to manifest his number into existence here. Okay.
All right.
I love the
And
flourish.
Two. All right.
On the
So not going to
complete
get
other
that.
side,
Not
yeah.
going to get that Evo run back just yet.
That's a very good point.
That's. I've said it many times. That's something that I want real bad, but we'll see if it happens. Okay, so now we've got Big Black coming up here.
Let's see what we got. Oh, okay.
5. So that means that Big Black will be going against Sonaru
Yes.
first.
I think we did get to see a
Here
little
we
bit of
got
Evo, but here we go,
Defiant.
Defiant. Not very many slots left here.
Not many wearing that. Defiant has always got such good outfits.
All right.
All right.
What do we got
Thinking
here?
about
Feeling
it.
it out.
Oh no. 8. So we'll be going against Kyo.
That's exciting.
That is very exciting.
Kyo versus Defiant in round 1.
Whew. I'm already like, why do we have to wait till Sunday for this?
2 more slots left to draw.
Maru coming up here. Very quick on the draw for this one, and we have, oh, 1.
So that's going to be against Mosin. Maru versus Mosin. That's going to be the first match of our finals. It's crazy.
Well, so just because of the way that this fell out, now we know both where Ohito
Yeah.
and our LCQ will be.
That's right. So Ohito's going to be fighting against the LCQ winner, so he doesn't know who his round 1 opponent is
No, and
quite yet.
do we have, I'm so excited. So
3.
yes, 3,
Okay.
of course. So our last chance qualifier will be in that 4th slot.
Yes. So he'll have to fight. If he wins that, then he'll fight the winner of Mosin versus Mon. It's very exciting.
Very, very exciting. So there you have it, the winners' quarters up there on the screen. That is an incredible, incredible
Yes.
spread. So yes, we've got Maru and Mosin will be fighting it out first. Ohito and the winner of our LCQ, Big Black and Sonaru, Kyo and Defiant.
These are just all excellent matches. I love that Ohito is going to have to watch this LCQ very closely to find out who his
Yes.
first round opponent is as well.
I'm very excited. Yeah, the crowd getting hype for them too, like
Yeah.
getting some applause in for it. This is going to be fantastic. Again, that will be happening. Our top 8 for Uni 2 for the ARC World Tour 2024 Finals will be on Sunday. So today, we're not holding back. We are not taking a break. We are jumping straight into the LCQ. So let's talk a little bit about who we have in this top 8 of our LCQ, because we've got a lot of West Coast. West Coast really showed up and showed out for this.
Yeah, I mean, tournament's taking place in West Coast, so not too surprised to see some great local talent coming out, but do have some players from out of the region coming in here today as well.
Yes.
So it's been really exciting, actually. We had some upsets in the bracket
We
as
did,
well,
we
so
did.
it's going to be a good one, I think.
Yeah, so let's take a look at that bracket as it stands right now. So I'm very excited to get to see this. This will
Yes.
have winners and losers because this is a traditional bracket, unlike everybody starting in winners for the finals that we will be having. So here we have our bracket. We've got Lid versus Shacho in the first half of winners, and Sploogie McNoodle versus Snappy on the other side.
Yeah, and the loser side, we've got Bobby Basketball 1995. You might know him as Jashichi versus 2 GB Combo. And then on the other side, we've got Kai Ai. You might know him as Brandon versus Knots. So a very stacked top 8 here.
Incredibly stacked. I mean, this is going to be so much fun. Everybody's been fighting it out. I mean, the Uni Corner this morning during the LCQ was just popping off, and there's so many people who are here to see exciting matches. Of course, you're here to see exciting matches, and we're so grateful that you all are joining us here on the official Arc System Works channel for this incredible day of stacked LCQs.
Yeah, like you saw, again, we have Shacho from Japan. We've got Lid from Arizona. We've got Yoshichi from Ohio. We've got Brandon from New York. So it's a really actually great diverse mix of regions, mixed with some NorCal and SoCal folk as well. So I think this is going to be very exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing all these matches. You know, especially like we have Shacho coming from Japan here is trying to take it. So, you know, you always love people willing to, you know, put their money where their mouth is, right? Buy this ticket to LCQ, just try and land that last spot. So very exciting.
Well, and it's something that we saw too at Frosty Faustings with Ohito. Ohito having not qualified, not qualified, flew all the way out to Chicago to make sure that they could secure that final qualified spot.
And I love the fact that Ohito, you know, came to Frosty to basically try and fight Fornage for the last spot, and now he's going to be fighting against the winner of this tournament again.
It's so true. I didn't even think about that. You're so right. Ah.
So yeah, if you like watching Ohito fight versus Fornage, I guess then you just get everything you want here.
Yeah, you really do. We are just about ready, though. The players are setting up on the stage now. You can see it behind us. Look at this beautiful space that we're in. It's incredible. Like,
you love the venue.
Oh,
Absolutely.
The venue is fantastic. Hopefully we get to see at some point the crowd shots and stuff like that, and everything that we've got set up. We have so many different booths and vendors.
Yes.
There's a maid cafe,
There's a
which
maid
is
cafe.
so cool. But I mean, there's a lot to do here. So if you're ever planning to come out to ARC World Tour, you didn't get the opportunity to this year, please, in the future, check it out. There's so much to do here, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, they've really made it feel like a tournament experience, not just to watch the awesome finals, but there are setups that are probably going to be going the whole weekend. I love it. There's like plus R in the back there, just in case you want to just grind that out for all 3 days. So love it, and yeah, it just makes it feel like something that's really worth coming out to see. So
yeah, I've already heard from several people that this does have like a really genuine tournament feel, and I love that because we are here to celebrate, of course, the ARC World Tour and all of the qualified players and these fantastic games. But we are also here to crown an LCQ champion to get these last spots
here we go.
today.
We got our first players stepping up here. So we've got Wazdi Lid versus Watanabe Shacho. This is such an exciting match because, I mean, I don't know if these two players have really played each other right. And
right. That's very true.
Great that this is how we start us off. Watanabe. Yeah, we're just chilling with the character section a little bit. Of course, we are going to be locking in here. Kaguya, this is Lid's character since Uni 2, and it has been great watching his run. Just really been stepping up and taking down a lot of strong players this year since the game came out. And obviously also Kaguya getting a little bit of quality of life improvements too. So we did have that patch that came out last month. So we might highlight it a little bit here and there, but it is a little bit more context to take a look at. But here we go again, our first match, ARC World Tour Finals LCQ. We've got Lid versus Shacho.
So Kaguya into Wald. I feel like there's a lot of really volatile things that could happen at round start, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, obviously, we've got Waldstein, who is a traditional grappler of the game that you do not want to get anywhere near here, so Lid's going to have to be careful to not let Shacho in, but Shacho, definitely the Wald player. When you think of Wald players, if you've been studying under night, this is the man you're going to be watching all the Walds and studying for, so it's going to be very scary here for Lid. Shacho's offense is very impressive.
Yeah, unfortunately, just getting grabbed repeatedly, going on to the other side, grabbed again. So much damage coming out of this. Shacho is just really taking control of this. Lid is trying to find an opening, but unfortunately is just unable to.
Yeah, Lid trying to go on the offense here, but it is going to be a very tough round here. This Shacho's practically full life here. Full bar. I think the only question might be, how much meter you're going to need to spend. And Shacho going into round 2 with 200 meter. Very good spot to be in here.
I mean, just an incredible stuff. Go ahead and spend it immediately. Going to do a lot of damage here. Yeah, look at all of that.
Gets him with it delayed. EX cancel down the corner here. Pressure gets a counter hit. Lid.
That's a nice overhead. Yeah, Lid is just unable to get anything started. Unfortunately, I feel like Shacho is incredibly prepared for this. Looking calm, looking casual, spending that meter once again, having won the Vorpal cycle, they know they're in an incredibly advantageous position.
Okay, Lid with the fail off, trying to make something happen. Does get a hit here.
Yeah,
Gonna be able to cash out with spend some meter here.
Oh no! That's so unfortunate.
Did not work out.
No, I mean, I understood the intention. Like, you spend the IW, you think you're going to make it, and then all of a sudden you're jumped over. That's it.
Yeah, the IW drop is a little bit rough, but Lid just trying to shake it out. Only game 1
Ooh, a little nervous.
Giving us a little bit of intel into what his thought process is here, but we'll see if he can do it here in game 2. But Shacho just on a tear right now.
Yeah, Shacho is looking so incredibly strong. And like you had mentioned earlier, I mean, you came all the way from Japan for this. You want your best showing, and he is really doing that just now.
Yeah, I mean, Shacho very much a beast on offense. You know, playing a character that often needs to, you know, make some hard reads to do what you need to do to win, and we're seeing it here from Shacho.
Oh no, that's what a counter. I mean, oh no for Lid. Oh, fantastic for Shacho.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, the Drive J is not going to do anything here, though, and Lid trying to get out of the corner, use a change up to offense, but can't find anything. Again, yes!
That is
It's going to be another round.
Going to close that out, yeah. What was really interesting in that last match, and this is a change from the patch, is that you saw Shacho was doing the shield, and then when Kaguya side switched, the shield went with him. That is a change that happened with the patch.
They make it a little bit easier to, you know, not get, or to get your auto-corrected input there in the side swap, but Lid spending some meter to get an extension here. We haven't really actually seen Lid be able to run good offense like on knockdown, but here we go. Finds the counter hit here on Shacho. This is Lid's round potentially.
Yes, this is much stronger. I'm loving that we actually get to see the gameplay.
Yeah, very scared that both players have change shift here. Not sure if Lid recognized that, but he's very scary now. Put himself in the corner. Okay, uses his own change shift. This is good for Lid.
Nice
Good to
combo
give Oracle
coming out
to
here.
Shacho, but he does have the meter. Not going to be enough, I don't think so.
No,
Doesn't
not
spend
quite.
HP on Oki, but the roll, okay.
Oh,
Doesn't convert off of the JA, but we'll still get it. Not quite the scrambles.
no, not quite.
Oh, no.
No. That was a big hit. Okay, but we do get the counter hit there. So Lid showing a little bit of signs of life here, which is great.
Yeah, Lid really fighting for that round here, and we did see a little bit of a hiccup from Shacho as well, so we know this this man's not immortal. But
No, not quite. What a grab there.
Yeah.
Okay, finishing the combo here. This is going to do a significant portion of Kaguya's
spend
health.
meter,
Yep.
get to the corner here. We're going to secure our Vorpal as well, so Shacho having everything here in the corner. The overhead trade, though.
Interesting.
Oh!
Big chain shift, too.
Yeah, wake up swipes here. That's going to be it, I think.
With this, oh yeah, with that for sure. Yeah, it does close it out. Shacho confidently moving forward and going to keep moving on.
Yeah, it's a great introduction to our LCQ here. Shacho, very aggressive at making sure that he's not going to go with the opponent, get any momentum at all, right? Like whipping out EXs whenever possible. It looked definitely like a struggle there for Lid, but I'm excited to see Shacho move forward in this bracket.
Yes, yes, definitely, especially with that, like, just really exquisite gameplay. And it was something that shut down Lid so immediately. I mean, when Lid did find footing, it was good. And there was that good round where it was like, okay, this is what you can see and expect out of Kaguya and things like that. Of course, Lid not out of this yet. This is a traditional, double elimination bracket, and it will be 2 out of 3 until winners, losers, grands, as it has been tradition with Uni since Uni 2 came out.
Yeah, it's off to a good start. We did not really get to see any opportunities for Lid to really leverage his character there. The shot is so good at making sure the ball was always in his court, making sure like we're not going to get into any zoning game here where I'm not going to let you like oppress me with the normals that are actually good here. I'm just going to bring the fight straight to your face every single moment I can.
Yeah, and he did. I mean, Walt is a character that can really do that and be so oppressive. And sometimes when you get that back and forth, you don't really get to see the oppressiveness really shine. And in that instance, we really did, which was, I mean, it's a great thing to show off for the character. Unfortunately for Lid, that did mean that he's going down to the losers bracket.
Well, that does mean we do have the other side here of winners. We're going to be taking a look at Splugy versus Snappy coming up next.
Right, so this should be a lot of fun. I mean, both of these players, long-time UD players, like really entrenched in the game. And so Splugy coming out from SoCal, so not particularly far. Yeah,
we have like the out of California match, and now we're going to bring it back to California here. We've got basically NorCal versus SoCal coming up here. Although, Snappy spent a lot of time in Southern California and San Diego, so it's not really like this is, he's unfamiliar with the player at all, for sure. Right. Definitely someone that he's been preparing to fight against. But if you watch a lot of streams, you've definitely seen Snappy at a lot of majors. But Splugy, very strong player that I think if you're familiar with him, you know that he's one of the players you gotta be ready for in this LCQ. There's definitely a name that kept coming up with people trying to prepare who's in this bracket because I think he has not been traveling as much as in like previous iterations of the game. So if you're only looking at like majors, you might not be as familiar with him. But obviously, if you pay attention to strong players, then you definitely know who he is.
Right, and I mean, Spluigi has done some online circuits as
For
well.
sure, yes.
Yeah, I like certainly don't want to
online,
say that he's not been competing.
No, absolutely.
Because that definitely has been, and of course with the prevalence of online tournaments that has been happening with Uni2's rollback netcode, it's been a lot easier to have those and to have weekly opportunities to compete and to just really hone your game plan.
No, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. But I think this is going to be, if we look at Lade versus Chacho, where it's like, okay, they probably never play each other. Maybe they played casuals earlier today or something, but I'm not sure how often they'd have the opportunity to play. But on the other hand, now we are definitely going to be looking at a match where I think these players have a fairly good idea of how they want to approach it, fairly good idea of the player patterns going on here. So we're going to be looking at something that might have a lot deeper layers to examine at first glance.
Right. I mean, it's so fun to get to see when players who have played each other, not just online or in majors, but at regionals and things like that, and just in locals, traveling down and things like that. How intimate the knowledge is, and like how you can really get into the nitty gritty of like what the game is and what your player mindset is and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's gonna be exciting. Obviously, this is just a button check here, but it is gonna probably be Chaos versus Hyde. But obviously, Snappy is a player who has brought out, especially the Wagner, a lot in, especially the local level, and depending on the matchup, he'll switch. So I'm not sure what he's going to be sticking with here today. He might swap it up, actually. That's definitely been something I've seen him do, just based on his comfort zone. So whether he's going to lock in on Wagner first, he can try it out with Chaos, or make a swap in between if he goes down a game. We're going to find out, but it is going to be the Wagner first.
Okay.
Giving you guys a little bit of taste of the Chaos button check, only to lock it in with the Wagner. Here we go. All right, so we have our matchup. This is match 2. We've got Spluigi versus Snappy.
Yeah, the Hyde into Wagner. So Hyde's still an incredibly strong character, despite the patch. But Wagner, also benefiting from the patch quite a bit, and we are seeing that with a great offensive start from Snappy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they toned down a little bit of the belligerent things that Hyde can do, especially like in particular Dash C into FF, but the gameplay pretty much untouched. So, the non-counter hit, just anti-air here. Very clean from Snappy, looking very good in this first round.
Yeah, here. Incredibly just solid combo. Yeah, uses the steer ender as well. He uses it twice again with that chain shift reset. That was very strong. A near perfect.
Laying it right with a DP, Snappy very ready for it. So in this kind of match, I mean, Wagner is kind of like female Hyde in the sense, like she's got very similar looking normals and not the same game plan, but it is kind of fun watching both these two just slug it out with sword and shoot, sword and board. Well, actually, sorry, only Wagner sword and boards here, but
that's true. That's true. Just all swords all the time.
The slick air FF there to try and catch something that doesn't find anything from Suji. Here's the offense. Yeah, we spend meter. We're gonna take a turn here.
Yeah, Wagner in an advantageous position. Yeah, okay, goes ahead and change shifts there.
Yeah, I think that might have been a late 3C from Snappy or something, but Spluigi getting a really juicy hit, and Hyde does a ton of damage. This is not where you want to be in the corner here.
No, oh, that empty jump like escaped a lot of damage, but another.
Snappy trying to call out throw, trying to get a little bit of an evasive like anti-throw OS going on, but so far Spluigi has not been punished for that. But here we go, Snappy looking for something here, has meter. Oh,
went in for the, okay.
Gonna be able to take that one.
Good reversal on the side of Snappy. These backdashes from Spluigi are looking a little scary, but Snappy's not able to get in there. That time the dash forward with the grab. So there were a couple of times during that round that Spluigi tried to dash forward for the grab, didn't get it. Finally, it did connect. That will secure the round for Spluigi.
And now we're going into round 3 here, and Spluigi on, got the input crossed up, I think. That looked like it was 2 and 4 on the wrong side, so Spluigi, this is how it begins here. Can't catch the roll, though, just barely. Rising J gets the confirm this time.
Yeah, and that time, Snappy got caught trying to grab Spluigi in the corner, and now is taking a lot of damage from Spluigi. Yeah, go ahead and spend the meter once again. Gonna get a nice hard knockdown, run into the corner. This chain shift is caught just some 2As.
Yeah, the red miss there did show Spluigi was in the middle of something, and Snappy, not sure if that was a miss input, but that does mean Spluigi's gonna take game 1 here.
Yeah, I was really thinking that Snappy was showing a lot of confidence in that first round, and I thought, okay, here we go. But Spluigi adjusted very, very well.
Yeah, we'll see how Game 2 goes. Like, we have a buff here for Snappy, trying to make do while Sploogie tries to get some zoning done, and does get hit for it though, so we do have a chance here. Okay,
Okay, that's
a,
a
good punish.
big count. Yeah, a whiff DP is going to allow you a lot of chances
solid
here.
damage here.
Yeah, definitely. Ending probably around 3.7k. Yep. Oh, get a little bit more with the EX 4k. That's a huge chunk of Hyde's life pool.
Oh, they changed it to keep it safe from
Oh
the double pogo. Oh, wow.
Oh, there was a little bit of a drop in there, but you know, Sploogie is recovering mentally incredibly well.
No, that's a huge way to get back into things. Is you can see from Sploogie likes using the pogos, a very sneaky attack with a little bit of shenanigans attached to it that if you're not ready for, I mean, you kind of just can get punked by that move. And now Sploogie with meter doesn't get the confirm off of the assault, but it's not a good spot. There's the dive though.
And that was the backdash I've been talking about. You know, haven't been able to punish it now, and with that dive that you just pointed out, that is fantastic.
Yeah, it was trying to use the air 4 function slash before, but now it's just using the dive. But oh no!
Oh.
Despite that, Sploogie now only 1 round away from taking this.
This is so back and forth. Okay. You're using a lot of pressure there, and then comes in with the low afterwards, really opening up that avenue of approach.
Yeah, this has been very impressive here for Sploogie in the corner, but okay, Snappy fighting back. He's finally getting these hits from baiting the throw attempts here. It's very key that he can actually confirm from these, so this is a good spot for Snappy. We have the double buff and a throw post CS.
Interesting. This is working out really well for Snappy at the moment. I like the pressure, but I feel like Sploogie is taking every opportunity they can, and then the throw into the corner is now going to be in a really good place.
Snappy is playing with a lot of respect here. It seems like he's being somewhat timid on the offense, who knows that Sploogie is willing to let stuff rip and you know, rob around. Snappy is slightly ahead.
No,
The
good
grid
guard
oh no,
thrust.
fireball follow-up. This is a big problem here for Snappy.
Yes, this
We have
is.
meter if we want to spend it, but no. Next
No.
hit can kill here. That's going to be it, I think.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, doesn't even need to use that 200 meter that they were sitting with. Sploogie, fantastic stuff. Another 2-0 in the winner's side of this bracket.
Incredible set. I mean, I think even though we didn't see that much of it, you can tell just how much respect Sploogie is demanding from his play. Again, like, I think there's a lot going on. They had showing off the hitbox a little bit
Shadow's
there.
so cool.
Yeah.
Shadow's so cool. That is very cool. I love the holographic part on top. But it's so cool that we get to see all of that stuff here too. Like there's a lot of custom hardware that we have around here. So I mean, of course, if you're in the venue, you know, go check out what people have. But I mean, at home, hopefully we get to show off as much of that as we can. But what a winner's side that we've already had. I can't believe the winner's side is already done.
We are kind of blazing through it here. That was
That
was a pretty clean, you know, 2-0 from Sploogie, and again, very dominant. It's going to be a very interesting winners finals, I think.
I think so too.
That's going to be Shacho
and
versus
Sploogie, yeah,
that's going to be a fun one.
That is going to be a lot of fun. But of course, you know, that will be in a little bit. We are going to head down to the loser side of this bracket. This is the part that's always so hard because
this is where it gets messy.
It gets so messy. You know, every single round is your tournament life on the line, and
Yes.
and they've made it so far already. To see them go home, it really,
I mean,
it breaks your heart, but it has to happen.
it's not even like a typical tournament where you can be like, all right, sweet, I made top 8. You know, hey, if I go out now, if I end up at 7th place, 5th place, that's good enough for me. Or at least, you know, you're still pretty happy with a top 8 placer. But here, there is so much on the line
There's
for
so
only
much
first
on the
place.
line.
Do you
Right.
really feel that desire to go the full distance?
That is very, very true. And so we are first going to get Kai versus Knots up here.
Okay, so we saw one SoCal play. We're going to have another one. Knots stepping up here versus Kai, a.k.a. NYCC Brandon. So that's going to be New York versus SoCal. And again, I think if you've seen tournaments, you're pretty familiar with Knots and Brandon, honestly.
Yes, very much so.
They're definitely both players that pop up a lot. So
Right, so like Kai, Linne,
Yeah.
it's sort of synonymous at this point. Like just doing really well. You can hear it in the background too. Hopefully you can see this as well coming up sort of on Brett's right side.
Yeah.
But the Polar Star Bear from Guilty Gear Strive is walking this way, and it's making me really, really happy. In any case, we'll go back to this. Knots, you know, it has a couple of different characters. Has that Wagner, has that Seth. You know, sort of brings it out whenever they feel it's most appropriate.
yeah, I am going to be interested in seeing this one again. Brandon playing Linne is definitely a character that's willing to scrap a lot. Really,
Linne is so scrappy.
So that's it's kind of scary to fight that as a character like Seth. Yes, Seth is not really actually dad down to like scrap. He's like, why don't you sit over there for a little bit while I set my orb and then we can scrap. You know, I'm not ready to scrap yet. Give me like 5 seconds, then we can scrap, right? So here we go. Brandon versus Nottz, and right off the bat, just run straight in. We have Nottz.
Yeah, so Seth, of course, like the real glass cannon of Uni.
Yes.
And you're seeing right now, like, this is the cannon portion. If Nottz, or if Kai gets to get in, you know, we might see the glass portion. But right now, what an incredible setup. And just systematically dismantling Linne right now.
Yeah, just catching Brandon with a clean frame trap. And now, yeah, gets him with a cross-up in the corner.
Oh my goodness. Is this going? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it until it happens.
Yes, there it is.
That's a perfect for Nottz, round 1.
Very stable. So that's a tough way to start if you're Brandon, I think. But let's see if he can bounce back. Does bring the fight to Nottz.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, tech on the throw. Throws being a huge part of Linne's, you know, combo structure.
Yeah, but Nottz with a really solid cancel from Dash C here, just catching Brandon a little bit off guard. We have the knockdown. Just gonna set that orb up here, go for something.
Yeah.
Does not bite on the frame traps or anything.
No.
Catches.
Okay. Ooh, what a catch on that backdash. Putting Linne right back into the corner from whence she came. Another orb setup here. I mean, there's so much meter.
Oh,
no. Got it drop.
Yeah, drop
Text the
knockdown.
throw again, though.
Yeah, but despite that great recovery from Nottz here,
Yes,
almost full meter.
The pressure is so incredible. Kai-I's trying to walk out of the corner and physically cannot make it out yet. Fakes the grab.
JA, yeah, doesn't find anything though, and Brandon is in so much trouble here.
Yes.
Gets FCS, tries to catch.
No. Does get rid of that orb though. Side switch. Text the throw once again. So ready for these throws. Oh.
That is a problem with the dash C from Seth, is it goes through you, so something like Linne's DP can't hit like that.
Does catch the toes. Finally, this is a chance for Kai-I. Gonna get a full combo going off of here.
Yeah, Brandon still has control over Vorpal, but there is the challenge
there
from Nottz. I mean, a good run in town from Brandon, but can only stretch himself so far.
It was really dominant from Nottz, and then all of a sudden the scramble just took hold, and it was back and forth, but Nottz does manage to take that. Again, an aggressive start with a grid break for Kai-I. That's devastating in the beginning of a round.
Yeah, it's looking really good here. Gets the setup. Okay, wake up DP. So G here from Brandon. Here comes the pressure. Gotta try and open this guy up, though. We have not really had much success here as Brandon. Don't think we wanted that DP, unfortunately, and solid here for Nottz.
Yeah, this is the knockdown at the very end as well. The orb setup.
Oh, just a jump over.
Yeah. This is just such a dominant performance from Nottz. I feel like unless Kai-I can pull out something incredible, this is going to be another 2-0.
Yeah, Nottz just knowing exactly how tight he needs to cinch things up to make it so that Brandon cannot press when he needs to here. Even that did not work from Brandon. Brandon trying every trick in his bag here to just try and nab this Seth character, but cannot
you saw
do
that
it.
grab coming out there from Kai-I. The distance was too far, though, and this is going to open up another opportunity for Nottz.
Brandon's going to be in trouble here. Nottz can do whatever he wants with chain shift. Yeah, the same side. I got hit.
Oh my goodness. So did Kai-I. So Brandon is taking so much damage here. Another setup as well. That huge orb. What a punish. Yeah.
And that should be it.
Yeah, with the 200 meter on deck, yeah, going to go ahead and IW. That is absolutely going to close it out. A very, very definitive 2-0 from. Oh, I love the head shake there.
You heard me chuckle because I was looking at the player cam while that match was finishing up, and Brandon was just like, "I'm done, bro. I'm done. I can't do it."
Yeah, and so that does mean that Brandon is going to be our first player, unfortunately, to leave the bracket. But you know, great of them to make it this far. And of course, they have had an incredible showing all year, and you know, heavily encouraged to keep playing, which of course they will because.
Always love seeing Brandon roll up to these events, but it does mean we're getting to see more of Nottz though, and that's always a treat.
Yes, very much so. That means we have one pairing left in our LCQ, and that's going to be Bobby Basketball 1995.
Bobby Basketball.
Bobby
my favorite
Basketball.
player.
My favorite player, Jushichi, you know, in Kamone's own words, the GOAT, and going against a 2 GB combo.
Yeah, 2 GB combo being in here is always great to see him as well. This is going to be a match I think should be pretty fun. I mean, Honestly, the first thing I did after looking at the bracket was come up to people and be like, who is Bobby Basketball?
Right, because you asked me and I was confused, and so we went to where the LCQ is being held, and we were like, so who's Bobby Basketball?
Yeah. So it's going to be exciting. Yeah, 2GIG versus Jushichi, Akatsuki versus Carmine. I think these two players are maybe a little more familiar with each other over the last bit of time as Philip has moved to Boston, and it's a little closer and probably participating in more online stuff. So I'm interested in seeing how this is going to play out.
Yeah, so and 2GIG, have beat Breaker Dave to get into this spot. That was a really neat match to get to see. I got to catch a little bit of part of it.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we don't get to see it here, but there is a terrifying Breaker Dave person at this event right now.
Yes.
Who just made a giant, crazy hole in this bracket.
Yes, and I mean, it's just so fun to get to see all of these players really slugging it out. It's just incredible. And I mean, 2GIG's Carmine has just been a force to be reckoned with. But let's take a look at the bracket as it stands right now. So here we've got it so far. You've got that Lid versus Shacho. Of course, Shacho moving forward. Splugy versus Snappy. That Splugy Shacho match is that's gonna be real good.
Yeah, I'm excited to look at that. Again, we have just finished up that Brandon versus Not, so we're going to be taking a look at Bobby Basketball versus 2GIG. But again, we do have Snappy and Lid. They're going to be finding these winners of these losers 8 matches. So excited to see more of them. But yeah, like you said before, Shacho versus Splugy is going to be crazy winning.
That is going to be so fun. And that one will be 3 out of 5 too, which I'm really, really looking forward to. Oh, I love the close-up on the stick. Again, cool
gotta get a close-up on the
hardware.
stick.
Cool hardware that we've got here.
Very, very cool hardware.
Yeah, 2GIG ready to go. Bobby Basketball 1995. I love it so much. Jushichi, having done a lot for the game during the pandemic and so forth. And so
I mean, even prior to the pandemic.
Of course. Of course.
A staple pillar of the community since the very early days.
Yeah, so it's great to see. It's great to see him on stage.
A lot of local support I hear in the audience for 2GIG by Combo, so we'll see if he can channel their power in this match. On the left here, we've got Bobby Basketball 1995 versus 2GIG by Combo. Just some zoning here, but air force function.
It's a really strong and powerful tool for Carmine.
Yeah,
and then
it is one of the things that has been changed since the patch here. Is the hit effect on air force function is a bit different, so it is a nice change here for 2GIG.
Yeah, but the switch here with the throw was working out really well. You're going to get a little bit of cross-up with that jump, and then the low coming out from 2GIG is great setup. You've got your puddles. Yeah, and really, really advantageous on the grid right now, too.
Yeah, Jushichi Akatsuki, I've had the pleasure of watching him a lot, and I think my main impression is I like that he has a lot of diligence and patience. That's kind of one of the things that is the impression for me, though sometimes I think that can be very rough to be too patient against a character like Carmine, who will just eat you up if you hesitate too much, right?
Agreed. All right, setting those puddles once again.
Very
you do
nice.
get the grab on that side. That was excellent.
Throw here from Jushichi. Has 2GIG in the corner, finds the 2A. Okay. It's a good start here for Akatsuki. We have chain shift as well. We have a lot of resources too, so yeah, we see 2GIG not really willing to press here, tries to roll in the corner, doesn't get punished for it, so can he make the space? Air FF gets caught.
Oh, incredible stuff. This is a really big tournament from the first round for Jushichi. Yeah, going to be able to finish it out. Didn't even really need the rest of that EX, but go ahead and spend the meter because you have that 200 going into this round. Oh my goodness, what a catch.
But gets away with it actually somehow in these scrambles. Finds the clean 5A hit, and somehow 2GIG is actually the one who looks like they're going to be climbing ahead in this third round.
Yep.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of HP, takes a little bit more.
Yeah. Go ahead and get the puddle set. Oh, I like that little charge there.
That is not what you want. Getting hit by the bomb starter is like just giving Carmine the free hit here, but Ju finds a throw, trying to open him up, doesn't find anything. Oh no.
Okay.
Who's going to get the cycle? It is going to be Jushichi, but the twitch here. So 2GIG going to be able to take this round, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be able to grab this first game here. Is this going to be another 2-0?
I don't know. I mean, I think that last round was very close. It just really came down to Jushichi with the slight twitch there. Was looking, I think, a little bit too much at the bottom of the screen to try and confirm what that Vorpal was who that was gonna play out to. So could have gone either way at the end there. You had some good moments. But, you know, like I said before, if you give Carmine some of these free hits, it's really rough.
It is. I completely agree. And, all right, round start with a little bit of a backdash, and then the setups once again trying to get those puddles. The thing that I feel like is really difficult for Akatsuki in general is that, first of all, you don't have a run. You have to use those dashes to get in. But also, like, you don't have that many tools that reach as far as Carmine does. You have to bring the fight to him.
We're definitely behind in the range game here. If we're Akatsuki. So that does mean that Jushichi needs to try and, you know, close the distance as best they can. Try and open him up. But yeah, there's the unblockable and the chain shift to get the combo off the command grab here. And Veil off to try and cinches. I think he has this here with the IW?
Probably, yeah, I would say so. This is very akin to the first round of the first game.
Very nice routing with the Veil off whiff here. And now 2GIG. Only one more round to go, maybe.
All right, and then, you know, Jushichi was going for that fireball. It does not work out for him because of the puddle, and now you're getting a huge combo.
That was the force function change right there, right? Because it actually puts you airborne now. It doesn't just clip you standing. And so now, catches the stand tech. Lots of damage here from this TK-J6B.
Oh my goodness, this is so much. What's the setup after this? So you're going to go ahead and spend the one. All right, good bomb.
Set up here.
Yep.
One more hit to go for sure. I mean, can unblockable maybe here. Misses.
Oh! The Veil off is punished, and that's going to secure that 2GIG is moving on.
I assumed that was a TK-J6B or something, but, you know, Rising JB whiff and somehow the delayed reactions. It's so tough when you're dealing with Carmine's offense.
That was very, very difficult, but, you know, so happy to see Jushichi go this far under the moniker of Bobby Basketball, which is always fun to get to see. But that does mean that that's going to round out the first part of this bracket.
Yes.
Also, our friends have moved.
Hey, they're here.
Yay, they're here. You can see them right here. Yay. I'm so excited to have them joining us on the desk for this entire day. But yeah, incredible stuff that we had going on in that one. Just like really classic Carmine setups. But I did want to go back to something that you highlighted in the very first moments of the first round, which was the change in the force function.
Oh yeah, so basically you get more reward off of the move to sum it up. So we saw it actually make some pretty significant impacts in that match, and I think we're going to see more as we get farther through this bracket.
Yeah, that was one thing that was like, hey, this is new, and I wanted to go back and highlight that was a thing.
Like, I mean, especially that last round, I think it was just like, oh, that is literally the difference.
And it was, and it made that round.
Yeah.
So it's neat to see that the things that are put in the patch. So the patch, in case you weren't aware, came out on the 20th of last month, and there was a minor patch update on the 7th, just for a couple of different things. But there were a lot of changes that went through. If you haven't seen the patch notes, you can go check all of those out. We're going to be highlighting those as those situations become relevant. And you had mentioned too, like a lot of them are situation and character specific. There were a lot of quality of life things, especially with like HUD and damage numbers that came out. And like if you're playing online, there's some, you know, really nice quality of life things that will now be displayed on the screen for that.
There's a Wi-Fi indicator now, I believe.
There's a Wi-Fi indicator now. That is very true. But we're going to keep highlighting those things so that, you know, you can be as informed as you can be and as you learn the game. But we're going to go to a quick break. After this, we're going to have more of the top 8 of our LCQ for Under Night 2. Stay with us.
ユニカと話するの諦めないさ。何か理由があると思うんだ。
お前はそれでいい。
おぞましきギアに味方する者を許さない。
ユニカは単独犯ではない。
私たちで黒幕捉えちゃったり、情報を聞き出すまでが任務だから。
救える命も救えねえぞ。
貴様らがギアをかばうなら聖戦は必ず起きるだろう。
聖戦は俺が止める。
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the ARC World Tour 2024 Finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Thank you so much everybody here who are at the venue and all of you here at home. I am Jadelyn and I'm joined by Brett, and we are in the middle of our last chance qualifying bracket for Uni 2.
Very exciting. The actual top 8 is on Sunday, but first we got to find out who takes that last spot, and it has just been a blast watching these players tear through the bracket.
It really has. I mean, so far, it has only been 2-0s. They have been incredible matches,
yes.
but they have only been 2-0s. So I'm hoping for a little bit more. Here's the bracket as it stands. You can see all of those 2-0s there. But we only have 6 players left. We've got Shacho and Sploogie McNoodle on the winner's side. We have Snappy and 2Gig on the first side of losers, and Lid versus Knots, which will be our upcoming match.
I'm excited to look at that one, Lid versus Knots. I mean, didn't really get an opportunity to see much of Lid in the winner's side, but I think this match is going to be pretty interesting.
I think so too. So, I mean, just because Lid was the first player that we had up here, as a reminder, Lid does have that Kaguya, and will be bringing that into this match, presumably as well. And then, of course, Not, so as we said, does have a Wagner, but played that Seth to an incredibly high degree and very effectively.
Yeah, was looking really clean on the Seth today, and won't be surprised to see him just, keep pushing with the Seth, but this is always a fun matchup to watch, and I just really enjoy watching the new characters in general.
I
so
do too.
Love that Lid is repping that Kaguya, and always a fun one to watch play.
Kaguya definitely in a better place due to the patch, as you had alluded to a little bit earlier. But, unfortunately, during that, we didn't really get to see it to any great effect.
I think we're going to see a little bit of it here today in this match. These characters are both kind of similar in the way they just kind of want to freak out in the sky and set some stuff up. So I'm interested in seeing if I see Hyde here.
I have not seen Knots play Hyde.
See if this is for real, for real.
This is for real, for real. Okay, that's for real, for real. All
right.
righty.
So bringing out the Hyde here.
Interesting. This, I think, will be very, very cool to see.
Okay, here we go. So Lid on Kaguya versus Knots Hyde. Let's see what the game plan is here for Hyde in this matchup.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for Hyde to succeed in this matchup.
No, absolutely. I mean, strong character overall.
Yes, definitely. But, right now, Lid, I feel like, with the security of being on their main character, is doing really well.
Very
All right,
nice
but
punish.
that low is great.
Yeah, Kaguya likes to be a little bit tricky off the knockdown, especially in the corners there, but I like the risk taken by Knots to just try and get that reward. Very nice anti-air. Gonna bet some solid damage. We're gonna go to the corner for sure.
Right, so, good hits. Yeah, wow. This is doing a lot. All right, Knots is
almost always gonna see players burn that 100 meter here to stall some time. 3C doesn't get a combo off the reverses though, because it was regular hit, and now okay, off the throw, should be able to kill.
Yeah, that steer ender doing a really good job just securing that kill. Knots is performing really well on Hyde. Oh, doesn't get the anti-air. Kaguya was a little bit too high.
I can only assume this is, unless it's a comfort thing, I think this is I don't really like how Kaguya stops me from freaking out in the sky.
Yes.
And if so, then that makes a lot of sense here.
I agree.
Willing to just hold on to our resources here. Finds a 3v, just run up. Very nice.
Sometimes that's what you got to do, but yeah, doing a ton of damage in the corner of.
No.
The pogo doesn't work, but the low is going to continue, start a new combo and continue the pressure.
Clean little reset there, and next hit's gonna do it here.
Oh, backdash out of the corner, getting those projectiles. And, went in for the grab, but then the punish after that backdash because I think you're faking the grab.
Yeah, Lid with a call out here has 200 meters, so no, can't get the ender.
No, chain shift.
Too far though. I think all right, and Knots up a game already. That was very fast.
That was very fast. It was a very... It's a very fast and dominant round, and I feel like that's all we've been seeing, Brett.
I mean, I think the whole cast has really kind of received a lot of power-ups in Uni 2, and we're really seeing how some of this aggression can make its way into the match here. But let's go into Game 2, and right off the bat, Lid just run-up sweep here.
Yeah, this is a much more dominant start. I like that for Lid. You're seeing a lot more aggression, and I think that's great. But the invincible reversal, I mean, Hyde does have that. He is the main character. He's allowed.
And Lid is grid broken here. Comes the offense from Hyde, trying to get maybe a TRM or something going, but okay. Can't find anything.
No. Yeah, it goes ahead and cancels the projectile. Both of us have projectile properties, and when they meet, they do cancel each other. So then you're going to get that low coming in now from Lid.
Yeah.
This is a much stronger combo.
Lid gets the hit and wins the cycle. So it's Kaguya time here.
The delay. Oh, it's so delayed. But again, Knots, I think, knowing the matchup here, I'm pretty sure that is almost certainly some kind of like reaction plus timing to get a shield if it's a high and block the low or something here. So very ready to fight this character, I think.
Yes, very, very ready. And now, just like that, one round away for Knots to continue their bracket run, and Lid will have to fight for their life. What a start of that round,
Lid
too.
actually tried to do something from that from the fireball pressure. Not sure what the plan was there, but Knots now looking like he might take this 2-0 because this is a very good spot to be in here if you're hiding. Not one I'm not sure if Lid can make his way out of, but you know, he has to press at the right time here or get out of this corner.
If there's an opportunity to get out of the corner right now, just those lows and the pressure, and then you're going to mix it up with the throw, which was an incredible opportunity to do so because of the way that Lid was blocking. You're going to go ahead and get the... Oh my goodness, that's going to be it. What a fight from Knots to continue this. And that does mean that Lid is out of this bracket, but man, Knots really did just put on a show.
Yeah, pure offense there. Really great stuff from Knots. Have not had the opportunity to watch him play Hyde in a bracket, maybe ever, for me at least, personally. So
no,
that was really
I
fun
have not seen
yeah, definitely not what I expected, but makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
It
and
does.
Hey, definitely was cooking on the Hyde, so.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool thing for both you and I to get to see, you know, with a player familiarity, and then you're like, oh, they have these characters. Wait, what? And then it's real, and then it's successful. And that's just a really cool story that you get to pull into this LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the full story there, but I'm pretty confident that that was very planned for, and it was not just a spur of the moment. I don't think he woke up today and said, you know what, I'm going to play Hyde versus, you know,
I choose Chaos.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, I'm down for that too, but yeah, so very exciting to see there. And I'm sure there was some, it looked like he had done his homework on that matchup.
Oh,
so.
definitely. And I mean, I really do feel like Hyde is not a far cry from Wagner or from things like Seth. If you have good fundamentals, you are able to pull that in and, you know, bring that into new characters and be successful relatively quickly, which is great. I mean, and I don't know how much that Knots has been playing that character, but clearly there was a lot of proficiency there, and that was successful.
No, I mean, like you said before, we were talking about it, it's like, oh, in a lot of ways, it's like, if you play Wagner, you kind of know some of what's going on with Hyde as well. But let's take a look at a next match coming up here, because it's going to be 2 Gigabyte versus Snappy.
Yeah, so 2 Gigabyte on that Carmine, Snappy presumably on the Wagner. I mean, now I'm like, I don't know. What is everybody going to bring out? But, you know, when we saw 2 Gig before, the Carmine is just so powerful and has such great offensive pressure. And not to say that they don't have good defensive tools either, but what we've seen so far is offense.
Yeah, we're going to see what Snappy wants to bring out here. Won't be too surprised if it does end up being Wagner, but either way, I think Snappy has had some time to think about his next match here, and obviously 2 Gig lock in the Carmine. No surprises there.
No, this is going to be a button check first, though, just so everybody knows.
Yo, Ogre?
I was, dude, that would be so tight. I'm pretty sure there's an Ogre cosplayer walking around here. The cosplay here, I know that we're gonna have like some cosplay featured later in the weekend, but oh my gosh, the cosplayers here are so top tier, and I want to go take pictures with every single one of them.
So this is going to be the last match to make it to top 4. We are still in the loser side here. So
that is true.
It is a lot of nerves.
Oh, they're gonna go in, no button check.
Okay, here we go. They're locking in. They're putting on their headsets here. Make sure they can't hear us.
Don't want to hear us.
And it is going to be that Wagner. That just makes a lot of sense here. I think we've seen more and more Snappy kind of leaning on the stability that Wagner offers.
Yeah, there is a lot of stability there for sure.
And obviously, 2 Gig is a longtime resident of Northern California, so these two are familiar with each other. This is definitely, you know, they've definitely played this out.
This is just a local at this point.
Oh, yeah. Oh!
What a big counter hit, though. This is really strong start from Snappy.
Really waiting for that one, and is kind of just melting 2 Gig right now. You have the double buff going on. Let's see if 2 Gig has to find a way out of this now.
No,
tries
isn't
to
going
press,
to find
but
it.
Actually gets off a little lucky, but you know we are Wagner. We get the combo off or throw with the buff, so
yeah,
love to see that.
Ends it with a perfect as well. I mean, Snappy Very confidence matchup. Okay, not going to get the perfect this time. 2GIG is getting the opener that they really wanted.
That was the venerable Footsies of Legend right there. The very slick spacing on the 6B. So 2GIG just trying to close in. The bomb not really doing much here, but again!
Oh my goodness, yeah, the wheel setup as well. Such exquisite spacing, and then you're going to get bomb 1. Oh, get both bombs there, you get the wheel, you just...
Yeah, pulls out the corner, the cross up, you love to see it.
Yes.
There it is.
Very much darned if you do, darned if you don't, if you stand in that situation, for sure.
Yeah, the wheel actually, like, there's a lot of things going on in that corner setup, but I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the last time if 2GIG stays in this bracket that we're going to see some of those mix-ups. And yeah, trying to charge, but there is a bomb. Got to be careful of that.
You have to be so aware of where those puddles are, especially in this color palette in particular on this stage, because they nearly blend in with the floor.
Yeah, 2GIG, just knowing exactly when to press here, it's going to be very tough for Snappy. But the challenge works out.
Yeah, it does. I mean, 2GIG still does have the cycle and will continue to have it. Does spend the CS there to go ahead and get that 200 meter.
Okay, here we go.
Push back into the corner, though.
If Snappy gets a clean hit here, it can just completely change the way this goes. There's the A, but no confirm.
No. Oh, the dive?
No dice, though.
No.
2GIG is not biting.
No, that throw, though, will do a little bit more damage. The backdash after that throw attempt as well.
Oh, there it is!
The sweep from the legs.
That should be it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, keeping it simple with the IW Ender, and 2GIG up 1 game, but that did end up being very close. I think if Snappy had just found a clean hit in the corner there, that could have gone either way, but it's got to feel good to land that cross up in the corner.
Yeah, 2GIG, I mean, shaking his head, like, doesn't really like the way that played out, but, I mean, you did still win.
Yeah, definitely did. You know, it is, Wagner does have some very uncomfortable deal with offense once you're in the corner. I mean, it's not like crazy mix-ups or anything, but there is the stability of knowing she's just kind of asserting her dominance on you in the corner. And the swap to Chaos, here we go. Says it's not going to do it with the Wagner. We're going to bring out the slick stuff here with the Chaos
this
pick.
Is very exciting. Oh my goodness, I got so excited that I breathed too hard and I choked. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is definitely the character that players probably know Snappy more for. Is representing that Chaos, so we'll see if this character swap can pay off here.
All right, Ozzy is out, but just like that, put back away. And taking a lot of damage here. So in case you're unfamiliar with Chaos, he does have that Ozzy pet, and that is a massive part of his damage structure. So you got to be watching out for when he's available and when he's not. And unfortunately, not available, neither is Chaos.
Yeah, Snappy, unfortunately, just trying to hard read that 2GIG was you know, going for something a little more risky there on offense, but the bomb is just always something you have to be careful. At the same side, yeah, the forward jump there, that might just look awkward to people who didn't just see what we saw in the previous game.
Right,
but, you know, we're getting a little too scared of the corner cross-up, and sometimes, you know, up forwarding twice is the way to open someone up here. But in this next round here, we do have Snappy getting a clean hit, going in, smells blood.
Okay, we got the tech on the throw. This is a great corner situation for Chaos to be in. Oh my goodness, and can you see that right now? Ozzy is now unavailable, but comes out just for a little bit.
Yeah, this is looking like a perfect here for Snappy.
Oh, this is real good. Okay. Oh, he just jumped out of the corner.
Yeah, tried to, I think Snappy was going for the roll cross up there, and 2GIG recognized the spot, but, you know, Snappy's still able to catch him. Try and bring this to round 3 here, trying to tie this up. The call out, wow, that 6C. That actually, sorry, like, it's pretty high up.
It does. All right, now trapped in the corner. Okay, there was a creeping edge that was grabbed, which is one of the only ways to punish that.
That's that blockable set. So again, that's layering the bomb explosion with the EX command grab. So if you jump the grab like we saw, you just get caught in the air. Does it again.
Oh, goodness, with the grab too.
Yeah, it's rough because, yeah, if you try and jump it. Okay.
Just with a bit of a counter there that's going to open up 2GIG now.
Yeah, this is what Snappy needs.
Yeah, it really is. This is going to build a lot of confidence for them if they can get this in the corner. Does have to be aware that there's a puddle behind them, though. Gets the throw. And now, we tech on that throw. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, Snappy just finds the hit here. Is this enough? Oh, I don't think so.
Not quite. Not even with the steer ender.
Scared of the throw, though. Change it to defend. Doesn't find anything, though.
No,
Tech
the throw.
Oh,
what a way to break that down.
Went all the way down the wire there at the end.
It did. I really thought that Snappy was going to be able to pull that one out. I loved getting to see the chaos on this stage, though. What fun.
I mean, you know, they're familiar with each other when you start seeing like the double forward jump and the fact they just came down to like pressing buttons after getting your third attack, right? So
yes, definitely. I mean, but what a great showing from 2GIG, who will be moving on. We are certainly moving through this bracket quickly.
Oh yeah.
But but I feel like that speaks to the level of quality of player that we have, but also how much every player who went into this LCQ practiced, because it was a lot.
I mean, I think just players are willing to be very decisive is my impression so far from today, is that, yeah, people are willing to, take the risks they know they need to take.
Yes. I like how you phrase that as decisive, because we are seeing incredibly decisive gameplay. I think out of all of the matches that we've seen so far, there was only one that had a little bit of that back and forth scramble. Everything else has been incredibly definitive.
Yeah, let's take a look at that bracket again one more time here to familiarize yourself with what we've got left. So we got Watanabe Shacho versus Linguini Bros Sploogey McNoodle, and that's going to be the winners finals. I think that's what we're going to be seeing first. But in the loser side, also we've got 2GIG and Knots.
Yeah, so down to 4 fighting for that final slot. Gonna go against the Ojito. So they know who they're going to fight if they make it through.
A lot more tension as we're getting closer to the end of this LCQ.
It certainly is. It certainly is. But these top 4, all incredible players in their own right. We've got 3 from the U.S., 1 from Japan, and I really want to focus on our winners final. So again, this is going to be 3 out of 5 for this. The only thing that will be 2 out of 3 from here on out is going to be the loser semi. And with this winners final, so Shacho into Sploogey McNoodle, I think that, I mean, we saw, in case you tuned in a little bit late, so Shacho came in with the wall sting. And it was so dominant. Speaking of definitive and like choice making, it was just a executed game plan from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, he's known as definitely like the most infamous wall player on the planet, so it's very sick that he's here in this LCQ. And I was thinking to myself, while I was looking at this bracket, I was thinking to myself, like, if I drew the LCQ ticket at a Arc World Tour Finals, like maybe that's a pretty good draw normally, right? And it's like there are so many killers in this bracket though that I'm just like, I wonder how Don't feels about having to potentially play one of these players, because it's very scary. And like you're saying before, this winners final is going to be quite an interesting match, because again, Shacho, very, very strong Japanese player, and Sploogey also very infamous for his height right now. And,
yes.
Like the character is very scary, and but relatively, I feel like there aren't as many names to the character as you would think, considering like how high its infamy is kind of spread. But Sploogey is definitely one of those names for sure. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, I think you bring up a really good point. Oftentimes with a main character of a cast, you are seeing them picked up fairly frequently. Hyde does have a diverse set and a complex set of tools that I feel like make him very, very viable, but also can be a little bit intimidating if you're just coming in and be like, I'm going to pick the main character, and you're like, oh, that's a lot of moves. But he is so strong still.
I mean, the character is definitely a bit of a monster in this version, so, I think it's going to be interesting fighting versus Walt. I think, I don't know if we're just going to sling it at each other, or if we're going to slow things down or not.
Selfie,
Love
go.
the selfie.
I feel like one thing we've seen consistently throughout this entire Arc World Tour, especially with the uni crowd, is like the selfies and the showmanship, and I don't think that's going to stop.
Yeah, I mean, I love Sploogey too, but hey, Shacho is like a legend, man. Like,
oh no, Shacho is for sure a legend. Oh,
so.
I like the shot that we're seeing right now. So you can see like into the back of the hall. You can see all of the people coming. The lighting is spectacular. Shout outs to all of production who are making this look and sound great, both here at the venue and for you here at home.
The vibes here have been great.
The vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, I am very interested in seeing how these two feel each other out, because probably haven't really played each other. Maybe in like previous version, maybe if the last time maybe Shacho came up here. We love Merkava.
Screaming Merkava.
I mean, I was reviewing kind of some of the patch changes, and I was also like, man, we don't have Merkava here. It's kind of sad. I love Merkava, but
I love Merkava. I'm from the Midwest. I'm like contractually obligated to love Merkava.
Yeah. So it looks like we are wrapped up on our button checks here. Players are going to lock in here. Again, this is winners finals. It's going to be 3 out of 5, which is great because
I love 3 out of 5.
Yeah, I love 3 out of 5 for these two for this match. I think that's going to be very exciting. I think both these players have really strong mental.
Yes,
and so I think we're going to be seeing them butt heads mentally. But here we go, round the bat. Like you see there, Shacho going for the throw, but it is Splugie who gets the great break. And yeah, like the wake up crowd for Shacho, he's willing to take those risks, and Splugie is very ready for them. So right now, Splugie off to a great tear in the corner. The backdash, though.
Oh my goodness, I'm really liking the way that Splugie is playing. I mean, you know, you can't help but keep in mind the fact that Shacho really kind of obliterated that first game that they were in, and right now we're seeing Splugie play so dominantly against this GOAT.
Oh, okay, yeah, the throw CVO to IW will take round 1, and with a perfect
against one of like the uni gods.
Yeah, so I mean, Shacho looking like he's really willing to take some risks on defense, but Splugie was just very ready to cover those and say, okay, enough of your monkey business. So if Shacho's aim was to see if Splugie can tangle, I think the answer is yes.
Yes, very much yes. All right, we got that steer ender. Doesn't finish that out, but now a counter hit coming out from Splugie McNoodle, getting this big damage combo in here. They did win the Vorpal cycle as well, so we're going to see what he's going to do with that. Especially if he's going to use it. Does tech the throw there, though.
Wants the high, but there's more coming. Yeah, techs the gold throw as well. So now we're back in the neutral here. Splugie obviously has the range offense, but you gotta be scared of Wald because he can just cannonball in at you at a moment's notice.
Yes.
So,
all right. Does catch him right out of the air, going to continue this combo now. That is something you have to be so aware of. Hyde does love to use that air avenue of approach, but when you have somebody like Wald who can take you out of it, you have to be careful. And then just hits with the overhead once again. New combo, new day.
All right, and just like that, we're going into round 3. So that round definitely, Shacho was able to, it was kind of back and forth there. We're kind of trading doing wake-up stuff because Splugie also tried to challenge Shacho in that previous round. But the fireball's really paying off here.
Yes, very much so. All right, get that knockdown. Oh!
Dash C, you know, they made that move a little bit worse in some ways, but it still has not changed in how it can wrap through and deal with reversals pretty well, I believe. So.
Yes. Very true. Okay, the overhead into the low, gets a grid break. Yeah, with that 200 meters. Doesn't even need another steer ender to close it out. 2 perfects. 2.
Yeah, Shacho got to wake up a little bit here. We're going straight back in. No thoughts.
No
empty
thoughts.
Head.
Yes. That's how you got to play. Head empty.
And just like that, what the cannonball, assault, straight in, no fear from Splugie. Is just bringing the fight right to Shacho, not giving him any room to think or calm down.
All right, do get the tech, but that counter hit, once again, Splugie's counter hits have been so on point in this game.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, you know, Splugie is SoCal, so Breaker Dave is another very well-known ball player. And so, you know, he knows his character. This is not, you know, this is not a blank slate.
No, this is not any unfamiliarity,
like,
which sometimes you would think.
At the local level, he knows his character.
Right, okay, gonna get another overhead, going for the low. I'm expecting a grab relatively soon. See if we get that. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, the conditioning here from Splugie. Says, hey, you better not stand tag. You better not stand tag. All right, eat my throw now. Oh, wake up, swipe. Didn't work out. Yeah, the pogo.
Oh, there was an eye roll and a head roll from Shacho on that one. He is not happy with this. Okay, just going to be blocked. We got a green shield on that coming up from Splugie.
Yeah, this is looking very clean for Splugie as he's really kind of presenting the straightforwardness of his game plan to Shacho and saying, hey, do you have the answer for this? And so far, it has been no. JA does it again.
No. Oh my goodness, and then sweeping once again, putting it back. Another grid break. That's the 3rd one we've had this game.
Yeah, the fact that Shacho missed a green shield there, that is very uncharacteristic. That is really showing the nerves there.
Yes.
And yeah, Shacho's trying to wake up.
Yeah. Wake up, get out there. We got to get into this. This is two matches in the hands of Splugie. He only needs one more, but this is a little bit better start.
Yeah, takes the anti-air 4B here from Shacho. We need to see this wall offense. Again, cannot shield that Assault J6C. That is tough. That is every Hyde player, when they see that, is licking their lips. And so I think if I'm Splugie here, that's a good sign, even though he is behind in this round. So Shacho trying to maintain his life lead. Nice! Yeah, the body slam to prevent getting anti-aired.
Oh, I saw the creeping edge come out there, but there was a jump that was already in effect.
Yeah.
Okay, we did get the recovery, getting the EX, and then what a catch!
Yeah, so looking a little bit scramblier here in this round, and Shacho just trying to bring the fight into the air, but Splugy says, where are you going? Oh, no.
Nowhere. You're going to the corner, and you're going to
Yeah.
live here.
I think he has this. He should.
With
Maybe
the
not.
cycle
Okay,
and
with Sevio,
yeah,
Ilex?
Sevio, yeah.
Or just, yeah, there
Yeah,
we go.
Sevio Ilex. I love getting to see this animation. The first Ilex we've had here at our Arc World Tour
No, he's
Finals.
alive. Just barely the paration.
Backdash. Oh, and this goes in for the low. Okay, phew. I was stressed.
And now Splugy only 1 round away from taking winners finals here. And Shacho, yeah, having to spend meter to keep his swipe safe.
Yeah.
Not what he wants to see here. But
No.
again, JA is so good here.
Switchy's been so on point with those.
Yeah, I mean, even when Shacho is not doing anything, the JA has put in a lot of work. Okay, goes for the throw, and Shacho with a call out immediately with a neutral jump.
This is good. This is a good start for Chacho. How much can he make out of this? All right. And then the chain shift going back in for the lows from Splugy. Backing out of there. You have to be so aware of the range on that. Does get hit.
That's a good confirm here for Shacho. Can't quite kill, but he's got a lot of meter on deck, so next hit can definitely kill. Okay,
Oh
wow.
my goodness, what a pogo
Yeah,
to
was
open
so
up.
ready. I don't think that was assault after the super flash. I think he actually assaulted before. So that's just Splugy knowing.
Splugy was very aware and had that timing ready to go. The overhead doesn't connect. Once again, we get the throw after that high-low. It's been something that's been working out consistently for Splugy. The elbow drop, though, could this do it? Not quite.
Not quite.
Body slam isn't going to finish that out either.
He's around the chain shift, but there's
Oh
the
my
EX cancel.
God!
He's dead. That's it. Splugy in winners finals taking it. He's going to be in grand finals, and watching that, but Shacho going to drop down. Wow.
Incredible. What gameplay.
What a performance.
I love this moment where you just sort of let it hang.
Yeah.
Because that was so incredible coming out from Splugy. I mean, sticking with it from the beginning, you know, you saw Shacho and how dominant that first game was that he played. And then Splugy's like, nah, 3-0.
No, yeah, it was looking very dominant there. Splugy definitely looking like he just knew what to do, and
He
did
did.
not really seem very phased, honestly. Like, we did not really see anything too crazy.
No.
He presented a lot of solid threats and just asked Shacho if he knew how to deal with them.
And for the most part, the answer was no.
Yeah.
Definitively no. So, of course, now it comes down to, you know, Shacho, of course, not out of it, does move down to the loser side of the bracket. What happens if Shacho comes back? What did he learn from that? What information did he gather? Where is he going to make improvements? If he does get another opportunity, does he get another opportunity?
Yeah, he certainly has a lot on his plate to think about and consider
Yes.
if he's going to try and get the run back, but he's going to have to fight for that because we're going to be jumping into losers semifinals to see
Yes.
who's going to be fighting and challenging Shacho for that, right? And so next up, we're going to be taking a look at 2GIG versus Knots.
Right, and again, this will be our final 2 out of 3. So after a 3 out of 5, I always feel like it's a little bit of a whiplash going into 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, this is a really quick one. So this could potentially go very, very quickly. But yeah, 2GIG into Knots. Knots, you know, bringing out 2 characters already. So looking forward to see what that is going to play out like in this. And, you know, 2GIG just really definitive the entire time. Let's take a look at the bracket and how it stands with those top 4 players. So there you see Shacho sitting in that losers finals waiting to see who is going to win from 2GIG and Knots.
Yeah, both of them have had a pretty crazy path to get here. So, I mean, I don't know how this one's going to go. I think this is...
I don't either.
We've seen this in the past, I believe. Obviously, like, you know, I'm rooting for both of these players. So it's really tough here.
It is tough.
But, you know, I do think... I mean, we saw Knots bring out the Hyde versus Lid, so that's very exciting. But then we also saw 2GIG have some pretty slick stuff in that round in those matches versus Snappy. So I think they're both on like a really positive momentum right now. And
Agreed.
Hard to say who really has the advantage here.
Yeah, I am interested to see just because of, you know, 2GIG having worked through, you know, the bottom half of this bracket the entire time, but again, so has Knots. This is actually really interesting. Both of them started in losers and have been fighting really hard to continue their momentum through this, but have been playing very positively.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they both seem, you know, not too flustered by this, and I think part of that is that there's only one spot you are aiming for that you have your eyes on.
Right.
Right, in this LCQ. It's first place. So whether you're in losers or not, I think the goal is always the same. It's just you just got to beat everybody else, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's kind of always the goal, but in this specific instance, yeah, you absolutely are going for it. So it looks like we're going to pull out the Seth for this one.
There's the fist bump. So we are locking in on the Seth. It makes a lot of sense.
I agree. I think in this, there's a lot more opportunity for Seths to be successful. Not if you're against 2GIG, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Carmine's normals are pretty scary to deal with, and he's also not bad at tagging Seth out of the air. So that is going to be a little bit of a challenge here for Knots, but he's doing a good job right now. Gets the first clean hit here, and we're going to go to the corner. Gets this knockdown. He has chain shift too, so you got to be scared of the mix or whatever's going on here. So
yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is so visually confusing.
Yeah, it's just caught him trying to run out of the corner. So, I mean, you've gotten the chain shift out, but you paid 80% of your HP. So.
Yeah, it's like at what price, really?
Oh, okay.
This is big.
Yeah, I like that. Dash C from Carmine here is actually a pretty nice way to stuff like kind of any twitch on defense, anything other than kind of down backing here, since
double bomb
in the air.
Yeah, and you're getting the concentrate as well, making sure that you just secure that cycle.
Okay, well I got hit by that, but it looks like a bit of fluff here from 2GIG. Might not matter though, as we're gonna have 200 meters, so
yes,
think
this
you're
is
dead.
very big.
You're just
VO just for the show of it. Yeah, go ahead and get it.
2GIG by absolutely making sure that Seth is dead here.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
there was
no
so much security on that. He took out an insurance policy on it.
Yeah. Orb on the screen. And the 5A, very nice from Knots. Just cutting off all of 2GIG's escape routes here. Has the meter. We're definitely going to spend it. And now, yep, just a stare down. Just chilling here, but Knots knows, hey, he's got CS, but uh-oh. Challenge for 2GIG.
Yeah, all right. Get back into the corner, getting this really solid Carmine combo. Gonna see the double bomb once again, and then of course the concentrate. Just see if he can get that cycle. I think the concentrate will certainly help after that. Then the overhead. Yeah, this is a lot. Good blocking on the side of Knots, but how long can you hold out for?
Yeah, now there's the bomb again. You have to deal with a guess situation. JA though, he does get out. The sweep. Yeah, it's gonna be the round, I believe, and the game. Excuse me.
Yes, round and game, yeah.
1-0.
Yeah, 2GIG, it's always so interesting to see, like, the physicality and how it manifests.
Like, 2GIG won that game, but he's still like, I got though, right? He's like, I let him out of the corner. It was probably thinking. He's thinking that rising up for JA, I gotta make sure that, you know, I can't leave those holes, because letting Seth slip out, or letting your opponent in general slip out when you put them in the Carmine jail, that is a terrible feeling. You don't want to give your opponent any chances here.
All right.
Yeah, on the offense, but the challenge, 2GB.
Yeah, 2GIG is really showing out here and playing much more confidently in his second game already.
He's just pressing good buttons right now.
Hey, sometimes that's all you have to do.
Yeah. All right, get some HP back. And now, again, he gets the jump out, unable to attack with the force function.
Okay, caught this time by Knots.
Yeah.
Orb set up, so you have to be really aware of where that is. Yeah, finishes the combo.
Okay, here's the setup.
Knockdown, orb in the corner.
Rain.
Oh,
punishes it.
Yeah, and the orb was still out because the rain didn't hit Seth.
Okay. Oh, the air hit assault. That should be the round here.
And it is. So, potential for Knots to make this our first non-2 or 3-0 game.
We have really
we have not seen a non-2 or 3-0 game.
Oh, wow. What placement on that JV here from 2GIG. It's off to a good start here. We can spend meter? Yeah. Makes sense.
Go ahead.
Probably just going to play around the cycle. Maybe, no, actually gives it to Knots. Doesn't care. Says, says, you know what, I'm just going to hit you and it's not going to matter. JA though, again.
But what if it did matter?
Yeah, definitely mattered there.
Okay, we got the setup now. Goes in for the, what a punish!
Yeah. Just does not want to deal with that orb situation. And
no, not at all. But unfortunately, at some point, you're going to have to reckon with it, and that time might be now. Okay, that time that does, you get the EXDP coming out from 2GIG. You're going to eliminate the orb. Got a chain shift, though. Woo, that was risky, but it worked out.
Yeah, not backed up a little bit to try and win Vorpal, but could not win it. So 2GIG actually in a good spot to try and close things out now. As I'm sure he can kill Seth from this hit, but don't think it's going to bring out 5cc from Knots. Didn't even need CS or anything.
It's our first non-duo.
And there it is, 1-1. The first time we've gotten to say it.
1-1, and this truly is like, now you're coming down to the final game.
Yeah.
Finally, which I mean, in loser semis, how could that not be more perfect?
Both these players looking deep in thought here, just trying to figure out what's going on. As it makes sense since it's 1-1. I think both players definitely had some stuff that they need to consider here. But going into game 3, immediately trying to up forward a little bit here, gets punished. So good stuff from 2GIG with the shield.
Yeah, 2GIG's ground starts have been particularly impressive. What a grid break too. This is going to be really massive for 2GIG going in, and is just siphoning the life from Knots.
We've seen that Knots has used chain shift to get out of the sticky situation. So when you get grid broken like this against Carmine, it's really bad.
Yes, and just like that, we are 1 round away potentially for 2GIG, moving on to the losers finals. Yeah, this is really impressive stuff. It's these aggressive round starts that seem to be paying off dividends for him.
Yep. What a call out here. Just cannonballs in with the assault. And 2GIG, not even like spending meter to put him in jail or anything, just willing to play the strike throw game from mid-range here.
Yes.
Hunting for the TRF, doesn't find it, and here's the dash C confirmed. Very nice from Knots.
Yeah, this is excellent stuff. Okay, the orb is set. Yeah, go ahead and spend the meter as well. Hard knockdown afterwards. Just dashing out of the corner. There was a chain shift.
Yeah, very nice EX from Knots to try and bring this back. Oh, he jumped to the corner. No, where are you going? 5A, no full confirm with the command grab. That's not enough.
It isn't enough, and that's such a shame because this...
Catches him in the air. That should be it.
With a 200 meter, I hope so. Yeah, gonna go ahead and secure it just like that. It was down to no health, and oh my goodness.
I mean, so we saw 2GIG actually trying to snipe Seth out of the air with that 6B a few times throughout the set, but it did collide with like the orb once, and there were a couple other situations where he wasn't able to actually get the full confirm. So, but you could tell it was definitely on his mind. So the fact that 2GIG was actually able to get that hit, snipe him out and get the full confirm, that's very key. So I'm sure he's feeling really good about that one.
Oh, I mean, I certainly would. That was such a great snipe, just right out of the air. Incredible stuff. So that does mean that 2GIG is going to stay in it, and we'll be facing.
So that's gonna be a good one. Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be fantastic, especially with the way that 2GIG has been playing today. I mean, I feel like there's been a lot of strength and confidence coming out of that, and you know, you gotta. I mean, yes, Chacho had the opportunity to sit and watch all of that.
Oh yeah.
And see, how that's playing. But after what had happened in the winners finals, where is your mentality? Are you thinking about the match that's upcoming? Are you thinking about what potentially happens in grand finals? Whereas 2GIG has just been like really vibing out on that loser's side and like taking every match as it comes.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was definitely a lot of information to be gleaned from that last match via Chacho, so we'll see. I do think 2GIG definitely plays a bit differently than Splugy, so it'll definitely be a different kind of match.
Yeah, it certainly will. But we're going to get to that match right after this break. Stay with us for the losers finals and grand finals of the Uni 2 LCQ. We'll be right back right after this.
May the sky stay forever blue. We're done talking, Beelzebub. It's time for a reckoning. Belial, while you can still use that scheming tongue, any last words? On your toes! We won't let tragedy repeat itself! I'm not here for them. I'm here because I have a job to do. And a score to settle! I'll defend my vow at any cost! Paradise Lost! Are you watching? Lucifer.
always gotta press me when you run up in my face. I'm at the corner at the party feeling different. You stood near me pushing buttons, always thinking that you break. Spinning at me every single second that you kick. I've been trying to block you, it gets fuzzy with the same track. Patch it up, I bet you call me easy than needy, and then get greedy, run up, and it's just an L, man. You're so vanilla, it's like I wanted 3 out of 5. Skill issue and I'm throwing a strike. Danger, you feel anxious, I feel broken. You should thank me, glad I'm not who you remember. I ain't dead, so let me fly away. I know I'm supposed to be. Feel that lightning hit me twice. I'll let you fall in love for free. You can't lock me down again. Call me basic, call me cheap. They said danger, I was anxious. Now I just believe.
PlayStation tournaments are available for Guilty Gear Strive. Signing up is simple. Just head on over to the Guilty Gear Strive Game Hub on your PlayStation 5 and scroll through the upcoming tournaments carousel. You can also sign up directly in-game by clicking the PlayStation Tournaments button or by pressing triangle on the main menu. Tournaments are available all throughout the day, so it's really easy to find one that fits your schedule. Winning tournaments earns you special prizes like unique collectible PSN avatars that change every week. Keep an eye out for special events that offer greater rewards or qualifying spots for events like the Arc World Tour or even EVO. The MSI Claw handheld is a portable Windows PC powered by Intel. Take your game library with you on the go without having to worry about compatibility. Check out the Claw and MSI for all your PC hardware needs.
And welcome back to the ARC World Tour Finals 2024 presented by PlayStation Tournaments. I'm Brett, joined here with Jalen. And we got some more Under Night.
We do have some more Under Night. Not a whole lot more Under Night. We only have our Losers Finals and Grand Finals remaining for our last chance qualifier to finally find out who our 8th qualified player will be.
Yeah, we were joking off mic earlier about how it's been just a crazy bloodbath throughout the day. Players are just vicious there. They want that last spot. So let's take a look at what we've seen before. So again, we had Lid versus Shacho with Shacho taking out. That was a crazy match.
It was. That was very definitive on the side of Shacho. And then, of course, after that, we had Sploogie versus Snappy. Again, very definitive. Sploogie taking, of course, with that hide, just really blowing that one out of the water.
We were joking about how these are 2 O's back to back to back. So we got
they are, and you can see it. It's all here. There's only one that was not a 2-0 or a 3-0.
You're looking at it right now. We got Bobby Basketball 1995, aka Jushichi versus 2 GB combo. That was. Yeah, I love Jushichi, so it was tough to see that.
That was really tough. But you know, 2Gig's still in it, so
yeah, he's been looking really slick.
You can't hate to lose to somebody who's still in the bracket.
Yeah, and then Knott's taking it over Brandon, and then losers quarters. We had 2 GB versus Snappy, and then Knott's bringing out the hide versus Lid.
Right, which was really, really great. And then, of course, our winners final, Sploogie doing a spectacular job with a 3-0 against Shacho's Wald. It was almost a reverse of the situation that we saw earlier with Shacho playing so aggressively and definitively. I know we keep using that word, but I feel like it's one of the best to describe that situation.
Yeah, that match definitely left a deep impression on people.
I think so.
And people definitely be talking about that. In the losers semis, y'all saw Knott's and 2Gig with 2Gig taking it over in the first 2-1, so that does mean 2Gig's going to be the one fighting versus Shacho in this losers finals, and then we're going to find out who our last chance qualifier winner is going to be.
Yeah, I think this is hard because all 3 of the remaining players have been playing their hearts out. They want that last spot, and as we've been saying continually throughout this LCQ, the only spot that matters is 1, and that's so hard. The only spot that matters is 1. And you're fighting all the way through this incredible group of players to get to this point. The pressure has to be unreal.
I mean, they call it a last chance qualifier for a reason, right? Love that we have this going on here. Love that we have a little bit of excitement we get to throw at the very last minute into this 8-man pool at the end on Sunday. And we see the players, they're locking it. It looks like it's going to be no surprises here. It's going to be Wald versus Karma. I think there's the fist bump, and here we go. So this is losers finals 3 out of 5 here.
Oh boy, here we go. So the wall. Ooh, I like the color palette swap for the Wald. That is intense.
Yeah, giving us some high contrast so we can.
And there's that air catch.
Auctions. Yeah,
that's been going so well for 2Gig every time, and what a way to open her. You go ahead and punish that empty grab. Or empty jump, excuse me.
Yeah, this is going to go very well for 2GB combo if he can just tame the beast, so to speak, and make sure that Shacho has to eat the mix. But it doesn't look like Shacho wants to let that happen. So good roll out of the corner, and just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like once you get caught in the spin cycle, there's only so much you can do. But this is certainly something that you can do, putting him back into the corner and getting this huge combo going. Yeah, going to get the double bomb set up, and you can expect the concentrate too, even though there's a potential for him to win the cycle, especially with this setup.
Not falling for the low. There's the block on the guard thrust, though.
Incredible stuff. The wheel comes out as well. You're going to get the knockdown once again with 200 EX.
Simple,
yeah, VO into the, just again. Oh, he is secure.
Yeah, that is making it 100% sure here.
Yep, I'm 100% sure.
I mean, hey, Wald's got a bit more health, so
yes, he does.
Doesn't cost us too much there because we were definitely burning our meter.
Yeah, absolutely.
EX delayed cancel. We've seen that happen earlier in the bracket. It's a very good one for Shacho. So, but the poke out, very nice.
I really like the way that 2Gig has been confirming off of very simple openers, and it's a really good way to get your combo going.
I think 2Gig's really showing off how nice it is to just have these great normals at your disposal.
Yes, very, very much so. Okay, does run up and gets thrown, put in that washing cycle once again.
The command grab is very fast. So you can, it's kind of surprising sometimes what places you can sneak it out in, but does not find anything with a throw, and there's the nice fight back here from 2Gig. Doesn't get the full extension, but looking at trying to find something here. There it is.
What an opening! Just takes it and immediately runs away with this with another Nice combo here. Going to be able to get the setup.
Yeah,
getting
the
a
HP
little
is
bit life back too.
Might matter, yep.
Yeah.
Has CS, so Shacho has to be a little bit careful about how he places if he tries to go in here. But no, yeah, again, there's the reverse beat from Sweep. Getting the full combos is so nice here.
Yeah, 2Gig has got to be feeling good about this.
That's a big one.
That was huge. Again, you know, like we said, 3 out of 5. There is opportunity to make adjustments and things like that, and you know, a little bit more set play and things like that. But this is a very, very strong start.
Yeah,
I
Shacho,
feel like
given a little bit of thought there. You know, you're facing players from different country that you probably haven't had experience before, and it's a game like Under Night, right? There is so much going on under the surface as far as how you're cycling your options, and every match there's so much information about. Okay, you're thinking about, you know, what they did on their defense, what you can adjust, how you know, what options you did that didn't work out or worked out right. So,
but at this point, I really feel like Shacho needs to take that information and stop thinking about it and start doing.
Yeah,
you have to start doing.
Definitely did something there with the wake up God press. Not gonna work out, but he does get the knockdown here. So can 2GIG close out this round, or can we see a comeback of sorts from Shacho? Just barely staying safe.
Not sure. I like the anti-air just in case he jumps, because Shacho has been jumping a lot. It would have been an easy catch, but then went for the low as soon as he saw that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, we are really seeing 2GIG leverage this 2C, this sweep. Putting in a lot of work in this matchup here.
Definitely.
Seems very difficult for Shacho to contest in that range.
It really does.
And again, the call out, right? Trying to call out Assault or some sort of stand tech punish there. Not working out at all. It is, might just die on this hill here. We'll see.
Yeah, all right, so we got the bombs, and then, of course, you have to make that. Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
We do have a VO coming out here. What can he make with this little bit? Look, it's just rapidly going. The DP, even though it didn't connect, it wasted the rest of the VO.
Yeah, and Shacho actually did not punish the EXDP here from 2GIG.
No.
And, I mean, it was pretty far away.
Oh,
that still hit!
Are you kidding me? 2GIG, yeah, crowd popping off for 2GIG right now. One away.
Yeah. 2GIG looking very comfortable here. I mean, it's not. We haven't really seen too much double bomb or mix-ups. It's really just been containing Shacho. A lot of just using our good normals to make it so that you know, Wald is just left out to dry, so to speak.
All right, this is the last chance for Shacho to make it anyway. But what a
was that the venerable footsies? You tell me. Doesn't get a full confirm off of this, but we do have Watanabe. Again, that's not going to work out yet.
No, it isn't. That's the second time that's happened. So unfortunate. I feel like Shacho is beginning to crumble and crack as we're seeing this. Backdash not punished. Okay, we finally get a little bit of something going on for Shacho.
That was a nice chase down with the Assault J6E here from Shacho. He'll try and make something happen. Not biting on the overhead.
No, okay.
Yep. The fake into command grab going to work out here. The throws. Back to back here. Another one, yep.
Okay.
He has CS as well.
He does have CS. Could he make this work?
He takes some chances, and he does. 2GIG crumble a little bit that round, but we'll see.
Yes.
Still does only need one more game to go, but it does look like Shacho is kind of finding his footing, so to speak, here.
Yes, finally. I'm glad to see it. I really want to. But 2GIG has got to start making adjustments now. It does get hit. This is a lot.
Yeah, when I think of Shacho's gameplay, this is kind of what I'm imagining in my head is you got the opponent in the corner, and this is just where they die. Shacho trying to put the nail in the coffin, but wake up EXDP. 2GIG willing to take the risks. Is that going to work out? Wow. Don't think that was a punish, but...
No, not quite.
Still working out really well for Shacho here.
Okay, we got counter on both sides.
Yeah, a bit of a scramble, and 2GIG just holding down the 4. Gets a sweep. The trade
again.
not going to be able to get a combo
no,
off it. Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Shacho a little bit better at recovering from that trade. And now he takes... Game 3, so it's 2-1 now.
2-1, yes. Fine. Yeah, this is really high pressure and very stressful. Yes, nerves for sure.
But that was a key game for Shacho to win, and a very decisive one.
Yes, definitely incredibly decisive. So we're seeing that decisiveness once again. So now 2GIG is the one who needs to start making adjustments, and here we're seeing it. Gets a really good counter hit this time, and is going to move Shacho back into the corner. The rocks didn't work out that time. Okay, do 2 rocks. Well, I think there were about to be 3 rocks, but the puddle helped him out.
Oh, again, just the run-up jab. Again, Wald's normals are not known for being very fast, so you do see against Wald a lot of players going for this kind of like run-up attack here. But that's the second time we've seen roll into Veil off.
Yes.
Because it can be difficult to punish the roll, and if you're gonna get away with a roll, oftentimes it does seem like the Veil off is working out very well.
All right.
Finds a hit, but no confirm here.
Yeah, the chain shift does come out from Shacho, but the DP is going to work.
And now 2GIG's just going to try and slowly bleed Shacho out, but what a confirm!
Oh, incredible.
I think this might be enough, but the drop!
No!
Oh, okay, there's the throw.
Shoo!
Gave him one more chance, but still, Shacho was able to take the round. Is this the start of tying it up?
It could be. It could be. But I know 2GIG would love to close it out now.
Yeah, 2GIG like just barely is clipping walled with a lot of these hits, but unable to get the full confirm. But that's really what you want to see as Carmine.
It sure is. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, this full screen game plan has actually been working out kind of well for Shacho. It hasn't really led to anything big from either side.
Oh,
but
what a grab!
It's given Shacho the time to adapt, the time to adjust, and now with Vorpal on deck, hard to say who's going to go to it. But the concentrate, wow, 6C just hitting. First hit, and we have a tied up 2-2 game.
And those second 2 games went just as quickly as the first did. And I loved seeing, like, secure it with something like that, steer under, make sure, you know, it's just 2 buttons and then you're going to be able to do that extra damage. If you know that's going to close it out, that's great. They are both thinking so hard.
Yeah, Shacho definitely had a lot of adjustments. I think the main thing is that he's not really trying to contest 2GIG as much in the mid-range.
All right.
He's willing to, like, kind of let things play out a little bit more. Because we've seen it go to kind of full screen.
Oh, the creeping edge does get caught. This is going to be a really nice opening here for 2GIG.
Yeah, in the corner. Let's see. Shacho usually tries to take a risk in this situation. Does go for it.
That was such high risk, but such high reward. What else can we get from this? They're pretty much even in life now.
Big swipe here.
That is a very big swipe.
The anti-air, though, chooses not to try and challenge it.
No.
Very scared of maybe J2C or something coming out from Shacho, but this is what 2GIG needs here. Has the meter to confirm. We'll almost certainly see something.
Okay.
And just going to take the HP and get the setup here.
Yeah, creeping edge is punished once again. That's just not working out. All right.
Okay, Roxy, yes, is going to give him a little bit of room, but no, Shacho, again, it's just
goodness.
long. The reach.
The range is just incredible. All right, coming in on it now.
2GIG is still alive, but this is not a great spot to be in for Carmine here. Again, the overhead, and Shacho pulling ahead for the first time in the set.
No, 2GIG shaking his head. You can see it there on the camera. He doesn't like this. And then now we're punishing that opener every single time.
2GIG trying to go in for something. Doesn't find the green shields. There's so many shields coming out from Shacho, but okay, there it is.
All right, wins it. That is a huge cycle to win.
2GIG doing a very good job of punishing these rolls with throw. We'd like to see a grid crush or something from him maybe, but he needs to try and end it here if he's going to do it. There's an unblockable command grab. CS to confirm off of it.
Oh, what a setup there. Back into the corner. And so this is going to be really, really great for 2GIG.
Now, he doesn't have access to CS, and this is a little bit scary here. Shacho jumps, gets the hit, actually. Wow, 2GIG.
This is great for 2GIG.
I believe he can kill from this if he wants to. Yeah, we'll just spend IW here.
Okay, wow. I had to hold my breath on that one. Because, you know, like sometimes with damage proration, you just are not quite sure.
Final game, final round here, but we do have so many resources for Shacho, and that's going to make a difference here. But nice button jump.
Goodness.
The crowd screaming here.
Going absolutely wild right now.
There's a lot of West Coast here rooting for 2GIG.
Okay, what a big opener here. This is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, will we see an EX? We will. We saw some meterless enders here, but now.
You were cheering for bombs. Let's go.
2GIG going for the kill here. The cross up. The Veil also. And immediately goes for the command grab. Shacho is just smelling blood in the water, trying to make it. JA to confirm!
We've built up a 100 meter now. This is a good opportunity. If he needs to spend it, you got that on deck.
Yeah, he's burning out this Veil off. It's not going to kill,
no,
but it is spending a lot of time.
And he got the health back at the end, too. This is huge.
The bomb, that's not enough. He doesn't get to confirm for the bomb hit. Crucial drop here for 2GIG, but we'll see if it matters. Huge pop off for 2GIG. Wow. At the very end.
Incredible.
The anti-air DP so clutch. And Shacho, what a great sportsmanship, you know. Tell 2GIG how good that was. Oh, man.
That was, the heart. I'm feeling it too, buddy. I'm feeling it too.
I feel like we slowed down a little bit in that set, and then we were just off to the races in that last game as they were just slinging at each other.
Yes.
A very exciting way to end that set.
That was.
But what a smile on 2GIG White's face. This is a huge accomplishment as he's now the last player in our LCQ. Exciting.
So now we have our grand finals of our LCQ. The winner of the, wow, and people are very opinionated about this. So audience, I'm curious. If you want 2GIG to make it into our top 8, let me hear you. All right? Okay. If you want Sploogey to get into that top 8, let me hear you.
There's a lot
Okay,
crowd
there's
here.
a
Yeah, no, this is very
lot.
good.
This is
match,
divided.
This match
I
is going to
love
be really
that.
good.
This is going to be so great. And I'm curious, you at home, you know, put some stuff in chat. I'm going to go back and check all of that later. Thank you for joining us here. I'm always excited to see what you have to say. This is going to be an incredible grand finals of this LCQ for that final spot for the opportunity to face Ohito.
That's very exciting. It's like, I can't even look towards the future now because this match is just...
this match is going to be...
We're going back-to-back great matches here.
I mean, every match has been really stellar.
Yeah.
Even though some of them, like you said, have been bloodbaths, even within those, there have been such fabulous gameplay that we've gotten to witness. But now, these two fighting so hard for this well-deserved spot.
It's gonna be tough to top that last match, but I'm looking forward to it.
I am too. I mean, I agree. I'm very curious because 2GIG has been fairly consistent throughout that entire loser's side. But
I will say Sploogey has been looking really unfazed throughout this LCQ.
I think
so
that's such a good way to phrase it.
It's pretty spooky to have to play him right now.
Unfazed is such a good word for it because he's just been shoop and just moved on. I mean, you took out so many killers in the Uni community who showed up here, and there were quite a few of them for this last chance qualifier. I mean, and the only ones you didn't have to face, the only killers were already on stage.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often these two players are going to have fought before, so, I mean, perhaps in online stuff. So I haven't had an opportunity to check out, but I think whatever happens, it's going to be a good one. I mean,
I totally agree. This is going to be fantastic.
I would say, I think if you're 2GIG coming out of that, having beaten Shacho, like Shacho's mental and the way he tries to dismantle you has been very intimidating. So the fact that he's able to, get through that is definitely like that's a huge motivation.
Yes.
For you going into this. And I think that is going to be a key place where you don't want to fall short against Hyde, against Sploogey.
No.
Is, if your mental game takes a bit of a dip, that might really be the deciding factor. Yeah,
and I think you bring up a really good point with, Sploogey's Hyde, is that it's so consistent.
Yeah.
And we've seen this, in the games that we've already had. Even because of, some of the movesets that were so crucial to Hyde did get a little bit nerfed. They were still used to great effect in previous matches. So it's like, at some level, yes, that fundamentally that has changed, but when you're in the hands of somebody as competent as Sploogey, who's been playing the character as well as Sploogey, how do you go? Yeah. There's the Ogre cosplayer I was talking about it. Yeah.
Hey.
Look at that. Looking fantastic. I love it. Again, the cosplay here, so top notch. And I can't wait to get to see, and for you all to get to see more of it. Like, I see there's an Elfeld, there's a Bridget. I see there's another Bridget. There are people who, I saw there was a Ram earlier. We have several Slayers. It's been a Grimnir in the front row the entire time. Shout out to Grimnir. Love that. It's there's an ABBA as well. It's been really great to see all of these cosplayers. They have brought out their A game, and a lot of that I think has a lot to do with the art creator program. We've been really excited to have that and see a lot of the creatives who've been, getting to showcase their work more frequently.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been sweet seeing art support everybody from creators, like you said, and also just this event's been such a blast. Yeah.
And it's just the first day.
Yeah. It is just the first one, which is crazy thing about us.
It's so
this is just LCQ. We've got we got 2 other games here. We got 2 more, LCQs to watch tonight, as well as the actual matches and group stages throughout the weekend. So it's great that we're starting off the day here, showing people how awesome Uni is, and what better way. Obviously, there's a button check going on here as players are just warming up, but I don't think we're going to be seeing any surprises as far as characters are concerned.
No, I doubt it. But, I hope everyone in the crowd and at home are ready for this. Let's get into it now. This is our Uni 2 Last Chance Qualifier Grand Finals.
This is it. Sploogey versus 2 Gigabyte.
Oh my goodness.
Sure, there's a lot they're probably thinking about right now, how they're going to approach this match, but we're not going to find out until they jump into it, so here we go.
No, here we go. All right.
And right off the bat, big hit here for 2GB.
Yeah, that's a really volatile opener, and Splugie is just going to have to hold all this damage. That's really big.
It could be a long one, though. This is 3 out of 5 again here, so plenty of room for these players to feel each other out.
Definitely.
Oh! Yeah,
okay,
very scary.
big
The bomb
hits.
trade
Yeah.
makes it so it's so hard to challenge 2GB, especially, I mean, we saw Chacho do it with like a command grabs and stuff, but we don't have that as Hyde here, so jumps out though. Okay, he lets him out. Hits him out of the air with the fireball follow-up here.
But there is a recovery that does come out from 2GB, though. This is really, really big. 2GB, of course, going to have to win 6 straight games to claim this title if he wants it.
No, I thought we slowed down a little bit there in the corner, but no, we're back to pedal to the metal here.
All right, here we go.
And 2GB with another clean hit.
This is almost identical to the first round. You got to lock Hyde down. Oh my God!
He's ready.
That was so good.
Lets it rip with the ADP, and actually finds the hit off of the plus frames. Very nice. Wow. But we did see it, the SDP from 2GB there. So very ready for that situation. We saw Splugie use that a lot versus Chacho, using pogo shenanigans to catch opponents off guard. And it didn't look like 2GB has the answer there. So showing that in the first round is a big sign that he's pretty prepared for this.
Yeah.
The trades.
Oh my goodness. All right, no, the counter program meets him in the air.
Yeah, so you have 2 versions of the pogo meterless. You have basically the forward and the back one, right? So he was actually ready for both versions that time because the descending backwards gives you maybe a little more space to try and avoid getting punished there. But 2GB jumping forward, just calling him out air to air. What a message to be sent.
That certainly was a message. First game goes to 2GB.
And wow, Roundstar Dash C to call out the assault here?
This is another strong opener, but I like that it was a little bit different.
Yeah. Oh, again, the assault just jumping straight into the bomb. 2GB kind of getting everything he wants here as Carmine. This is kind of looking like an example of everything you want here in Carmine.
Yeah, punishes the creeping edge too.
And now the throw loops.
All
Lets it rip with the DP. That makes a lot of sense here. And actually finds the counter hit. So 2GB. Gonna eat a lot. You have to be careful. The life looks like a big life lead, but that might just go away immediately here.
Woo!
Yep. Actually, I think you're dead.
Yeah, with the 200 EXS on deck, there's absolutely that opportunity.
Might even be meterless, honestly.
You could
okay,
just spend one.
Yeah, like I was saying, I mean, your life can just evaporate against this character.
It certainly can. So now getting into this. Okay, this is the first time we didn't have a massive round start advantage for 2GB. Okay, I spoke too soon. My bad. So now we're going to have a massive round start opening once again for 2GB.
Yeah. Now, Splugie is going to have Vorpal, and 2GB doesn't have resources. So it could be a good opportunity to challenge. And does do it only a DP, but here comes Splugie's offense. Finds the frame trap, doesn't get the confirm from EX, though. Oh, the hit!
Okay.
So Shield tries to concentrate back, but doesn't quite.
No, it doesn't quite.
Gets caught out!
Oh, this is a big punish on the side of 2GB.
Yeah, huge damage from this dash lead. This has been putting in so much work in this LCQ. And he has 200, so I believe that's going to be the round. Wow.
That is so dominant from 2GB.
Yeah, we're really trying to find out who our LCQ winner
and
is really fast
here. And he would like to let you know. This is going so quickly. All right, I like the aggression on the side of Splugie. This is a much better round start. But as soon as I say it, the 2GB gets right back in with this huge opener.
Yeah, huge rising JA here. What's it going to be from this bomb? Splugie just holding down the fort.
Just trying to creep it. Oh, there it is. That was the opening that Splugie was looking for.
Really good stuff here from Splugie. We're going to go to the corner. Spend meter? Certainly. We're going to lock in our Vorpal cycle now. This is a really grim spot to be in. Blocks the third Rekka.
Yeah, had that green shield briefly as well from Carmine.
There's a huge tech and the delay, but there's a bail immediately. Splugie, no hesitation.
No, backdash into the grab, that fake out, that was so strong.
Even going to be able to cash out on that veil off. Gets that free IW, and the no tech here from 2GB. Not familiar with the combo IW, but gets a JA, or 5A, sorry. That's huge. We're going to get some HP back.
Yeah, that's really, really big at this point in the game. What an overhead, do it twice. Make it nice, as my good friend St. Cola says.
Is that enough? We're going to get the cycle, too, so CVO should be able to lock it in here.
Oh, that was rude. Just to watch like that. Oh my goodness, the sass and showmanship on this man.
Yeah, I had to wait for the meter from the chain shift to get that 100. And wow, okay. I thought Splugie had a really good shot at that game, but 2GIG, what a force right now.
That was so sassy. To sit there like that and just be like, all right, cool, and just end it the way it did with the
Yeah. So 2GIG is working on this reset.
Very, very quickly.
He's making good time on it. See if he can. There's a huge dash C though, and like you were saying before, even though it is slightly weaker in some aspects, we're seeing it still leveraged to its full capacity here. So it's still quite a menace. Okay, pressure here from Splugie. The jump out, but no, I'm not sure if the J8 didn't come out, or if that was just a forward jump, but in any case, Splugie gonna get a huge hit here, and 2GIG kind of hanging themselves a little bit.
Yeah, just still
and the combo throw might be able to just clinch it out here.
Yeah, this is a real, this is the Splugie I expected to see. Yeah, that was a really good round from Splugie.
Okay. Oh!
And again, what an opener. Splugie was like, I would really love to not do another set.
Yeah.
Or another 3. Let's go ahead and get this
The jump back
moving.
response from 2GIG, unfortunately, not so great here, but is able to get the corner and even shields the assault. So ready for that.
Yes, so incredibly ready. Oh my goodness. 2GIG, honestly, right now playing the best I've ever seen them play.
He is doing everything he needs to do here. Finds the hit.
Amazing stuff coming out from this too. You go from one side, you go to the other side. Where is Carmine? Everywhere, and you just have to be ready like that.
With the DP?
Yeah.
The jump over is no. Okay, a little bit awkward on the verticality there. We couldn't tell what side he was on, I think. But the drop, and oh no, we have a stick malfunction maybe.
No.
I think we have a stick malfunction. I did see Splugie. I think he was like relogging in between the matches, so it might be a stick issue.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna get everybody up here to determine what is going to happen. You know, of course, we do have rules in place for all of this, so we're going to make sure that everything is set so that we can have a good, clean rest of our grand finals. But oh, that was getting really intense.
Yeah. At first, I thought people were making noise for like the combo drop, but then like after seeing the auto walk back, it looks like it's an input issue, but
right.
We're gonna get that resolved shortly, I'm sure. But it has been a crazy set so far.
It really has. The way, I said it, but 2GIG honestly has been playing the best I've ever seen them play. Because a lot of the times when 2GIG does play, there gets to be a point where the nerves will kick in.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've done a lot of finals, a lot of large tournaments where 2GIG is present, and so I feel like I have watched and commentated so many of 2GIG matches, and usually there's a place where there's some kind of flub or an issue, but right now he's looking really clean. Like yeah, and not losing out in the mental either, like I mentioned before, is so far I think some really clutch, like the rising JAs and the pickups been really good. Okay, so it looks like we just got a quick update. So it was a control malfunction on Splugie's side. It looks like we got that fixed actually pretty quickly. So
which is awesome.
Yeah, so I do think we're going to be able to jump back in these matches pretty fast. But
yeah, and shout outs to production once again for being ready and on deck to handle that so that we can get right back into this grand finals. So I'm really grateful that we have all of these fantastic people here with us, and making it as comfortable and as exciting here in the venue as it is for you all at home.
It does look like we're going to be able to see. I guess the question is whether that was a round taken or if we're going to replay it or not.
I don't know.
Okay, it looks like it's going to be a round take. So I think Splugie was up one round, I believe, and then so now it's going to be so 2GIG is going to take that round, which means we are going to be looking at the third round in this game 3, I think. So it is going to be reset point as a result. For 2GIG. So here we go. So we're going straight into it again. Reset point. 2GIG only needs one more. They both have 200 meter. So that's something that is gonna definitely make an impact.
And already spent on the side of Splugie. Yeah. I really like that decision. Go ahead and be definitive and move forward.
Wow. What attack?
All right.
ADV though, no punish.
I love that this does not seem to have deterred Splugie at all.
Yeah.
It's made him more powerful.
I think that's power up. Yeah.
Okay. And looking at all of this, getting the steer, enter in the dash, making it a little confusing, but the run under on that jump after the pogo was a really strong thing for 2GIG to get.
Yeah, huge punish here for 2GIG into the prison and the double bomb. So not going to be able to kill off of this, but
No.
if he can find the hit here, blocks the Fuzzy though, but
Oh,
gets the hit.
what a counter
3B.
hit. Yeah. That 3B coming in clutch. Okay, getting the knockdown once again as well. Getting the prison and into the double bombs.
Next hit can kill for either side, honestly.
Yeah,
here.
and if we wait much longer, you might be getting
He bails
Celestial.
off.
Oh, big
Blocks the dash
VO.
C. Here's more pressure here. Okay, we're out of gas as high, but there's the
Oh,
bail
another
off.
V up and
Can Tugibate force his turn? He's going to win CS, I believe. He has CS.
and he's got
Sees
Celestial.
it.
What a huge
He didn't have any resources,
thing.
though.
No
JA!
overhead.
He gets it.
Cross up.
Okay,
That's a reset.
That's a reset.
All
A
right.
little bit of a... All right, he's taking his time, but he does not want to... He
No.
wants a little bit of a break. We're
Momentum.
resetting a little bit here. He's like, wait. Does it look like Spoochie was ready to go back into that one? But,
Yes.
2Gig wants a little more time,
Yeah,
which makes a lot of sense here.
Little bit of a chill, little bit of a calm down.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what? Whew. All right, so now everybody has been to the losers side of the bracket.
Yeah, it
We're-
is 0-0 now.
It is 0-0. We are starting clean, but what a show so far from 2Gig. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm looking for that aggressive round start. Oh, backdash does get caught, and that's going to be the opener
Yeah.
that 2Gig was looking
No,
for.
like you're saying, I think that the impressive thing is that even when Spoochie gets everything going his way, 2Gig is finding the places to bounce back. And that
Yes.
has been something that I think is very hard for players to do well. And
Yes.
that's where, I mean, we saw Shacho just get decimated by Spoochie because Spoochie was just running his game.
Exactly, yeah.
And you know, Shacho was having a hard time figuring out how to get out of these situations, but 2Gig, there is no doubt that his mental is really on point today.
You can really see it. Winning that cycle again and again and again. The puddle is out. We got the chain shift. Did you see what was coming in?
Yeah, gonna have to hold this pressure. We have a lot of meter as well. But there's the dash C again. That's been the real linchpin here for Spoochie to find the opportunity in between, you know, the waves of the bombs and the puddles.
Yeah, all right. Running once again. I like the empty jump, but the empty jump is challenged again from 2Gig. That's going to be the round.
Yeah, this JAOS cannot be stopped right now.
No, it cannot.
Round start 5B, no full confirm, but
Oh,
the
what?
clash, yeah, there's more durability on that EX Fireball, so
Yeah.
Spoochie, we saw that earlier too, leaning on the EX Fireball to try and get this round start to work out.
All right, into the corner now. Oh, not. I was going to say we slowed
Yeah.
down. Lies, we have not.
The frame traps there actually finding 2Gig by pressing something, and now you're in the corner against Hyde with a throw, and it's a combo throw. Doesn't get anything off of
Oh,
JA
went
again.
for it again. Yeah,
Oh,
this
no.
is now 2Gig taking advantage of all of that situation.
And see the choice here, because yeah, Prison, the thing is HP might not really make too much of a difference other than making you survive from a throw, so.
Oh, wow.
Sees it, has
Yeah.
the EX. He's at the gas now though, so, here
Yeah,
comes
this is
Spoochie trying
big.
to end it right now.
Yeah, whoa, backdash there
One
to
attack.
check on the throw. Yeah, that throw has been coming out a lot from Spoochie. Now you're getting Celestial once again. That's a 20% damage increase on the side of
so
2Gig.
down the attack.
Oh,
I
that's
think
it!
Yeah, that's gonna, oh, and
No,
the
he
drop!
dropped it!
Oh my god, just barely. It is so close here, but Spoochie finds CS, and that might make the difference here. No, he,
Oh!
Palebringer for the 6B. And the drop really costing it for 2Gig is now tied up in this post-reset.
All right, this is the opener, though, that's been so strong for 2Gig throughout this entire LCQ.
Yeah, but this is a great start here for 2Gig.
It is, it is. We get those bombs
Yeah,
coming
we got
out.
the Carmine set play coming up here. It might have been a bit of a flop, but you know, I
little
think we
bit,
still
it
find the
worked
hit.
out,
Yeah,
yeah.
I wasn't entirely sure what 2Gig was looking for there, but does find this frame trap here, and now is looking to collect.
Oh,
Nice!
grid break. That's massive.
Oh!
All right, but the low coming out from Spoochie, getting back to the other side of this.
Just
And
a
the thing
run-up.
is, he
Look at that
can't,
corner to corner.
he can't gain any grid from this, though, which is such a shame.
JA, can he get a punish this? No! There's
Oh,
a JA
there's the
again, no!
overhead.
And 1-0 now for 2Gig leading, pulling ahead, and Spoochie has to find a way to stuff this Ryzen JAOS because it is putting in so much work.
It is. It's
But easier said than done because at the end of the day, it's just like you have to leave less holes for 2Gig to get out of it, and that just that means if you're leaving smaller gaps, it's a lot harder to actually find these frame traps, and
Yes,
it's gonna
and
be
there's
tough.
again
round
this
start.
opener.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
2Gig is actually so good in this round start. It's crazy. I mean,
Yes.
we've seen Spoochie with EX Fireball in particular do really well, but when they're both naked, no resources, it's so good for 2Gig.
It is. And look at this. Like, he's barely spent any of his own health for this. He is absolutely cruising his way through. VO, just take it.
Yeah.
Round's yours.
Yeah, a little bit of meter too. A lot actually because yeah.
A lot of meter, yeah. I do really like the way that works for
Yeah.
Yudi. Just
Takes-
take it.
Take your time. Make sure you get all that juice back. All right.
Oh my gosh, the momentum on the side of Sploogie is absolutely crumbling.
The twitches.
All right,
Oh,
there's
there
a great
they-
break.
yeah.
Okay, that's massive.
That is really good here for Sploogie. We've got meter. We've got Vorpal. So 2Gig's going to have to find his way out the old-fashioned way unless he gets to 100 meter. Dash block's out.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the overhead does not work out. That pogo has not worked, I think, any times for him at all against 2Gig.
Jumps out. Yeah, he was like looking for a deep here, some kind of challenge here from Sploogie to fade out. But you know what? Still finds the hit here.
Yeah, this is potential for a bit of a health comeback. Got the 2 bombs. Didn't get the set win in for the grab with the empty jump. I like it.
Oh,
no. Yeah, the wheel was out. You challenged it and you shouldn't have. You've got
that should
200
be the
EXS. Yeah, go ahead. IW.
2-0. I hear some people popping off in the crowd as well. As this is looking really good. He's smiling.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't get to him, but
no.
He must know that yeah, things are really working out for him right now. Yeah, he's trying to calm himself down.
Yeah, but you can't help but see the smile.
Yeah.
You know you're doing real well. Like,
I mean, everything is just working out for him right now, you know? Like, I mean,
it is.
Like, Sploogie ended up hanging himself on just trying to grit the rest of the wrong time against Oki there. That's the kind of thing that, hey, you will love to see that if you're in the tournament. There's a JA, though, from Sploogie.
All right, yeah.
Giving 2Gig a little bit of a taste of his own medicine here. Going to secure the Vorpal again here as a result.
Yeah, could potentially be the start of something. However, this is the start of something in reverse. I mean, it's so good,
I mean,
Brett.
that's that decision. Dash block into 2A. So, you know, very subtle choice, but the fact that it's just such a correct choice here is
All right,
is
finally,
so impressive.
we got the invincible reversal with that DP coming out. That was really good.
I mean,
oh, the CS, it's so smart on the
he
side
didn't
of
have the
2Gig.
meter, though, so wasn't actually able to do anything. I think that's why Sploogie was willing to let that go. So actually a bit of a resource waste here for 2Gig, and that might cost him here because one more hit can do it maybe. Is it throw? Is it strike? What's it going to be? Oh, no way!
Because it's happening!
He needs to buy a large together. That was crazy.
That was
he doesn't get
so
the finisher
good.
off of this, but got away with murder there, honestly.
No. Oh my God, the force function!
Force function!
It was so good, and now he is 1 round away from securing that final spot in the top 8.
Facing finds the counter hit and the pick up.
What a way to continue that combo. It was so confident.
Yeah, with only 1 round, 2Gig could just do it here. And we have not seen Sploogie's got to wake up. There's the veil off.
Okay.
Tries to make something happen.
On the other side, I was so glad that he recovered after that fireball.
Again, it doesn't get punished, even though there was, he didn't get hit.
No grab. Too
out of
far
the
away.
corner.
Then get caught now. The wheel is there. You're going to get the knockdown. You have 200 meter. Yeah, go ahead and spend 100.
Sploogie has to bounce back from this. He's not out of this yet.
How is he going to bounce back?
There's unblockable. I think that should be it with the chain shift.
Oh, there it is. Other
And
side.
that's it. The real
Pop off.
Wow.
That was incredible. 2Gig is the last chance qualifier winner. Let's hear it!
I'm speechless. That was the best I've ever seen.
That is the
play,
best,
for sure.
hands down. And like you said, we've seen 2Gig play a lot. That was fire.
And now that means he is our last finalist here.
You have won the chance to fight Ohito.
And that means we're going to see him on Sunday.
We will
He's
see
gonna
him
fight
on
Ohito. That's
Sunday.
crazy.
Let's go. Give it up one more time for 2Gig.
And the NorCal chant. Everyone giving him his energy.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it. Yeah, so we are going to get to hear a little bit from 2Gig after this. Just a little bit, but man, that was an incredible LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, I think
incredible.
we spent a bunch of time like hyping up, especially Sploogie looking so strong versus Shatra. Like the top of that was like our first match, I think. Right?
It was, yeah.
But you know, 2Gig's momentum just coming back from the loser's side, and just kind of running over everybody.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the bracket, how it stands now with our 7 qualified, now 8 qualified players. So we have all in the winner's side. Mawaru versus Mosin, Ohito versus 2GIG, Big Black versus Sonaru, and Kyo versus Defiant.
Again, these are just all killer matches.
They're so good. I am so excited for, like, and now I'm trying to figure out how, because there are definitely certain things that I want to see happen, and I'm sure at home there's certain things you want to see happen. This is going to be stellar from top to bottom.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be doing some damage to my voice this early in the weekend, but you know, that last LCQ match was crazy, and these matches, I love that diversity, like I said before, in terms of region, in terms of player and character. It's just very exciting, and you know, with only 8 spots, you might be worried, like, you know, do we have the right kinds of spreads? But no, I'm so confident that these 8 players are just going to make for some amazing matches. But let's hand it over to Cola and get some words from 2GIG, your LCQ winner.
Wow, wow, wow. Absolute dominance in that grand finals from loser side of all things that typically happen. With 2GIG, you've earned your shot to fight it out on Sunday. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I've been working really. I've been working really hard for like the past year, so I'm really glad I could like show off my stuff and like hang out with like the best players.
Well deserved, well deserved. I have a gift for you right here. Hold that up real high so people can see where you can be placed on Sunday. Once again, give it up for 2GIG. One more time for the one time. I see you, Cal. Give it up for him, yeah. All right, commentators, back over to you.
You know, you were saying up there, 2GIG, you know, that you can be with the best. Congrats, you are one of the best.
Absolutely.
Undeniably after that, you are one of the best Under Night players, and you join the best on Sunday. So that is going to wrap it up here for the LCQ. For us, for our part of the LCQ for Uni 2, we'll be back with that incredible top 8 on Sunday.
Yeah, for more Uni on Sunday. But again, if you love this LCQ, definitely tune in later today. We've still got Strive and Granblue. There's a ton of games left today.
So much. And yeah, Granblue coming up right after this for their LCQ. Yeah. Really looking forward to seeing that. Thank you all so much. We will see you again on Sunday.
Yes.
Until then, stay here for some Granblue coming up right after this.
All right.
僕も混ぜてよ。
Good evening and welcome back, everybody, to the ARC World Tour Finals brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. That was a spectacular Uni Top 8 for the LCQ, but we got another one here for you. It's Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising LCQ Top 8. I am Zero alongside Jatsu. We're looking adorable as ever as we're getting into this one.
It's true. Looking fuzzy right now. As we head into this LCQ Top 8, I'm sure you guys have been super excited watching off stream, but now these gamers, 4 up in the winner's side, 4 in losers, fighting for that final slot in what I think most would call the death group, Group A of that top 16.
Absolutely. You know what? What's really surprising is this top 8 breakdown. I don't know what your picks are, but my picks are all over the place right now for this top 8 because what a surprise. We have that winner's semis kicking things off with Destin up against Incendiate, and then of course Have a Nice Day up against WTE, and then Keikata Koi, Europe's own TO, shows up for loser side top 8 up against Niantic, and then B-Paw sneaking in there up against Zenith. So we have quite the spread. I know a lot of folks kind of thought that Zenith might be in on the winner's side of things here, but man, oh man, I'm in for this real treat here, and I hope all of you at home are looking forward to seeing this action as much as I am.
I'm excited to see it. This winner's side in particular is very, it's a quirky character selection, right? You know, Destin, we know him for the Vicala, I think qualified with the Cagliostro, so definitely a couple picks in the pocket there. Lowain coming out from Incendiate, Have a Nice Day, of course, going to be rocking the Beatrix Classic, and if I'm not mistaken, BSG with the Vasaraga as well, so I'm very excited for these gamers to head up next.
Yep, yes, indeed. Yeah, BSG sneaking in there with that Vasaraga, of course, making a strong fight for that position. Yes. Was definitely one of my side picks there for sure. You know, I had that locked in top 4, and I'm telling you, only 2 of my top 4 have made it into this top 8.
I was going to say, so I actually ran into Incendiate at a Starbucks this morning as he was, you know, trying to caffeinate before some of these casuals. He was like, Jatsu, man, who do you got making it into this LCQ top 8? And funny enough, 2 of my picks are up on the stage right now, Destin versus Incendiate, which is unfortunate that they have to run into each other right now, but at least they have the buffer of being in the winner's side. But funny enough, Incendiate was also like, you know, if I had one pick for someone to make it out of this LCQ and get into that Group A, it's got to be BSG, who is on the other side of that winner's side. So, I don't know, these predictions are looking pretty accurate. The Apollo Foresight coming up huge.
Absolutely. Of course, Destin sticking with that Cagliostro through the run, had a conversation on the side. I know I give Destin a lot of crap on some of those TNSs, you know, about like, hey, man, maybe we look at other characters, right? But making that Vicala work so well. I mean, granted, you want to talk about a character that has a hard matchup spread that is Vicala for sure, but Destin has mastered that character so well and has really risen to the occasion. But going up with Cagliostro here against Incendiate is definitely a strong pick to kick things off on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because, you know, Destin, you scroll through his Twitter timeline, he's like mastering every character under the sun. You're like, okay, what are you actually going to pull up with for AWT LCQ? And now I'm wondering, right, because, you know, Incendiate, we know mostly for the Lowain, obviously has a couple other pocket picks, but between Vicala and Cag, you know, these are 3 characters in the pool that are going to pollute the screen, right? It's going to be a bunch of screen noise, so who is going to be able to wade through the muddy waters the best and secure their spot in the winner's finals? That's what it really comes down to.
Absolutely, and, you know, if the storyline happens, we have a little bit of a lore dump here on the side of Lowain on this LCQ top 8. Zenith going down to Tux to be dropped into that loser side top 8. Right? So that is another Lowain player, and if that path happens to cross, then Zenith might be out for vengeance against another Lowain player. It's like nothing personal here in Incendiate, but that character gives me some bad memories from this run here.
Yeah, Grimnir is definitely the talk of the town, I think, from the previous patch, and especially going to V2.0, feeling relatively unchanged. You know, the Fire Edge a little bit weaker, but heading on into it, you know, Incendiate, if he happens to run into Zenith, I think he had this as a potential matchup to prep for already. You know, ran into Artorias, got a couple anti-Grimnir tips that I won't reveal just yet, but in general, I think he's feeling pretty, you know, confident about running into that if he has to and send down into the loser's side.
Yes, absolutely. But one match at a time here, of course, you know, with these 2 stepping up. Cross paths for online brackets, and it's very rare that we get to see the West Coast kind of start dabbling into other regions in these online brackets, and we do get to see them run into each other in offline scenarios here as they start to get into this button check before kicking things off, because I'm telling you, if one of these players play Gron, it's probably destined for a little bit here, you know?
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, it'll be a fun time here. Of course, this entire LCQ run had its ups and downs across the entire participant pool. I mean, gosh, I was watching some of the Dude Calls matches here.
Yes.
And obviously, like, that was one of my picks there for Winterside top 8. And
yeah, you mentioned yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, to see, you know, the change up here in terms of appearances. Have a nice day. I did not have pegged on loser side of top 8. That's how volatile this LCQ have been going up into it. It's definitely going to be a terrifying sequence of events as we start to lock in our first game. How are we feeling out here in the venue, folks? Arc World Tour Finals. Got this LCQ kicking off. Let me hear it.
Okay. I'm liking the energy right now. Locking in with our favorite tunes. Destin just pulling up with the Grand Blue OST himself. It smiles on both sides. Adjust the posture real quick, and it looks like it is going to be the Cagliostro versus the Luane. No Siegfried to be seen, no Vakala either, but there we go, heading on into it. Our first match of the day, Destin versus Incendiate.
Right, same kind of game plan here, same type of idea in terms of trying to keep the opponent locked down, right? Of course, Incendiate going to look to populate the screen with some of the homies, making a lot of noise, making it tricky here for Destin to really get an offense going. Off the opposite side of the coin here, Destin can do the exact same thing, playing out those hexes. Nice beam, the 5H, and distance. That's the key factor here. No, actually just going to erase those here immediately with the low.
Yeah, just closing the distance immediately, right? I imagine normally as CAG, you're feeling pretty comfortable at that full screen, set up the traps and just stand on top of them and see how your opponent responds. But when you have a character like Luane who can set up the Catbot, set up the rockets, and then take to the skies to try and avoid the 6-6M, but instead it's the ultimate bro wheel to bring you right back.
The bro wheel sent the base throughout the entire arena. I don't, y'all, if you were not here, I was like, whoa.
Feeling the base just bump through, but now we're over here in the corner, caught out on the bro. One more hit could be enough for Incendiate, and I don't think you killed quite yet.
No, not quite. You do get super opportunity here, so HPA.
Wait a minute.
You'll be okay.
HPA still go. All right. I should have been a believer. I saw the health. I thought you had one more chance, but first round over here to Incendiate.
That 80% on the super bar, don't you forget it. It's about to cap out here. And we like to play basketball here on the side of Luane.
All right, now we send out the double bros early on, just getting some space off of the round start, but nothing found off the triple attack overhead.
Got the slide here. Another Catbot setup. Keep you blocking. And wait a minute. Scooped up. Oh, see? And like I was saying, that visual noise. Not quite sure when the opening is going to happen. Thought the throw was going to come from Incendiate, but instead we come with the Hail Mary. And Incendiate once again going for the SBA, excuse me.
Yep, the SBA for the HBA, the basketball bombos looking Hokuto no Ken, but still not going to be enough for the kill. Incendiate now has Destin in throw range, up against the corner and lets it rock. 3 throw baits in a row, and finally, to take game 1, pulls up for the throw.
That's what makes Luane so potent on offense. You're paying attention to all the other aspects of the screen. You saw the Catbot drop. I'm going to defend against Missile, and you forgot to look at Luane. That's going to be the key factor here. If you're going up against a character like Luane, you want to pay attention to the core character that's out there. Because, yes, there are going to be, you know, signs that the homie's coming through, but the surefire tell is what type of whistle is Luane blowing out there? What type of animation does he do to set out that Catbot?
What kind of noise are we trying to make? But off to the character select screen. So I was talking about the Vicky as the side pick, but of course, I saw this at a weighted fade as well. The swap over to the Nier, a character that Destin has still been sticking around on. It's been putting up some pretty decent results. Let's see if it's going to be enough here in the winner's semis to tie it back up.
This has changed so drastically for Nier. Like, all it needs is a single, you know, the homies roll through with the cartwheel, and that's a wrap for death, and you keep this pressure going like we already have here. Look at how much time it's going to take for Destin to have a death opportunity.
Oof. Yeah, just a little parry on minus frames. Keep the corner. Empty jump throw.
Stagger there. Keep the pressure going. Nice scoop.
Throwing right behind the Catbot summon. Once again, another throw. All right, send it with the ultimate wheel. BC point. Destin lost so much health off of it. The spot dodge on the ultimate twirl.
More missile barrage. Look at this. Slipping and sliding for a throw. The victory for round 1.
All right, let the bros rock. One more round for Incendiate to move on to Winners Finals. How do we hold on? Far H to start it off. Stop the approach immediately in the double unsummon.
It's very important here to try to get some of those points back here to bring back death sooner rather than later as you earn this offense. Nice stagger for corner.
Yeah, the deep dash on the close L, just catching out that fuzzy mash. Now the double unsummon once again. Full stocks up against the corner. We're about to build 100 for it as well. The throw's not lethal just yet.
All right, let's go for the JU low. Nice opener here, Destin.
All right. Knocking on Destiny's door, but his fate isn't sealed just yet. Tied up here in game number 2, but Incendiate's still 1 round away.
Oh, just quick jab. See, that's what I'm saying. It's changed so much. With 8 stocks down, that's going to be a lot of time before Death comes back for you here on support. Nice low poke here. The reset off the offensive pressure to do it.
Yeah, the immediate challenge, even off of the minus frames, right? Thought Destin to be a little bit greedy off of that turn. Now we're still stuck in the corner.
Back off here. Homie comes in low. More missiles to keep you pressing.
Yeah.
No Brave counter coming from Destin quite yet, but the ult.
Yeah, the 2-2-U, the Bone Cruncher. Are we going to get the side swap as well? No, it's sandwich pressure. BC on Death, so it's down for a little while with Incendiate. A full stick of butter.
Yeah, and already ran Destin back down to the opposite side of the screen. Not a lot of room here.
Yeah.
Death just coming back. What a challenge with the 5L.
There we go. The mash out behind the back. Gets the corner back. Still a decent amount of stocks to work with. Has to hold the ultimate wheel.
And actually fighting out of that corner was very important for Incendiate. We were trying to set up a victory condition. What a challenge there. Wait a minute.
Baited out the BC, but wasn't ready for the confirmed. Still, we got the ultimate death clause right behind, waiting for another 50. But it's so scary with no BC to your name.
Unbelievable. The missiles will open up here and Destin falls. Incendiate rises to that winner's finals position.
The Luane with all the bros in tow, moving on to winners finals of this LCQ. All right.
Absolutely impressive stuff here from Incendiate, keeping things locked and loaded with this Luane. And again, like I said at the top, it's that visual noise that you're trying to fight against here. Of course, you could try to throw out Nier to try to keep up the pace. But man, with Death being punched out so easily by Luane pressure, that makes it very difficult to get that offense going. We had a few good tricks up our sleeve here, especially with the double unsummons, right? To build up that meter for Death to get back in the action sooner. But how often do we call out Destin at 8 stocks and had all the time in the world to push back into the corner? Even when we lost corner, we were already going back over to the opposite side with the support of Catalina bot helping.
Yeah, I think I like the swap over to the Nier because we were immediately playing a little bit more aggressive. We kind of talked about this in game number 1, right? Where Luane, once he's at full screen, you're able to summon Catbot and just aggress, whether it's approaching with 6XM or calling out the bros behind it and just reinforcing your approach. So instead, going over to the Nier where either we were holding our ground with far H round start or sending out the Death Twirl to at least fight for a little bit of that space early on, it was working out for Destin. But, you know, once we were able to BC or 5L interrupt on Death, there's such a big downtime for him to, you know, aggress and bring you coast to coast.
Absolutely. You got to keep in mind, you know, the loss of abilities from Nier once Death falls. That means you're losing out on your universal defensive options. You're losing out on immediate reversals, no EXs for you. This is just you and triple attacks and whatever is between the opponent and the ground in front of you.
Exactly. You got BC, but no Raging Strike. So, you know, even if you're close to lethal range in situations where others are able to get a light lethal confirm, like, you're fighting for your life and waiting for Death to come back up. But we're waiting for our next players to get ready. We got Have a Nice Day versus BSG up next.
Yes, BSG with a clutch appearance in this winner's side top 8 of the LCQ, and Have a Nice Day also making a strong appearance here. Of course, you know, talk of the town, right, is just that most recent change for Have a Nice Day in terms of tournament performance. But y'all got to remember, this player made a top 8 performance at EVO. That's a big opportunity there. Of course, did not make the top 6 video. That's what everyone's watching, right? Sure enough, you're watching that. But we're talking about the opportunity here of making top 8, also going up against international competition and still showing up strong, not only with this Beatrix, but also Beelzebub is in the pocket here. Vasaraga, though, is a force to be reckoned with. I was definitely concerned whether or not BSG would make it out here, and lo and behold, BSG clutched it out, was able to make it looking sharper than ever right now. And this is, you know, one of those underdog players throughout this year that I've really had my eye on, has been increasing in performance. Every single tournament they've made an appearance at has taken out Bracket Demons on their run through this Arc World Tour competition here, and to make it in this top 8 losers qualifier, or excuse me, winner's side LCQ, this is a big moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's been killing it, right? I think it's not a far shot to say that he is the Vasaraga rep for NA, right? You know, just carrying a lot of the characters' hopes on his shoulders and dressed to the nines as well. You know, BSG in the navy blue pulling up to try and stay alive in this winner's side against Have a Nice Day, right? Someone who we know for incredible tournament results, especially online, but not too many appearances offline that we've gotten to see. But when he does show up, he shows out and makes it into these top cuts.
Yeah, and I think that's the important factor, right? It's just like you have to start counting those online performances. I know we're still in that turn of era, right? And trying to be like, you know, offline is really where it matters. No, this is great. You can't tell me a 200-person weekly online is not data that you can actually keep up with a player. This player has been very consistent, making consecutive victories at TNS online brackets here, and also making appearances across, Paragon Line brackets. I believe it's entered a few WSDs as well. Like this is a 10-year player online for sure. And like you said, offline, it might be just the means of being able to travel, and sometimes that is the crux of the situation, right?
Yeah.
But have a nice day. Still make those performances. But BSG also able to make those performances offline and online. We'll see. And BSG is getting excited about this one, maybe? Wait a minute.
He's like swapping through the pallets, and I just saw him like pog out of his gourd. He's so excited to be here, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Have my color? You got my character color on here?
I thought I saw the bright pink, but we're going to see in the loading screen real quick as we head into our next match of winners semis. Have a nice day versus BSG.
All right, this matchup can be very interesting. It depends upon how well set up this Vasaraga can get. Of course, Beatrix, definitely a force to be reckoned with here, receiving no changes outside of the universal mechanics for this latest patch. But this matchup still hasn't really changed too much for the character here. Of course, that Soul Forge is going to be the threat, and how you deal with it is entirely up to Beatrix as she takes her time. Nice dash L interrupt.
Yeah, the whiff on the slash, just trying to look for anything off the EX Fireball, but already we have Delta Clock on board. All right, send it with the Fireball, just pull up with a couple plus frames. The respect off of the run-up. Nothing found, just trying to look for a fuzzy match. The spot dodge on the sweep. Have a nice day, just staying in this corner until finally we get the EX Extinction.
All right, nice cross up with the JU. It's going to be that punish, so Delta carry.
There we go. Airborne Stutter, so not going to get too long of a combo, but still going to cash out on an SBA as soon as we can. Strip the Brave Point. Now we're taking 20% extra in this corner.
Good respect here on the Savage Rampage Alt Edition.
Okay, spot up on the Instinction, still finds the tackle. Not enough time for a Soul Forge though, the scoop!
That's the danger zone right there. Is either you're going to go for ult on an Extinction or Instinction, or you're going to go for that command grab.
Okay, the swipe out, the tackle just staying right in Beatrix's face, but still that's exactly where she wants to be. The far L, the throw for round number 1.
A beautiful far L from Beatrix here, of course, able to confirm with that EX down special here, the heavy version, that riding free. Beautiful confirm into the corner.
Okay, a little bit more patient from the round start, and then immediately they both take to the skies. The Thunderbird brings you right back down with a stomp out with the 2M from BSG.
Nice. Oh, got the 5U.
Yeah, we're being very liberal with pulling up with the command grabs early on from Have a Nice Day. Usually saves it for so late, but runs up for the throw bait. The late Thunderbird taking us off the ground and bringing us straight into an SBA.
Yep, strips at least one Brave Point here. Offense is mounting for Have a Nice Day.
Yep.
Good block, but able to chase back down with the dash L of our own here. Despite that guard crush, it's still going to be a full conversion. Not quite kill because we already spent those resources earlier.
Ooh. Yeah, and a full commit to the dash in as well when we had the U command grab to reversal on Wake Up. BSG escapes the corner. Now just looking for one more touch. No meter to your name, the full charge.
Yeah, mistimed it there. Wanted the side swap likely with that roll. Just was not going to get there.
Yeah, just a little bit too far. I like the spacing for BSG. One more PC down the drain, but that extra damage makes the UDP lethal. Have a nice day for game number 1.
And what a brave UDP, because if that was called out by BSG or if we had the armor to get through, then my oh my. I mean, the life was going to be pretty close if I do recall correctly, so might not have been able to armor all the way through that alt DP anyway.
All right, now in game number 2, runs up for the throw, but Have a Nice Day with a wake up backdash. Finds a lot of corner carry off this H riding free.
BC out.
Boost. All right, 50 down the drain here.
Honest. Oh, good read here from Have a Nice Day with the neutral jump H. Now, I was just going to say, the patience that Have a Nice Day has to look for certain tendencies from BSG is paying off in dividends here in this set.
Ooh. Yeah, I like the shimmy attempt, but no bite from BSG. Buys so much space off of it as well, but 100 on the board here for Have a Nice Day. It's almost scary, right? As we're getting this damage from BSG, just barely puts Have a Nice Day into SSBA range.
All right, Delta is available here.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Vasaraga is a healthy individual, but we're talking about a massive combo potential coming from Have a Nice Day. Now that your back's against the wall, a side swap is going to be ideal to get that damage we're looking for. And now, with one Brave Point left, calls out the backdash with an ult Thunderbird to finish the round.
You saw the aggression from Have a Nice Day. Even though the health lead was so much in BSG's favor, it's the respect that Delta Clock gives you once you're in that SSBA range that lets you get away with being so aggressive.
Right.
All right, BC out, just going for the early Soul Forge.
Woo! A little bit of an interrupt there from Blue Sky Guy.
Yep. Got some armor stocked up. Ooh, but the immediate challenge on the whip swing.
That's a great call to go for that 2L.
Yeah.
Neutral jump to try to bait out an anti-air attempt or just really guess for that command grab.
Oh, there we go. The stomp up out of the corner. Nothing found and gets that space right back. The walk back. Ultimate Thunderbird BC'd out by BSG. The one braid point to his name.
Good job, JU. This is corner carry here. Oh, no, actually didn't spend the riding free on this one. Just goes for the damage.
All right, spot dodge on the second stomp, but no confirm. BSG fights back.
Look, if Have a Nice Day is going to give you those kinds of chances, BSG, you better make them count. And certainly will. That's a round.
Scary to run that offense. UDP wasn't lethal like the last situation that we saw, but you know that one good mash out kills you with the SSBA. All right, still set point here for Have a Nice Day. The whip swing and straight into the EX Fireball. A lot more patient for Hava.
Yeah, very interesting round start here. Got the jump out. Backing away. Good tech.
All right, finds the tackle, finds the sweep, and finds the counter hit confirmed here off of that baited DP.
Scooped up. Here's the trouble.
Yep.
Nice BC away. I'm actually getting the pickup with 2L. Good approach.
The single stomp into the sweep, and the tackle on the minus frames as well. We're armoring our way through to game number 3. Damn, you got Grimnir cheering you on with the Let's Go BSG? That's a sick sign, by the way.
Whoever drew that, wonderful job. I mean, that looks great.
Stellar work here, but you're not in winners finals just yet. Have a nice day. Trying to bring this lead right back.
Honestly, BSG is just dressed for success right now.
It's true. Just for the job you want, just for the position in bracket that you want, but down back and gets caught up at the throw once again. Have a nice day.
All right, got scooped up here. Hard read at that distance. We've not seen it quite enough there at that range.
Ooh. Okay, caught on the other side, but all you had was a falling JL, so no full confirm on the board.
The ult slowing down the Thunderbird there, so no challenge.
Yeah. Fireball, ultimate fireball, Soulforge in the corner. BC just waits it out, and now it's -2.
Watch it.
The kick return up, the ultimate armor, it worked, but it kept you locked into the animation. Now Have a Nice Day tying up the health lead.
But how many folks have you seen reach too far into that animation and still get caught from behind?
Exactly.
Good patience again from Have a Nice Day.
All right, SSBA available on both sides. Delta Clock, again, such a big factor, but the single stomp.
And crap, that is a round up here. BSG, 1 round away from locking their position in winner side top 8.
And you can hear the crowd going crazy for BSG. Have a Nice Day. Can we stay alive on the winner's side? Playing a lot more patient now on that EX Fireball.
Jump away here. Not gonna get the stomp.
Yeah, shades of Kirby down B, but nothing to be found. Instead, brought to the corner. And the Ender with a refund on you, Thunderbird.
Good throw. Or stagger. Yep. Once you see the stagger from Beatrix, it might be an okay call to go for the tech.
Ooh, no, but the drop on the tackle, that's a lot of corner carry and damage left on the table. Now Have a Nice Day, running away with such a big meter advantage. It's an easy cash out into this SBA.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I love the base.
The stadium, yeah.
Beatrix.
Oos. All right. Far H riding free. One more round for both of these gamers to stay in the winner's side. All right. Let that round outro rock. One more round start to decide it all.
Backing away here. Nice Thunderbird. Dash L. Opened up. And you know what? Fortunately, every time we've been caught low off of that riding free, the light edition, it's not been counter hit.
Yeah, so
and
that's
that's
the full
huge.
confirm. Yeah.
Huge. Speaking of huge,
God,
that is
huge.
huge. Off the shoulders, a ton of damage potential here. Get the refund. Let's launch even higher. Combo limit for a Soulforge install.
Ooh, the double stomp, but it's UDP to go straight on through the follow-up. Able to get the side swap for 2 off of the super jump, but that mash out from BSG. We're not up against the corner, so it's not the kill just yet, but just whittling his way through Hava's health bar.
All right, just so fireball out immediately after the install. A raging strike. BSG will qualify for winners finals here at this LCQ.
He's got the natural camo on that Grand Blue LED blue. And now heading into the winners finals, like you said, Hava sent down into the shark-infested waters of loser's side.
You want to look at the history of this player. You really do, because honestly, there's been so much growth from BSG in taking down not only bracket demons, but also rising through the ranks of competition here. I really feel like a lot of this run kind of kicked off at first attack for BSG.
Yeah.
Immediately resolving that Bracket Demon issue, initially running into, I believe it was Zippy several times and having a little bit of trouble trying to qualify over that, but then took down Zippy at that first attack and then still rose through those ranks even after. Not taking the entirety of first attack, but that was really a massive stepping stone and realization of how powerful BSG have become in such a short amount of time, and it's still paying off dividends here. Of course, don't forget to vote for your PlayStation Player of the Day. We do have the link in the bottom of the screen here to definitely check that out. We're going to be doing that daily. There's going to be multiple players you can vote for, but definitely check it out. Who are you rooting for and who are you voting for here at Arc World Tour Finals?
Yeah, I think if we ask the crowd right now, BSG is definitely on the top of that list. Definitely a crowd favorite. But I know there's so many of you guys watching along at home, so make sure to stop on by and cast your vote. You can cast a vote every single day. It's Player of the Day. So throughout the entire weekend, hey, maybe someone has a crazy play, an insane comeback, so make sure to show some love.
Yes, indeed. I'm showing a lot of love for everybody hanging out with me here. Let's hear it for Arc World Tour Finals, brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments, folks. All right, that's reasonable. I want to one more time, folks. Come on, how do we feel about this LCQ, huh?
I get it. You spent your energy cheering on for that last match. I understand, but another barn burner. Heading on into it for the losers side, we got Beepaw versus Zenith.
This match, are you kidding me, Jatsu?
Yeah.
This is mid-best we're talking about here. This is my territory. Come on over here for a second. Let me tell you about Beepaw.
Let me know.
Beepaw, one of the most tenured players coming out right now in terms of the Matera, and then going right into Fairy. Had tried out Cagliostro, had that soul-searching moment of trying to figure out where is my character in Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising.
Yeah.
Now with this 2.0 change, not only for Fairy, but also Matera has really found their own and really started to rise. Even at 1.5, right?
Yes.
We're really concerned about how Fairy was going to play. Beepaw was definitely one of them, but took to the lab. That's right, the lab.
The lab.
And really studied this character and understood that, hey, maybe we were too harsh on Matera at first.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, on Fairy at first, because this character is actually pretty powerful. Now, same could be said for Grimnir. Remember early Grimnir? People were like, I don't know, this character might not be so great.
Yeah.
But then suddenly, Zenith comes in like a storm.
Yes.
And shows us a thing or two about some Grimnir. Not only just Zenith, but I mean, we have players around. I mean, come on, Arc World Tour qualified. Zane, right?
Yeah.
Also showcasing why Grimnir is a force to be reckoned with. These two crossing paths is going to be very interesting to see, especially who Beepaw will choose in this matchup against Zenith.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up kind of this character consideration that's been going on for quite some time. I remember when we were in Chicago for Roundhouse Tag, that was kind of the beginning of where Beepaw was like, I don't know how I feel about zoners in this version of the game in particular, right? Who knew what V2.0 would hold in store for some of our favorite zoners, favorite with an asterisk. But now, Matera looking better than she's ever been. Fairy, of course, tearing it up with some of the most evil set play, kind of going back to the roots. But I wonder who we're feeling specifically against the Grimnir, right? Both of these characters, kind of have to, I would say, commit quite a bit to trying to find these anti-airs. And once you set up the quadruple seals, all of a sudden you're, trying to figure out, okay, what approach are we trying to take? Is it the TK air dash to try and get some plus frames? Is it the Z dash to try and trip me up with some, fighter super dash type of movement? Or are we just going to run up and pull up for the throw from full screen? It's hard to say.
Well, you got to remember where Beepaw truly made their mark first and foremost, and that is in BB Tag, right?
Yeah.
Has been a bully in that game, quite honestly. I believe playing 9 in that one. And yeah, we'll see if we can keep up with that mix. That's going to be critical, right? Because honestly, Beepaw, we've seen a lot of folks really try to study that Grimnir matchup, and positioning is a key factor.
Yes.
I've seen so often a lot of these players, especially towards the end of the Arc World Tour qualification sequence, you can really see it around the Kayane Cup and, of course, at Frosty. Both of those events really showcasing position being so important to preemptively snipe out the direction that Grimnir wants to go. If you cut off a route of opening up your defenses, that makes it all the more difficult for Grimnir to close the gap. Neutral is going to be kind of iffy here, especially against a character like Fairy. We'll see if this actually becomes a problem for Zenith at that position, because Beepaw is such a calculated player when it comes to fighting games. Very strong at theory crafting and really labbing things out, so we'll see if that comes out to play. Has gotten plenty of practice here stateside, now partnered with Zane Paragon Zone as well. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, See if the lab work is going to be enough. Once again, round 1, Beepaw versus Zenith. We set the seals, and immediately the respect off of the approach allows Zenith to just pull up.
That was important. I'm so glad that just happened because immediately the seals go up. Beepaw took the position to counter against any approach from Grimnir as best as he could. What a dive, calling out the ult.
Yeah, caught up the Psycho Crusher, but did not catch out the jump in that JL from the top rope. No check with a close M, and it's a spot after the ultimate whip. All right, Far H brings you over to the corner. Runs right into the fireball. Not the worst thing in the world, but the jump caught up by the Psycho Crusher. Once again, even the bounce off of the backboard is a clean confirm for Zenith.
Ooh, see, all right, fair enough, fair enough. Got the back ult special here to cover both sides, but just outside of the range here against Zenith. Oh, it's not your turn anymore. We are in 2.0.
Yeah, maybe try to escape, be a little frantic off of the -2, but still going to get brought down right back to earth.
Yes, the best option would have been an up dog coming from Beepaw right there, the ult addition here, just to make sure we maintain that offense. But that would have been a gamble. Oh, geez, 5H not going to connect here after the roll through.
Yeah, maybe trying to catch a TK attempt there, but still gradually losing space. The dive kick to put ourselves right in, but loses our turn for it. A little bit of tempo loss.
Pressure in the corner here. And this is not somebody you're going to throw bait here. Beepaw is going to be so stoic in that corner position. You are not going to get me to open up to a throw attempt.
Yeah. But the wait, no super jump out, no GG summon, even off the hard knockdown off that UDP, still stuck up against the wall, the immediate J8U.
All right, Stagger, you know, funny enough, I wonder if we see the tech here again because I do believe there is a nice little setup here for Grimnir that kind of circumvents some changes from 2.0.
Exactly, yeah. Sure, you might be seeing it in a little bit, but is Beepaw going to give you the chance to double run up throw? All the bravery in the world. No mash out from Zenith just yet, but we do find the air dash and the catch with the 5L as well.
GG. Oh! How did you know? How did you know? Zenith woke up.
No! Zenith able to take a close round 1. What a smile on his face as Beepaw leans back in their chair. What a scramble to decide game number 1.
Both of them are feeling that scramble right now. Just taking a moment to breathe.
Yeah.
Zenith, please give me a little bit of a break here.
He's like, hold on. Maybe we got to slow things down a little bit.
We got off on the wrong foot here. Yeah. My name's Zenith.
Yeah, I love the catch that we saw, the walk back to make sure that we were spaced out on the air dash to catch on the way back down, but it not being lethal and Grimnir just being so tricky in these scrambles made it so scary. But the immediate backdash GG set catches you out looking for the seals.
Yes, and again, that quick learning here. You want to try to jump out? Be my guest. I got a couple up dogs.
Yeah, and we got the 6XM, a little overhead check with that GG set.
Locked in the ult tornado. Very interesting to go for ult tornado, but called out the DP here. Zenith is going to push for this corner.
Yeah, now we get full corner confirm off the ground. It seals. Bring us over. Didn't quite build up 100 for it though, but no spend on the U seals.
Uh-oh. All right, side swap. Hold on to this pressure. Looking for the BC.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Beepaw going to have to spend their own to maintain.
Exactly. Had all the time in the world for a high-low, but just waiting out for the defensive option. Zenith staying strong, but caught up by the up dog. GG with the assist as well.
Very important. Good awareness here from Beepaw.
All right, let's see if we can keep that momentum up to tie it back up. The full confidence from Beepaw. 3 seconds of straight dashing in right into the far H. And we lost the corner for it anyway. That's how it goes.
But the approach, BC, in respecting the turn here, coming from Beepaw.
Right off the ground, off that air dash, just trying to BC to find an escape. The ultimate up dog. Clean knockdown into GG set. Again, that challenge off the U-Tornado like you mentioned earlier, Zero.
So it's critical, right? You force Fairy to block. That does mean no GG on the screen.
Yep. All right, waited out, spaced off of the hula hoop. All right, EX seal set once again. Ultimate GG, I wonder if that's what you were looking for, but thankfully not punished on the way back down.
Little spot dodge there, and again, trying to set up the hexes. Sees the Gale Dash again. 5L.
Oh, okay. Drop there just a little bit too far for the seal to confirm. Again, these up dogs, these preemptive snipes on the air-to-airs. Working out so well. Another hard knockdown. Beepaw, no BP to his name, but one more touch could be it. Chips a factor too.
Get away from me. Full screen tornado. What an approach to 2L. Beepaw answers back with the game of his own.
There we go. Looking a lot less of a scramble than the end of that game number 1, but we still got to keep ourselves locked in. I'm sure the heart rate is exceeding 200 as we speak.
Absolutely. As calculated a player Beepaw is, there's also a lot of heart into the competition that Beepaw puts into this here.
Wait, the chunk? There's no way.
Hydrate.
All the way?
All of it.
The full hydration? All right, I'm sorry, Zenith. You're going home at number 7.
I thought another bottle was about to come out.
I thought so too. I thought we were going back to back at the rematch screen. Sometimes anything to refresh the veins, refresh the mental real quick.
This is a very interesting juncture to be at in this LCQ.
Yes.
Zenith was definitely picked as a player that would be on the winner side of things. In fact, a lot of folks really thought, even I thought, grand finals here position for Zenith. But
Seeded number 1.
Yeah. So, I mean, of course, all eyes on Zenith here, but Beepaw is no stranger to making this work. I mean, let's not forget that stellar run at Combo Breaker.
Yeah.
And what a heartbreaking performance right at grand finals, no less.
Yeah. And we talked a little bit about this, character crisis for a little while from Roundhouse Tag, kind of thinking maybe it's Fairy or Matera, thinking, when we went to Combo Breaker, oh, maybe I got to break out the Nier. But with Nier's kneecaps, a little bit broken now, sticking on the Fairy for game number 3.
Yes, indeed. It's the final game between these two. Could still go either way. Looking much stronger in game 2, but a 5L. It's overhead from Zenith to start it out. Give you some space, this Beepaw.
Yeah, definitely playing pretty aggro from Beepaw, right? Again, a lot of these deep dashes from the round start, just seeing what Zenith is going to do. Woo! Caught out with that EX whip, brings you right back into the corner off that EX Beppo.
All right, still got Beppo. Oh, my goodness, no! All right, still okay. Nice anti-air. Able to convert this.
Yeah,
Goes
pick
for
up off the CM.
You can't be setting up these seals like this. Beepaw still shutting it down in the corner. That's a roundup. Beepaw looking really good right now.
Round up with the lasso, set up the GG, the alley-oop with Beppo, and now 1 round away from knocking out Zenith from this LCQ. Ooh. All right, a bold jump in, but sets the seals, able to find a BC out.
Okay, got our throw.
Little box jump action coming out here from Zenith. Almost sniped out with the 2L, but a little bit too far for a clean confirm. I understand, but the 2M counter hit is clean for the EX whip.
I don't know, J2. Zenith looking a little off kilter right now, the way that Beepaw's been interrupting, but maybe I spoke too soon. That 5H counter hit, able to get the corner carry, setting a strong precedent, but only at 50% on meter.
Woo. You saw that triple air dash as well. Just take to the skies, the little drop, but it still finds the scramble, the throw bait for Zenith. And now 1 round away for both of these players.
Ooh. Is it but fate here for Zenith to advance onward, or will it be quite the Cinderella story here for Beepaw to come out on top? It's the final round. Who's got Beepaw taking it? I want to hear it. All right, but what about Zenith? Who's got Zenith? Nobody on Zenith, are you kidding me?
They're waiting for the third dash to hit on the other side. The check with the guard button, and now maybe they're cheering a little bit more as the health lead.
Oh!
Even up, you've been into the Brave counter, but not ready for the Raging Strike that came right after. Ponder my orb and get me out of this corner.
Yo, I like the bars, J2. That was clean.
Thanks. But do we like the orb, though? Is that gonna be an escape? It's not. The Raging Strike is enough. Beepaw stays alive in the loser's side, knocking out our first seed Zenith at number 7.
J2, I am in shambles right now, but at the same time, I'm so overjoyed. Look, y'all, that's why we call it mid-best out here stateside. That is Beepaw pulling up right now with this Fairy overcoming Zenith, who was seeded to take this LCQ.
Yeah.
Beepaw.
Staying alive, Paragon's own. It's still shark-infested waters down in the loser's side, but still, to have such a close set under your belt buckle, you have a little bit of confidence heading into that loser's quarters.
Absolutely. I mean, a strong performance. And again, somebody who is so studied in the game really takes it to heart every single match through every single tournament they've been into, really trying to figure out how to proceed and be better. And I know these stateside players have been in these lobbies really grinding out sessions to figure out how to overcome the competition coming over here. And even still, like I said, getting that practice from Zane directly has helped tremendously for so many players who have been having their eye on Zenith. But that's the beautiful thing about Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising and all the competitors here this weekend is that we are all looking to get better and just play and enjoy the game. And that's huge. Like, I've seen folks still get sets. The players are down in the Players Lounge, still playing sets, and it's going to be a glorious time throughout this entire weekend here. You're definitely going to find no shortage of excitement throughout the ARC World Tour Finals.
Yeah. All these gamers trying to improve and get better throughout the U.S., whether it's trying to get better placements at your favorite online or your offline, trying to kill it at the local, or maybe you got a beef set headed up, 100, 200, 500 on the line. We all have different motivations for heading on into it and glowing up as players. But a couple players headed up to the stand for the other side of our losers top 8. We got Kekatekoi versus Niantic up next.
Where'd you put Kikatakoi on your list? Sorry if you did.
You know,
you didn't, did you?
I gave a little underestimation. I gave it the commentator heuristic. I was like, you know, they're going to do great. They know the game. They watch hours and hours of footage every single day. But still, to go up against the caliber of talent down here in the LCQ, you know, admittedly was not on my list. And I am glad to be proven wrong.
You know, for me, it was, I want to see EU show up, and I know Dudekov is in there.
Yes.
And I was like, I know Kikatakoi is also in there. And you know what? Yeah, I kind of want to see it, but I don't know. Like, I really don't know if Kikatakoi will make it into this top 8. And sure enough, showing up and showing out over Krylos to cross that finish line here.
Yeah.
Krylos was on a heck of a tear.
Yeah.
And then to be stopped by this TO nonetheless.
Exactly. My TO can play and so can my commentator, but heading on into it, looks like the buttons are all good. Looks like the buttons are not all good, which is why we have the check.
So true. Now, of course, Niantic, you know, pulling out here for California themselves. You know,
dude, I really thought we were going to go down, and the only change was going to be turning taunts on. I was like, there's no way.
Necessary. Necessary for playability.
It's true. It changes the entire meta.
If I can't taunt, then what am I even playing for?
Exactly. Why compete? What am I fighting for if not the style? All right. The buttons are all good. Heading on back into the character select, we got the Beatrix coming out from Niantic, but of course the Beelzebub from Kikatakoi.
Yes, indeed, Kikatakoi just really showing up with this Beelzebub here.
Yeah. This is a character we really don't get to see too much. You know, there are a lot of folks who I think have played this character since vanilla and then have swapped off the newer version of the game thinking, oh, okay, maybe there's something, you know, some greener pastures ahead.
Right.
But interestingly, you know, I've heard this character be a decent pick to another talk of the town Versusio, right? Where normally that EX pillar, you know, just dominates the neutral in so many ways, but, you know, going up decent against Versusia, maybe against Grimnir as well. But either way, we're talking about Beelzebub versus Beatrix for the other side of our losers top 8 heading on into it.
Yes, indeed. Beatrix, of course, you know, such a strong character still without receiving too many changes coming into 2.0. And this matchup is still pretty interesting because you have to be kind of cautious on those nail approaches. Coming from Beelzebub makes it a little tricky to close the gap. But of course, in terms of damage output, you're definitely going to see a lot of potential. It's no secret. Beatrix hurts. All right, you know, let's be real.
This is the character that kills you, yeah. Let's see if we're going to be able to keep her at bay. Once again, top 8 loses. The immediate dive comes out from Kikatakoi.
Yes, yes. You
There we go,
can
scoop.
throw the medium version here if you're well aware your opponent's coming at you.
Yep.
Nice
Full
stuff.
charge off the arrow as well. Again, another jump back dive.
Stagger 2M. Let's keep the EX going here.
Yeah, the full charge on the arrows as well. A lot of confidence from Cake just saying, all right, I want you to try and interrupt, but the interrupt we do, the run-up 2L is going to work.
Go teleport out of there. No corner for you.
Yep.
Avoids the riding free. Oh, just outside the range of the dive. That's huge from Niantic to get the dash element answer back. What a jab.
Yeah, Trigonometry stands eating good, but the down back caught out here by the command grab. Oh, what a action, but still. All right, first round here to Cake.
It can be so tricky too. I mean, the reach that Beelzebub has. If you can't contest Beelzebub, who's taken to the skies like this, then you're allowing Beelzebub to make that forward approach anyways there. So there's nothing for Beelzebub to fear, as we can see, to make these jump-ins against Beatrix here. So no anti-airs is going to be, you know, something to look out for here.
Ooh. Yeah, found the whip punish off of the far edge, got the corner for it, but still DP out. A little bit of room to fight back here from Cake.
Overhead. Still our turn, so we BC out. Nice call on the teleport, chasing with the dash L.
Yeah, getting a little predictable in the ways that we're trying to escape the corner, but the jump out immediately sniped by the 6-6L. Niantic just looking for immediate and finds a full confirm for his troubles.
And that is just enough to clear the health bar of Kikatakoi.
All right, tied up on the rounds here.
Spot dodge the first nail. Got to be cautious on the. I'm telling you, I want a 2H. I want a DP out of there.
Yeah. All right, spot dodge on the vacuum. Just trying to find any way to take our turn back again. Okay, spot dodge, but caught up by the follow-up with the EX Black Flies.
Ooh. Try to challenge the 5L. Nice dive once again here. Kikatsukoi really taking advantage of the fact that we're not getting called out on these dive kicks. We're not getting called out in the aerial approach. Ooh. Nice jump. Preemptive. Called out the super. JU. And that's a full corner combo. We will spend super here.
Here we go. The behind the back just to make sure we get that punish off of the whip command. No, the drop of the U Thunderbird. It's okay. You got Oki for it, but still a little meter down the drain. Not the cleanest knockdown, but finds another hit off the scramble. Niantic stays alive.
One more interaction. It's interesting. We end up spending for the ult here, going for the Thunderbird.
Yeah.
Does get a little bit of extra damage. You will build back up on the super meter, and this should be death.
Far Age starter baits out the DP, and SBA straight to the bank. Niantic takes game number 1.
A little scary on a couple sequences there, but still able to clean it up. The fact that we even dropped that ult Thunderbird, I was still able to pick up the set. That's pretty big there, because a worse off player would have been panicking at the fact that we dropped to that corner situation.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
All right, back on into it, game number 2. Oops. Little 6XM to start things off, buy ourselves a little bit of space, but the whip on the dive kick, no challenge.
Dash L. I love the just blocking here from Niantic. That's very important on that. Oh, okay. Look, all right, chat. I know I said DP. I know I said that.
But not like
listen,
that. Not
but
there.
listen, hear me out.
Ooh, okay, I like the dive kick to air stall over the fireball. Finds another hit afterwards with a counter. 100 meter here for Kikatekoi, but saving it for the potential last hit.
Dash up the caution here, respecting either the wake up reversal, because we know there's a possibility. Get back dash, you thought you'd get that raging strike.
Yeah, tried to wait it out off of the vacuum, but nothing to be found. Little dash block action, but still cut on here with a counter hit. 6-6 Kikatekoi. 1 round up.
Okay. Kikatekoi could tie this up here if we continue the set. The dive. See, Niantic making adjustments, trying to call out these air-to-airs.
Yeah.
That was a JM attempt. That's a fine call. Ooh. Looking for the counter hit off Riding Free. Not a chance, but the counter hit off Dash L will be sufficient enough.
There we go. Brings over to the corner, just running this meter up. Next hit gives you SBA. Ooh! And the run up off of the close age. You have that slowdown to find another. The routing. I don't know, man. I don't think this Beelzebub guy survives. Get the link off the EX Fireball and straight into the Super. Niantic now on set point.
If you're not sitting in this crowd feeling the rumble every time Beatrix sends out a super, you are missing out.
Dude, it's a base boost. I hear the Delta clock, and I know our rises are about to just rumble. Cross star throw, I imagine, is not what you're looking for if you're Niantic. Now stuck in the corner because of it.
Okay, right, free Dash L, what are you pressing for? That might have been a DP attempt there, and you see Niantic giving the respect. That's a full combo. We do get super meter off of this.
Yeah. Might just go for the release, but no! Again, tries to go for the U Thunderbird. That's the second time you've dropped that. The way down on the DP, and it's a clean punish on the way down. TP to get a little bit more room.
I want to ask about that, because I'm pretty sure at that point, because you did get the conversion off one sequence before.
Yeah.
But I wonder if we're going that frame kill and we're still going after, but still, that's so expensive to go for Oki there anyway. All right, nice shimmy for corner position, and by golly, Niantic does close it out here against Kikatekoi.
Sent it with the Sapphire Slash, but still, what a placement against this insane talent pool in the LCQ. Kikatekoi out at number 7.
Well, I mean, a great performance nonetheless, showcasing that EU is certainly a force to be reckoned with. I mean, look, so many of them are qualified in the ARC World Tour Finals.
Yep.
We'll be seeing them actually tomorrow for those group stages for the first time, but boy, oh boy, the action is so hot. We took off the pajamas, and we still have so much to look forward to that we need to crank up the AC, take a little bit of a break. Don't go away. More of this LCQ action will be coming up right after this.
Another battle.
Let's get this done.
It is time we settle this. Shadows surround you.
Let's go. No time to waste. Feel the dragon's wrath! Tensatsuya Jinken! Let's end this!
The ultimate destination for premium, exclusive, and official Guilty Gear Strive merch? Check out the Art Shop US. Tenno, officially licensed FGC merch by FGC artists for FGC fans. Visit merch.tenno.gg.
What's good, what's poppin', gamers? Welcome back to some more Grand Blue action over here at the ARC World Tour Finals 2024 LCQ presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We just had Beelzebub versus Beatrix, an insane set, and we have more insane sets for you guys headed up next. For those of you just tuning in, it's your boy J2 hanging out with Zero. How we doing?
I'm doing great. You know, I'm trying to keep up with it because oh my, this LCQ is nuts.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely nuts. If you didn't tune in, Zenith is out.
Yeah.
That's the player that we thought would be making it out of this alongside Have a Nice Day, who is still in this bracket here. I mean, we could take a look at this top 8 because, my goodness, this is a wild turn of events. So on the winner's side of things, we still have Incendiate and BSG hanging out in the background here with an extraordinary set for both players. And then up next, we are about to get into the action with Destin up against Beepaw here. And then, of course, Have a Nice Day will be going up against Niantic right after that. So here we are. I mean, this is quite the spread of characters and the position of the players. No way.
No. I'm particularly excited to see this set as well, because this is, you know, battle of a couple zoners at heart who have kind of jumped back and forth between different characters in the cast, seeing what they're feeling. You know, we've already seen Cagliostro, Nier coming out from Destin, and we know we have the Vikala in the back pocket as well. Beepaw, of course, we know for the Fairy, but has the Matera available as well, so I wonder what we'll see.
I mean, you know what's crazy? There was that small era where Beepaw was playing Cagliostro too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, for a little bit.
A very, very tiny window.
Yeah, exactly. He was thinking about it. He was like, wait, this character's a little tricky, a little quirky. I might rock with it. And then eventually, you know.
I mean, as many Cagliostros that Beepaw had to deal with, at what point did that fall into place? You know what?
True,
actually,
yeah.
This character might be pretty nice.
Wait, this character's kind of annoying. I might have to tap in for the one time. And then, you know, the public opinion of Fairy got even better. So back to Overliable. But, all right, let's see what we got for this button check real quick. Let's make sure everything's all good before we head on into it.
Yes, indeed. Of course, you know, these two have been very interesting throughout the entire set here out of this LCQ. Destin has had quite the run. There's been some extraordinary appearances in online brackets.
Yep.
I mean, even Beepaw, right? You know, such a hard worker. I mentioned earlier, you know, really getting a lot of those sets along with the Paragon crew. I think that has been pivotal to the fact that we've seen Beepaw rise so much in this game. Just has really been grinding out these sets, really exploring opportunities to, you know, become a better player, and really takes those notes to heart. I mean, I said earlier, Beepaw is such a technical player, but also really a heart player when it comes down to it, able to lab it out, but then still show up and show out when it comes to competition time. Because, man, the confidence that I've heard from Beepaw all day long throughout this LCQ has been nothing short of extraordinary.
Yeah, and this set is going to be so sick as well, right? Just thinking about it kind of as like, okay, Beepaw as like old guard of vanilla. Destin obviously has been playing for quite some time, but, you know, a young man in his own right, fighting for his right to make it into this LCQ.
Yes. I mean, and that's what goes to show with Rising, no matter how long you've been playing Grand Blue, like the accessibility of the game is just wide open. There's so many options to play, whether you're doing simple inputs or technical inputs.
Yep.
There's a lot of tools inside the game to help you understand and study and really kind of explore matches. I can't stress this enough. The character guide inside the game giving you a great starting point to understanding the character. Excuse me, hold on.
Wait.
Jadesy.
Hold up. We were talking about it all day. I didn't think we'd see it. Destin locking it on the Vicala. Of course, Beepaw pulling up with the ferry for losers quarters. All right, let's see it. A battle of zoners, but instead Beepaw just taking to the aggressive from the top rope off of the super jump. It's GG dead. I can't keep up.
I got to give credit where credit is due. This iteration of Vicala, slightly better.
Yes.
But also UI element, that, quality of life for the character, showcasing the next item when the thought bubbles pop up.
Yep.
That has been huge for her getting her game plan going instead of having to guess and react.
Exactly.
But man, trying to zone out with this character can be very tricky, especially against Fairy. You can ult right through the cannons.
Yeah, the screen pollution, but the projectile invul check from the full screen. But Beepaw, a one light confirm away. Didn't believe in the counter hit though.
This is the thing. Like, this is... What is Vicala going to do at a full screen scenario where Beepaw is in control in the corner? We had a push out, but we're looking to chip. And that is going to be an anti-air. Destin goes down around.
Yeah. The full patience, the commit to the EX Beppo. Updog takes the first.
Look, this is a tall order. I said before, like, Destin has really made this character work, but it has not been an easy path.
Yeah.
This being the first appearance of Vicala showing up in this bracket. Oh no, air to air, nice conversion.
Damn, I love the run up to make sure we weren't getting caught by GG Dead earlier, and that air to air, like you mentioned, right? Just being super aggressive and beating Beepaw where he's at. Now up against the wall, the ultimate whip buys a little bit of space and time back here. But the deep run, the full screen, it's a close heavy, but nothing to be found. Destin not gonna twitch and still fighting off this mid-screen dominance.
Just barely holding onto this life lead. We can just keep chipping away. Watch out for the rat trap. That is certainly an option to snipe out with an ult version here.
Yeah, careful for the Dormouse. Looking for the high version now.
Nice
the chomp and the roll right through. Not trying to give up any of this space for Beepaw.
Oh, what an interrupt here. Yeah, you can't go for the down special for Vicala here. Sets up Orb. If you're going to go for the cannonball, that does take out GG, but...
Ooh. I do not wish to ponder any longer. Scary. Vicala's got a lot of range on some of these normals, but didn't want to swing into the orb. I like the patience from Destin, but no detonate to catch, so we run up into the overhead for game number 1.
I want you to pay attention to the distance in that corner situation. If y'all want to hit the replay, clip it right now, because honestly, that spacing was important. We're trying to call out the ult special from Vicala, the forward edition.
Yeah.
Rockets go off. We're away for the one reversal that Vicala has.
Yeah, projectile DP, definitely a tricky reversal to try and manage, especially against the character who can just outspace it safely with some of these normals and specials. Now, once again, we're stuck in this corner. Gave us enough room to look for the cannon, though.
And I'm shocked we went right back into the set here with Vicala.
Yeah, still sticking around and caught out by the run-up JL. Again, this instant overhead with the threat of GG right below.
All right, substantial lead for Beepaw here. Still going to chip away. Nice throw.
Walk it up, GG set again.
No.
3 overheads in a row to put 3 rounds in a row. Beepaw, 1 round away from sealing out the set.
All right, I need to see something here, Destin. And you can see you don't have the character player cam quite yet, but chat, I'm telling you, the gears are turning for Destin as they try to solve this offense coming from Beepaw. Nice.
Okay, sniped out of the sky, not gonna get a confirm off the Ratsengon though, and gets side swapped for it too. Baited out on the BC, but doesn't get a confirm off that counter hit close heavy.
And there's no escape from the corner. The overhead does get blocked with a challenge with the 5L. And let's get out of the corner using the Raging Chain.
Yeah, didn't believe in the GG detonation, just running up right behind the Chompers.
GH though. Good position here, but ults, yeah, calling out the trumpet. That's the sound cue that it's my turn, no longer yours.
Exactly. Waited out. We got the cannons trained on your position. We hired these cannons to hold you down, and the 5L stops the approach from Beepaw, tying up the rounds.
Okay. And that's the thing. The snowball effect from Vicala can be very difficult to stop because once you do get pushed back in that corner and she's just set playing you, it's going to be hard to get out. We had that one opportunity from Beepaw. Sound decision. Now we got to figure out the rest of the set.
Here we go. Sending out GG once again. Maybe caught out of a jump attempt from Destin. Now we're up against the wall once again.
Whoa.
These bold mash-outs, catching out Beepaw, and we saw this in the previous set, right, where he's so content to go for these deep dashes, looking for a fuzzy mash, but the wake-up 5Ls, the whip to put you right back in, and the bait on the UDP as well.
It's a big opportunity for Beepaw, and it all mounted from a whiffed rat trap sending out here.
So much damage on the double close Aegis. One more mix to send it all. It's been overhead the entire set, but to seal it out, the 2L does the job. A 2-0 for Beepaw, sending Destin home.
Destin, of course, again, I can't stress this enough. Destin has put in a ton of work with this character.
Yes.
It is a tall mountain to climb against some of these characters in the cast, despite even the changes hitting this character here being a little bit better to help out in terms of defense and offense. But boy, oh boy, when you talk about that range, someone who outclasses you in terms of zoning with a character, that's all the more difficult to try to get your game plan going. You saw so often that down special getting called out by a far-reaching normal from Fairy, or even going for the 5S from Fairy. There's so many tools that Fairy has to just negate what Micalla is trying to do.
Exactly. And I mean, Destin is kind of one of the biggest Micalla reps over here in NA. He was teaching Lily Pichu a little bit about some of those B&Bs, but we gotta give Beepaw his flowers. Moving on into that losers semis, and now we gotta find his opponent as well. We got Have a Nice Day versus Niantic coming up next in a little bit.
Yes, indeed we do. And of course, it's time to vote for your PlayStation Player of the Day. That's right, every single day you can go to the link that you see below me and vote for your Player of the Day, brought to you by PlayStation. There's a lot of action going on, whether it be Under Night in Birth 2, Granblue Fans vs. Rising, or Guilty Gear Strive. There's a lot of action going on. And you know what? You can give flowers to whatever player you so choose, whether it be Destin or Beepaw or any of the competitors in this LCQ. Heck, anyone in the group stages currently qualified. Those could be up on each day.
Yeah, exactly. And you can vote for a different player each and every day, so make sure to stop on by and send your love as we send you guys into our next set. Once again, Have a Nice Day versus Niantic.
All right, one more stop here for Have a Nice Day on the path to try to make their way back up. This is the other pick, right? This is the thought that, man, it's going to Have a Nice Day qualifying for this Group A position, and Niantic will be showing up here as well.
Yeah, we got the bento box coming out from Have a Nice Day as well. Trying to mask the H riding free timings, I understand. Trying to keep as much surprise factor on the jump scare as possible. But speaking of that riding free, I mean, we have our button check. We have our protagonist real quick, but heading into the real match is going to be our first Beatrix mirror, if I'm not mistaken, of this LCQ top 8.
Yes, indeed. We'll see if that holds true once we go to that character select screen.
Yeah.
Beatrix, interestingly enough, kind of plays that weird mirror match, right? If she's trying to play against herself, because they both are jockeying for that neutral position. 5H is a great tool for her, but of course, leaves that lingering hurt box that can be challenged. So it's one of those situations where if you're standing at that mid-screen range, who pulls the trigger first? Because likely that's the one that's going to go down if you're spaced well enough against your own character.
Yeah, when you're, trying to figure out what the dynamics of a mirror match are going to be, you try and think about, okay, does my character have counterplay to his or her own strongest tools, right? Does Beatrix have a good way of playing keep out against herself? And while we have the far H, trying to stop things like riding free and Thunderbird at the same time is difficult for anyone in the cast, let alone her. So immediately letting that L riding free rock and gets the full counter confirmed for it.
Absolutely. Round start, riding free. Look, I don't think any Beatrix player expects other Beatrix players to do that.
They're like, okay, I know you're thinking of it, but when are you actually going to pull the trigger, right? But 6XL, it's, the mirror, the shared brain cell, and again, that riding free gets you out of the corner here.
Gasho here does get the opener, triple attack, and Sten for corner is not going to hit the wall.
There we go. All right, Niantic has the corner right now. Of course, Niantic rocking the default. Have a Nice Day in the WhatsApp Beatrix. The one and only stuck in the corner right now, just gradually tearing away with the U fireballs.
I was going to say Shamrock Beatrix. We're pretty close to St. Patrick's Day.
Close enough, yeah. I think it might have just passed, but passing our way through coast to coast with that H riding free. But it's BC back out again, jockeying for position with every defensive resource.
Right, does get blocked out. Oh, missed time. I'm pretty sure that 5L could challenge there.
Yeah. All right, U Fireball just trying to find some plus frames. Do we let the UDP rock? No, even with all the meter on the board. One more hit, the jump scare. U riding free, and now we send it with the SSBA.
Yes, indeed, just the EX edition for that Delta, just to make sure we get that extra time for triple attack. And since we know we got the super, may as well send for finish.
H riding free, my beloved. You're trying to shimmy or space yourself out to that far H range and look for a whiff punish, and all of a sudden, you're getting caught out with this instant low and seeing it once again. H riding free with a whiff on that 6-6L. Have a Nice Day, able to swap up the sides.
Oh, that's a big counter hit. Thank you for this change, by the way. Greatly appreciated, Side Games. Massive counter hit. Let's make people pay for making mistakes. Wait.
Curse of Niantic be upon ye. It's the drop on the U Thunderbird once again. Able to escape the corner for it as well. The check off of the L riding free.
All right, dash L.
That masher.
It was very close to the wall. Not quite close enough.
All right. Knocking on the doors with these 6XLs, but finally letting a BC rock.
Ooh, 5L interrupt here. I'm going to scramble for 5L, absolutely. If that's 6 frames, I'm pressing.
Exactly, send it. If you're going to be a little greedy off your post 6XL plus frames, I might as well try and interrupt, but it's just been putting out one button, hold back, one button, hold back. Finally, it's a no escape throw.
Yeah, try to get the deep dash up, a delay with close heavy, trying to catch a counter hit.
Yep.
Not quite working out. But dash up, 2L, that was tricky because I didn't think that was coming in the range.
Yeah, just barely at the tip of the toes, but still able to find the hit. Spend the BP, but no SBA confirmed. And the command grab is enough to kill Niantic. Takes game number 1 on the Beatrix mirror.
Believe in victory.
She really said it's like looking in a mirror, man.
Well,
Me when I break the 4th wall, there's only 2 Beatrixes on the screen, only 2 corners, and 1 throw tech to start it off. Niantic with the L riding free.
Yep, L riding free was counter hit, but didn't recognize it, sent it all the way. That could have been a full corner carry, massive damage.
Yeah. Ooh. There you go, the M riding free from downtown, though. Didn't think that it would be a threat.
Oh, see, and that's what we're doing every single time we make that deep run up with close heavy.
Yeah.
Trying to catch backdash or maybe even a button press attempt.
Yeah, just trying to look for these delay mashes, but still caught in the corner. All the patience in the world from Have a Nice Day, whittling away at the HP. They didn't want to go for the second far H. I understand you're looking for that riding free, but when it finally came, no reaction in time. Niantic, another hit up against this wall.
Oh, no. Thought we were going to get a BC, and unfortunately, going to get scooped. Never mind.
Thought we were going to get a BC. Gets RS for your troubles. That Raging Strike just stripping away another break point. Look, the Ultimate Fireball just says, unhand me.
If my first BC fails, I'll try again, and it might get the Raging Strike, and we certainly will close out a round with the EXDP.
Yeah. Now Niantic 1 round away from sending out Have a Nice Day before even making it to this loser semis. Can the Beatrix from Canada hold on?
What is happening, Jinsu?
He's got to hold on strong.
Not able to confirm. Too much of a delay right there off the light.
Yeah. And send it off the Fireball a little bit close, but still challenges with the far H. H riding free.
I just want to reset right there because damage mitigation was going to be far too large to spend our abilities.
There we go. The U Fireball catching on the backdash like you mentioned, but that UDP sniping us out, giving us the hard knockdown.
Here we go. Life lead in favor of Niantic.
Yeah. Run it up, a little far L pressure, a little shimmy action, but no bite from Have a Nice Day. Finds the sweep.
A triple low. Good tech. Yeah. Ride free, but it's not the Delta, so that could have been far worse for Niantic.
Yeah, exactly. Not the worst thing in the world. Still has a health lead, but away from that 100-meter threshold where you want for the SBA.
Okay, respecting the turn after the BC. 1 Brave Point on it. That could have been death right there.
Ooh, okay, the whip 2H, but no punish coming out from Have a Nice Day. The stagger. The
Oh, that's it!
The mash out of the 2L! But you don't have any more Brave Points behind it.
Well, hold on now.
Oh, okay, you didn't have Delta Clock. You were just barely out of SSBA range. Have a Nice Day. One more chance to stay alive. Blocks out the U Thunderbird. No BP to his name. 100-meter on the board. Can we find something off of this 2L?
Don't open up. Don't you stand up. And it's the run-up. Thunderbird ult addition to call out the press from Niantic. And what I thought we were going to get, since we ran out of meter, I thought Niantic was going to go for ult, either riding free or Thunderbird to extend a little bit further. I think Thunderbird would have been the better choice. Either way, counter hit light. This is what I'm talking about. Full extension here, off the wall. Strong setup here for Hava, but the side swap with throw.
All right, walk it out. Nothing found off of the shimmy attempt, so it's a BC straight into the far L. Yeah, but the drop there. Tried to go for a close H.
Shell here.
Yep. Ooh. Snipes out the U startup. That's 50 meter down the drain. Looking for a shimmy again. With the throw, a little bit shallow on the run up.
The great call out here from Hava. Nice dash L. Just take the damage right away. Nope. Can't be throwing fireballs when I got ult.
Ooh. So much meter. It's fully loaded guns on both sides. We got Delta Clock for Have a Nice Day. But time is running out. The command grab seals it for Niantic. 2-0.
You know what? Where's my bracket paper? Where's my bracket? I gotta burn that. I gotta burn that.
I would not have predicted this.
I gotta burn my bracket. It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Strike it from the record. Man,
Yo!
They struck from the loser's side here. Niantic moving on to loser's semis. 1 Beatrix down and 1 moves on.
Huge, and that goes to show you that anything was possible in this LCQ. It all started with the rumbling of some of these players getting knocked down in losers kind of early. Like I said, Tux putting Zenith in losers, and that shook the entire LCQ. I can't tell you how many players walked us at 0. Did you know? Did you know what happened?
They walked up to you and they were like,
have you heard the word?
That's your top 1 pick down there in the loser
It's
side.
It's like, whoa, yeah, hold on.
He said, my top 1 pick. Hold on, the seeding said it was the top 1
look
pick.
at this bracket, though, J2. Just look at this bracket.
Let's check it out.
Are you kidding me? So right now in winners finals, we still have Incendiate up against Blue Sky Guy.
Yes.
And then, of course, loser semis, we got Niantic up against B-Paw. Yo, B-Paw in loser semis right now? By the way, that was on my groupings of my top 8.
I mean, you said it yourself, right? Mid best showing up and showing out down here on the West Coast, trying to stay alive in the losers side. Shark-infested waters are gradually getting more and more, ran through. But Niantic versus B-Paw still going to be a barn burner of a set, but Incendiate BSG.
You know, another one of my top 8 picks, BSG. So, you know, I'm not completely on it. 6 of my picks made it into this top 8.
I mean, BSG was Incendiate's pick to take the whole LCQ, so now he's heading up against him in that winners finals. He's like, wait. Did I prepare for this reality? Am I ready for it to go down like this?
Did I just sabotage myself?
He's right beside me?
Oh, man. Dress for Success is Blue Sky Guy again. The rise of BSG throughout the final half of Arc World Tour is a sight to behold, but Incendiate is also quite the performer out here, especially on these online brackets, now being able to step up to the occasion here for this LCQ. This is quite the bracket. I can't believe it. I did not think I would see this on the side of a bracket here, I'll be honest.
In the winners finals side, no less. So even though one of these gamers gets sent down, you know, in this, what we could call a homie team kill, not quite regional, but you know, they still have another chance to fight it back out again. I wonder. Of course, we're going to be seeing the Vasaraga from BSG. We have the Siegfried as the pocket pick for Incendiate here, but I imagine we're going to be locking in on the Lowain. Yes, at full screen, maybe you're giving Vasaraga the opportunity to get Soulforge for free and then aggress with some of these armor moves, whether it's Stomp or whether it's Tackle, but a master of just approaching behind what you can set at full screen, whether it's Catbot, whether it's setting up the bros, you know, Lowain, feeling pretty comfortable and I think okay with giving up a little bit of that tempo.
Yeah, you know, at that full screen range, you do have so much opportunity to really set up the, like the Catbot to also beam. You got missiles to kind of keep up with the attempt at going for Soulforge from Vasaraga. You can snack up so you can rebuild your health, try to prolong your life in the set here. You can really zone out against Vasaraga for an extended period here, but that's probably not going to stop BSG when you think about the armored opportunities that they have alongside with like Shoulder Check. You know, of course, we do have the Savage Rampage to close the gap. It's going to be fascinating how these two cross paths. Honestly, I'm more terrified of what Vasaraga could do to Lowain, be honest with you.
Exactly. Once you've got him up against the corner, yes, Lowain has one of the, more annoying reversals in the cast. It has the parry as well, and the UDP if you decide to spend that 50. But with a character that can threaten that command grab off of the stomps, you know, it's not going to be easy peasy to escape.
No, not at all. Look at the full lore dump here for the Lowains.
Bros, I'm craving a fruity beverage. Cheers to that. Heading on into it. Winners finals. Let's see it. Incendiate versus BSG.
Already got the throw. Nice call out on the stagger. But now we own this corner and see the mix begins. Quick little salad. That's the appetizer for the match. Missiles away.
The deep dash didn't want to get throw baited. We saw that previous set, but instead gets caught out here on late tech, getting caught up with a Catbot.
Body splash here. More Catbot missile. Oh, the handshake, ever the classic here for Granblue.
There we go. Sweeping the spot on, gets our Soulforge, but the trade on the armor, again, it's going to work out so well for the Ultimate Bros.
Overhead, and yes, reversal, the ult command grab. Something you really got to watch out for on the side of Vasaraga. We make a constant joke that we almost never see the super from Vasaraga, and that's exactly why. The one reversal opportunity we have here.
Yeah, exactly. Having 50 for that wake-up command grab, having 50 for the ultimate tackle is just so valuable when you're trying to contest neutral. Stays alive off of the HPA, and now so much meter in the bank. Ultimate Fireball does not go for the Soulforge, instead looking for the chip. And 2L's gonna take the first round.
Okay. Down to the wire, no less. I mean, a single touch away on either side.
All right, the walk back, just going for the Soulforge. Sniped out by a single laser, but I think that's a win as far as neutral goes for BSG. Now the mash out off of the close light.
Stagger, set another one out here. Fireball, corner position. That's why we go for the shoulder check.
There we go. Low TU action, knocked down in the corner, but still finding a way back out. Jump back past the bros, only for 668 to catch our jump backs.
All the way here. Oh.
Here we go. Armor's not going to save you as long as I'm spot dodging. I got the bros right behind me, and we got the 6XL pressure as well. No wall bounce to be seen.
Tech, watch it, watch it.
Oh, watch this, sends it on the UDP. That's a clean punish here for BSG. Send out the cat bomb missiles.
Off the wall we go. What a game one here for BSG. Excellent call out there at the JM.
Dress to the nines to take game number one. Incendia taking a second to reconsider. Do we want to bring out the Siegfried as that pocket picker? Do we want to reassess our game plan? We're heading on back into it, and it's back to the Luane.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to go. I mean, Luane, not the worst pick, right? Excellent parry.
Ooh, nice. There we go. Caught out of the jump.
Send the homies out. Ooh, before the Soul Forge can activate there with no armor.
Yeah. Here we go, the Scythe and the Stone, the ultimate Fireball just to clear the bros off the screen, but we didn't buy you too much in terms of plus frames or positioning.
All right, looking a little corny. Yeah, a little corny out here.
Okay, the whip and the catch on the 668 as well, just waiting for the cross-up even with all that screen noise.
Good call here from BSG.
All right, a little Raging Strike action. You got one more Raging Chain if you choose to spend it, but 5L going to go straight into the HPA. It's time to play a little Mario Party, just dodging all of these lows to avoid any of that chip damage.
Oh, and BSG cleanly navigating the HPA. And we're sitting on match point here, or excuse me, no, wait, hold on, this winner's finals.
Yep. Got a little bit more room to breathe, but does not want to be down in that 2-0 this early. BSG just running away with the momentum.
There we go, off the wall with the awesome sauce, full extension here. Set up the cap out for that plus pressure. Get off of me with that BC.
On hand me. There we go, the air stall, a little down B action. Waited out, run up Fireball. Okay, maybe trying to catch on a backdash. Waited out. Ooh, a little throw bait action, counter hit off of the cat bot. But another whip throw coming out from Incendiate, losing all that space you just bought.
Oh, you thought you could parry? Excuse me, I have a command grab here,
exactly.
Thank you.
All right, send out the Paunch. Waited out post cat bot. A little light pressure here, nothing to be seen. Send it with the HPA.
Yes. Ooh, I like it. To punish the command grab attempt. Hard read from Incendiate.
Yep. Popping bottles here in the corner. Now we send the rockets. Empty jump, but nothing to be seen. No reversal threat either with no meter. So forward. And the back run as well, right out of range. Incendiate. One round up.
Okay. Not out of the woods yet. They jump in round start and some medium to kick things off, and Soul Forge activation almost instantaneously.
Yeah, armor through the cat bot, armor through the bros, but you still got to catch the Luane waiting on the other side. Now it's a counter hit starter here for Incendiate. Finds the wall bounce.
Good patience here. Able to fight our way out with the ult edition of the Rampage.
There we go, scooped over to the other side. Gets our Soul Forge. But the armor spent. Yeah, with no block in the Fireball, not able to safely get that 5U, but the run under is clean from Incendiate. Finds another hit.
Full extension here. Now, you might want to spend HPA just to get that breakpoint back here, but Incendiate feeling confident in the mix. Use that final touch and roll.
There we go, escape the corner, and now we're looking for an HPA checkmate. Has to be perfect on these spot dodges to try and avoid death by human pyramid attack. Staying alive, but catches out the spot dodge timing. Incendiate ties it up.
Hey, the reactions on those spot dodges was insane from BSG. Be proud of that one, but unfortunately not able to shut down this game too. We're tying it all up, as you said.
You saw the reactions of the crowd too? They were like, oh, good heavens.
That was pretty good.
Tried to stay alive, but couldn't do it. The sweep caught out by the EX Awesome Sauce. Oops. Fighting for our lives here. Spot dodge on the ultimate Fireball. Keeping the corner after quite a scramble. All that meter down the drain. The jump over on the ultimate Fireball. Once again, the bros keeping you locked down.
Scooped up. Incendiate finding their groove.
Yep. Ooh. Tried to go for the ultimate fireball, but sniped on the startup.
Knockdown full extension here, but you're looking worse for wear on health. Ooh. Yeah, I was going to say one touch in the chip, and I love the sequence that we sent the homies.
Yep.
So you get the chip guarantee after, then the second one comes in to clean it up.
Exactly. If you're not already at chip damage range, you have to leave a gap to get that last little bit of chip damage kill. Perfect setup off of the Bros, trying to challenge them once again, but gets caught out by Parry. Up against the corner once again, just whip the close out for the frame kill, but instead we mash out with a little 2M action. All right, up against the wall, that mid-range catbot summon has been doing wonders for Incendiate.
Got the deep run on that one there for the neutral jump, full extension with HPA.
The basketball bomb goes, the crowd goes wild, a couple more throws could be it. One more parry, it's looking scary, the armor off of the tackle, finds the sweep.
Yep, and again, the shimmy attempt here. Look at this, Incendiate really playing with BSG's reactions.
Yeah.
And that's every single time that setup has been there, it's been a shimmy attempt coming from Incendiate. BSG has fallen for it every time so far.
Yeah, I think starting it off so bravely, the first time we saw the catbot summon into deep run, and we were just running in BSG's face for 2-3 seconds, and finally gets caught up on the rockets. Now each of these shimmies just hurts that much more. But BSG trying to recompose as we head back into the character select, rethink about our game plan.
Okay, I mean, it's important, right? 2 points up as Incendiate. You don't want to go down and have to work even harder on the loser side of this bracket. Get back in here. Lowain up against Vasaraga from Blue Sky Guy. Started out so strong, but can we finish the way that we started?
I don't know, man. We got the blue skies, the blue water, but maybe a rough way for BSG to try and stay alive. Again, just taking so much tempo off of the catbot summon for Incendiate.
All right, the homies, alt edition, come through the Savage Rampage.
Yep, whip on the JL, no throw to be seen, but tries to go for the throw out of the corner, only for the back run to keep Incendiate's turn right back up.
Quite the low poke.
Yep.
The full combo conversion here, and does get the homie set up. Nice block, but still the throw opens up against BSG. Alt command grab to at least try to get out of this corner.
Yeah, still got a little bit of meter behind it. Yep, for the U Fireball. Catches out the summon. Exactly what we've been looking for these past 3 games. Ooh. Now it's 6XL pressure, you know, just chipping away with the safe awesome sauce. It's looking rough for BSG. Yes, we get the knockdown off of the BC, but catches out the timing, the stagger.
Again, the patience here, but you can only take so much chip. BSG is now in chip territory, and why not? Why not dare a jab? I'm dead if I don't anyways. And BSG gonna full send it here with a Raging Chain. Overhead.
The booty bump, but it's not enough. The back throw on landing so close. We were one more chip away from the kill off that human pyramid attack, but still not able to survive. It's set point Incendiate.
And of course, BSG taking notes from Fuselet, another stateside Vasaraga here for the flip. Unfortunately, not gonna work out for a victory here.
Caught up in the rockets once again. Also, this back run just doing wonders. Even though we got caught out of the corner, still BSG has to fight for that corner pressure. Run it up, spot dodge on the ultimate Bros.
Still got the stagger pressure here. Nice interrupt coming from BSG, establishing a life lead.
All right, Soulforge on the board. The Bros whipping a miss, but we lost so much space off of the back jump. Now Incendiate catches on the backdash.
This block, but took a step away. Let's send out. The Savage Rampage does get the light ender. Ooh.
Yeah, runs right into the ultimate fireball. All right, HPA. I think we're just trying to find any opportunity to disengage here, right? So far away from a chip damage kill. So get me out of here. Oh, but the lunge puts you right in range for the punish. BSG takes a round back.
We are surviving for at least another round here. And I do like that patience, right? Not trying to risk it all. We're just going to stand block against HPA.
Yep.
Granted, we did get that Brave point back. I think that might have been part of the plan for Incendiate, but you're right. To reset the scenario, to relieve some of that pressure coming from BSG.
Exactly. Fighting to stay alive, but there we go. The hold on the 5U. Get the armor right back. Oof. And a refund off that ultimate instinction too. Just keep the armor up. Finally up against the corner. But when you're up against the corner, that makes the ultimate Bros so much better because the effective startup is so much faster. Ooh, caught out here with the run-up Cosell. Once again, Incendiate bringing us coast to coast by the blue waters.
Still trying to take that lead here. Nice load. Just completely wipes the floor clean with the homies.
Yep. Oof. No spot dodge action here. Just waiting off the sweep. The single step into the delay command throw. All right. Stepping on the beach to try and get that 50 back up for BSG. But sends it with the armor. One more hit could be enough.
BC out though.
All right, commits to the throw tech.
You have all the life lead in the world as long as you don't overextend and you stay within this range, because look, you're removing opportunity for Incendiate to build meter with 5U.
All right, finds the close L again. Still needs a couple more good hits to make your way through BSG, but the chip damage could be enough, but so is the ultimate armor.
That was critical. Again, staying purposely within that range against Incendiate there, just to make sure that we could call out any opportunity where Incendiate might try to build meter. We didn't want that opportunity to come through, because that's the big comeback factor against Fasaraga. BSG, Incendiate, as you said at the top of this match.
Yeah.
Both root each other on for victory here, and now it's come down to this. I don't think there's a better way to end out a bracket other than playing in winners finals with your homie, your best friend, your trading partner, whatever it may be. Allies through the end.
When he told me this guy was going to make it out of the LCQ, I was like, all right, I believe you. I didn't realize the subtext was, but he has to get through me first. He has to take me down over here in the winners finals and then make sure that he survives in the potential run back as well. But it's game number 5, the Celestial View, our final match in winners finals between Incendiate and BSG.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
All right, nice. Got our low to start.
Yep. Ooh, the tackle and the mash out here. Incendiate trying to find any escape, but just gets tossed right up into the corner.
There's Soul Forge here, and yes, there's no BC attempt for you while I'm armored up.
Nope.
Strong start for BSG.
There we go. Ultimate Firewall, 5U Ender. It's so difficult to try and escape once you're up against the corner. BSG ran away with this round start, and the momentum absolutely in his side now on set point.
One more round here. Potential for BSG to advance that grand finals.
Ooh, sniped out of the skies immediately. Maybe the startup of a 6-6 H from that 4H.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, maybe trying to look for a close out interrupt like we saw earlier, but a little bit too late.
Good tech here, not getting lost in the sauce.
The single stomp, but the immediate mashup from Incendiate. The hard read on the command grab to keep that corner pressure.
Insanely brave call out there from Incendiate. Gonna get scooped up. The missiles weren't fast enough to force a block.
Keeping the health lead and then some. It's the walk back 5H. Nothing to be found. The single stomp. All right, wheeling your way through, but lost all that space off of the cap. BC.
Nice. Steal back the turn.
Yep. Double dip. There's no second raging chain. Not enough meter for that. Now run up past the cap boss. Once again, the run up jump. All the meter in the world. Incendiate brings it to final game. Final round. The crowd going wild. The bros in the back. One more round and the swipe out of the skies. Run up right behind the cap bot once again.
All right, got the stagger. Yep. Opens up low. All right, but does get the counter hit off the dash shell. That's corner lockdown position, but the ult to erase the cat bot and steal back your turn. But had to sacrifice that Soul Forge armor a little bit early. The jump back and
the full confidence on the run up throw. The jump back from BSG. Another hit off of the scramble. Up against the wall. It shouldn't be the kill just yet, but throw range off of this next interaction for Incendiate.
Oh, see, so we activate this immediately because we don't want to get command grabbed in full send. It was a good call out here from Incendiate. Unblockable scenario. We got the cross under. Hold the guard button, says BSG.
Hold the guard button, hold the line. Chip damage might be a factor in a little bit as well, but no VP left for BSG. One good hit could be enough. The L starter, especially without the wall bounce, isn't enough. The ultimate command grab seals out a grand final spot for BSG.
Oh, it activated Soul Forge on stage? Wait a minute.
Yeah, he actually 5U'd IRL. That was insane. But of course, it's all love between these lads up here on stage. Incendiate down but not out. Sent down into the loser's side.
That was absolutely terrifying because all the right decisions were coming from Incendiate there. we were carrying back to corner with no break points. Comeback was imminent coming from Incendiate.
Yeah.
I mean, great effort, great heart showcase towards the end of the set there, but BSG made the hard call out, going for the ult command grab there to steal back the turn and secure victory, secure that winner's finals position in this LCQ top 8, and one step closer to putting themselves into qualified position for Group A of Grand Blue Fantasy versus Ryzen.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, right, what a terrifying situation to see the wake-up HPA in the corner. Lwayne, one of these characters who has really pesky ult skills. We talk about the Ultimate Bros as well, you know, Ultimate Cap on. So many ways to leverage this meter that just control neutral and the pace of the game. So to spend 100 of that meter just on a chance to escape, not even to try and kill BSG, but any way to try and escape that corner, we were so down afterwards that we were fighting for our lives.
But you have to plan for that, right? It was one of those moments where if BSG did not press the offense in that moment there, then that would have been a free exit for Incendiate. So you had to. You need to show to me that you're willing to spend this meter, so I'm still going to pressure you in this corner. Even if I get called out by your activation HPA, that's not the worst because of the life lead that I have. Granted, there's a little risk behind that because of the breakpoint system that we were at. Down with 0 breakpoints, that makes for a scary scenario, but taking command of that corner was key to victory there, or at least establishing that possibility, and BSG certainly took charge with that one, putting themselves in the winners finals. But our next set here, this loser semi is coming up, Niantic versus BPaw.
Yep, our final first of 2 of the afternoon. A little Beatrix versus Fairy action, I would imagine. And again, we have the Matera, we have the Vicky in the back pocket, but I think BPaw has been doing so well in this loser's run on the old reliable, I cannot imagine a reason he would switch off.
I cannot either. This is going to be very interesting between these two. Of course, you've already gone through the gauntlet with one Beatrix. You might go through with another here. But hey, if you did it once, you can do it again. And that's the thing, is that you're not getting the run back you're looking for, right? Have a Nice Day was the competitor, and that put BPaw into Lucia's side here. So no matter what, mentally, you were preparing for a Beatrix match.
Yeah. We got the cheers from the crowd, trying to make sure that BPaw's run stays alive, but like you said, Cali's own Niantic trying to make a name for himself as well in this LCQ, knocking out so many names along the way.
So many players throughout this LCQ that could have made it. Honestly, like I've been saying, I had this solid 4 that I thought would make it, and then the rest of the list was so massive out of how many players could make it into the top 8 section of this bracket. Top 16 was certainly like, yep, that's who I would expect the usual suspects to hit the top 16 run, but the positioning, that was the shocker in terms of where we were at on winners and losers side of things here. BPaw making this strong run. We're at loser semis here with this Fairy of all characters still sticking through to your guns here. This is huge.
Yeah, this character looking even scarier in this version of the game. So much faster on a lot of these pokes, and that set play is still there like we know and love. We're heading right on into it. Our losers semis, Niantic versus BPaw.
Now, the other thing you want to look at here now is that Beatrix has so many tools to just negate that long-range pressure coming from Fairy here. We throw out a GG, I'm riding free. If you decide to set up in an incorrect way, I'm riding free.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of a catch-all. Scary off of the preemptive up dogs as well, which you've seen from BPaw in other matchups, just trying to make sure we don't get away with free jump-ins, free Thunderbirds, but an errant Beppo might just get you counter-hit off of an H riding free.
Absolutely.
All right, wait for the 2M, but we just send it with the far H. The ultimate pirouette, a clean confirm off of it as well. BPaw just chunking away at Niantic's HP.
Like a little spot dodge here in the neutral.
Yep. The double swipe on the 2M. Just wait it out, far L, far L, far L.
I mean, it's such a strong tool because you're trying to call out that riding free. That's critical. Being faster with that 5L really ups the ante in this matchup here. So you can't just throw it out for free. Ooh.
Waits it out. No! Okay.
Still got it, though. Still got it. Kept that pressure. You have all the life lead in the world here.
Yeah.
Good finish from BPaw. Not panicking at the situation, just maintaining I still have the edge.
Yeah. I like the patience, right? Just showing, okay, I'm looking to preempt. You're riding free. I'm looking to wait out the DP. And now it's a counter hit starter for BPaw. Set up into the GG.
Absolutely huge. But I love the cross under. That's critical, right? Ignoring the GG behind you and getting cross under. You're better for this corner position for it.
All right. Not able to take your turn off the 50 spent on that fireball. Clean spot dodge for BPaw. Fights back for this position.
Try to get the counter hit.
Yeah.
I mean, you almost had it there. There we go. Quick interrupt. Thought it was blocked. Ooh,
close, but no cigar. Smoked by the
Oh.
Delta Clock activation. Space out, catching the extended hurt box with the EX Fireball. This is so good for Niantic.
My goodness. Yeah, normally at that range, you would not get the Delta Clock. It's literally because that lingering hurt box was there for Beepaw to get caught into it. And what a finish here. Beepaw will close out that first game.
All right, the golf claps from the crowd. Beepaw off a game. What are we thinking in this rematch screen? I mean, we've been seeing these button checks with the Metera. I wonder.
No, we're good. No, we're chilling.
Thinking
we're
about it,
sticking with
though.
the Beatrix.
Thinking about it, though. It's possible.
There was a little bit of hesitation over the Beatrix for a second. I was like, are we going to see the swap? But we're not trying to go against the master of zoners on his own turf, right? So stick with the Beatrix, see what we can do heading into game number 2.
As we take a moment here, it's such a stressful position to be in right now.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you have all the tools in your hands on the side of Beatrix, right? You can make a lot of these great interrupts. It didn't quite work out in your favor. And again, this match has changed a little bit because of how much faster that 5L is for Fairy.
Yeah, we see that from Metera as well, right? You know, a lot of these zoners having far Ls where you can kind of preempt and try and catch out that riding free, but if you get a little bit too antsy with it, maybe you're eating a Thunderbird, maybe you're eating a run-up triple attack from Niantic.
Yeah, full follow-up here after the riding free. DP for damage.
Ooh. Yeah, frame kill with the close Ls. Waited out, but a little bit too shallow on the throw.
Ooh, at least got out of the corner of that JU. Not going to connect, but either way, back to neutral we go.
Ooh,
Good
just
block
killing
on
off the
Fuzzy.
delayed GG detonation, yeah.
See, that's the darndest thing. The 2U is absolutely insane to deal with when you're trying to make that approach because that's a big call for Fairy. A big call here to block. Beepaw finding the timing with the 2L to punish.
Yeah, there we go. We dropped that punish earlier. I thought Fairy had a 6-frame close time to challenge that and maybe get a little bit more damage, but go for the guaranteed punish, especially when there's so much riding on the line. Far Ls, 5 Ms, and finally an EX Thunderbird to get UDP'd for your troubles.
Okay. It's looking like a tall order here. If you're locked out of this position, we're in the Grand Blue Zone, as we like to call it here. Beepaw with that no anti. See, that's been something that I've been witnessing from Beepaw. A lack of anti-airs, even through the pools run of LCQ. And that might become a problem here later on in this bracket if Beepaw continues to ignore those opportunities.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is, you know, okay, we don't believe in the reactions, so we're just not going for them in the moment, or an active choice to just only focus on the ground game and try and play that risk reward that way. But waiting it out, the run under on the Thunderbird, that day one counterplay coming up huge for Beepaw in the corner.
Absolutely. Let's maximize the opportunity with this combo limit. Let's call out the ult DP, baby! Beepaw with the massive life lead right now.
Yeah, the attempt to escape. If you're going to use a reversal, I agree with the UDP. At least you're not eating the counter hit starter. But speaking of counter hit, might have had lethal if he believed in the hit, but staggered immediately into the autopilot, but still finds a hit. Beepaw with the 2-0, moving on to losers finals.
One more game to advance. Beepaw really establishing such a dominant run in this top 8. Not coming into it the way that we wanted to. Of course, we fell to have a nice day. Did not get the run back, but in spirit, we got one here.
Because you beat the guy who beat the dude who put you into losers. Now you're in losers finals, fighting for your life to try and make it back into that grand finals side and secure your spot as that last chance qualifier.
Absolutely. This is huge. This is absolutely huge for Beepaw. Quite the performance, and certainly a big one. There's a lot on the line for Beepaw here, but also so much for everyone else across the bracket here.
Yeah.
But that being said, we're going to take a little breather. I know Beepaw definitely wants one to come in calm, cool, and collected for this losers finals. Don't go away. More Grand Blue Fans versus Rising LCQ action right after this short break.
体どうしちまったんだ俺は。ここに至るまでの記憶が全くねえ。こりゃ少々飲みすぎたか。遠く深淵から感じるあのおっかねえ気配の正体、それを探らねえと。何、一度死んだ身だ。誰が来ようと怖いもんなんざありゃしねえよ。我が名はオーガ、万機の頂に立つ帰国の王。黄泉より湧き立つ正気は命絶つ死神の剣。そのまま落ちていくといい。鬼どもの待つ地獄へとな。とっておきのやつ行かせてもらうぜ。集え闇なる力、万物打ち砕く破壊の王のもとへと。この拳受けてもらおうじゃねえか。帰国の王人違いだ。その男なら死んだよもう。
Welcome back, everybody, to ARC World Tour Finals, brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. This has been one heck of a Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising LCQ Top 8. Zero here alongside Jade-Su. Hold my hand. Mid-Best is in this. Mid-Best is in this Losers Finals. Let's go! I want to hear it for this Losers. How do you feel about this LCQ Top 8 crowd? How are we feeling, huh?
Okay. Definitely getting some energy here for our last two sets of the Granblue LCQ. Couple more gamers, this top three fighting it out to see who gets that spot in the death group of Group A.
That's right, Group A. And you know what? Let's take a look at this road real quick before we get into the full story of it all here. I mean, my goodness. That set between Niantic and BPOC. BPOC coming out on top of that 2-0 victory over Beatrix. And that is huge because BPOC now earns a spot to go up against Incendiate in this losers final. We are back in first to 3 territory. And up at the top of this is Blue Sky Guy. That was, I'm telling you, the underdog of all underdogs is in this bracket, and not just one, not just two. We now have 3 underdogs about to attempt their final shot at qualifying for Group A in the group stages tomorrow.
Yes. Fighting for their lives, but they got to make it to that spot first. Again, losers finals, first to 3, the rest of the way through.
Yes. First to 3 is all that we have left here. BPAW has been putting in the work with this Fairy, sticking to their guns. And my good, oh, hold on, I said sticking to guns. Wait a minute.
We're calling a button check, of course. The secondary is coming out just to make sure everything is all good.
You think we got a button check after an ab break, Jade-Su?
Wait a minute. Wait. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I'm a commentator, not a mathematician, but I am seeing player 1 and player 2 with this Siegfried and the Matera real quick.
All right.
I don't know.
Believe in victory, we got the button check.
Oh, okay.
Imagine being that good that you're playing on your phone, pulling a gotcha in your latest Granblue poll, which yesterday had the 100 draws, and I definitely partook. That is for sure.
I'm just saying, man, if I could do modern controls on one hand, Uma Musume on the other once EN drops, like, you already know what I'm rocking. But looks like these gamers are pretty good on the buttons. Yeah, make sure Raging Strike's all good. Make sure Slide is big chillin'.
Set the tone here, right? Of course, we've seen Lewayne popping from Incendiate every step of the way.
Yes.
Now, Fairy, of course, is going to be a character that can kind of challenge a lot of those setups here from Lewayne. We'll see if that ends up being the case here. We could also go with that Matera, but BPAW locking in on Fairy. Lewayne almost locked in for Incendiate, who sends one more text. BPAW is like, hey, listen, I got a job to do. I need you to get off.
You see him hold out the fist bump? He was like, are we good? Are we cool, bro? Yeah, we're cool, bro. Only one of us is going to be making it to that grand final side, but let's make it a barn burner of a set. The Lwane is locked in. The Fairy stays on that player 2 side. Incendiate versus Beepaw for our losers finals.
Here we go. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous.
I'm stressed for them, bro.
Like, who would have thought this top 3, huh?
There we go. Let the intros rock. Barry and all her ghosts, Lwane and all his bros.
All that we could do is give it our best shot here in this losers finals. Who's going to come out on top? The Fairy here, again, being able to snipe out a lot of the setup here.
Yeah.
5S is going to be a critical tool for that. GG setup is certainly an option, but you got to be careful on the homies being sent out by Lwane, who can also chase things down. Kind of working the same fashion that Riding Free potentially could have, but you can still pepper the screen with a lot of interrupts.
Yeah, these long hitboxes also come with extended her boxes as well. You got to be careful of the ultimate Flame Wheel, but Incendiate playing it so slow to start out, but with your back up against the wall, again, whether it's Flame Wheel or whether it's the bro actually summoned, it just comes out so much faster. Now, the ultimate Awesome Sauce brings us all the way to that other coast.
I mean, look at this life lead that we've already established. Quick 2L interrupt, side swap, and let's keep you blocking. Wants to make sure that if you're going to spend BP, it's still going to be my turn.
Yep. Ooh. The deep run in behind the bros, just waiting it out. Ooh, the walk back sweep.
Cancel away. GG, just keep chipping. Now here is dangerous territory. Does go for the Raging Chain. We should be able to finish the job with this one here, because I was going to say, if the offense continued on the side of Beepaw, you have to worry about the reversal HPA. Didn't have to worry about Yggdrasil at this life point here, but Incendiate had all the cards on their side of the court to finish the job.
All right, round 1 to Incendiate. Just a swipe out with the 2 Ms. Yeah, caught you trying to approach.
Swap here, counter hit. This is huge because we could activate GG for a full extension.
Yep, full confirm. Stuck her in the corner. We get one more GG set. Ooh. Okay, teched in the corner. No high-low to be seen, but still keeping you at bay with this far L. Ooh. All right, swiped out the pros. No confirm with ultimate GG, but again, this lockdown.
Nice spot dodge, but unfortunately not able to block out against Dash H. We are in quarter position. Wall splat, and Incendiate's going to try to catch up here.
All right, still needs 2 more good hits just to tie up the life lead, but that's 1 out of 2. 100 meter on the board here. Ooh, waited out, ultimate DP. Now it's a clean knockdown straight into the Yiggy.
Do you know the mini game? And by golly, Beepaw has been playing this since. All right, Beepaw has been playing since vanilla. Should be able to dodge this mini game very well and try to keep close to Yggdrasil for a full punishment chip away some out. But no, the overextension that was almost guaranteed. And like I said, it was always going to be that victory for Beepaw. I knew. I wasn't scared.
I was terrified. To be honest with you, I saw him with the startup of that far F. I was like, it's not going to meet me, bro.
I definitely wasn't scared. Don't put the camera back on me, please. I wasn't scared.
Don't come to the commentator cam. I'm only sweating my life away. But still, fighting for that GG death, the BC to try and fight for space. Once again, Beepaw catches you with the toss on the way over.
Ooh. He almost dropped it, though. He really did almost drop the punish. Oh, man.
A hard-fought round just to tie it up in game number 1.
I could spot dodge again. Nice. See, like I said, the interrupt, but 1 miss still got out there.
I know, that was scary. I thought we were going to get caught up by the 1 rocket that could, but caught up by that single GG, that detonation doing wonders. Ponder the orb, all the close H's in the bank.
And that should just finish the job here, and certainly does. Beepaw taking that first game, establishing a route to victory, but still a couple more ahead of us here before we can round it out.
Yep. All right, let's see it. Take a second to think. Recompose. Wait, back into the buttons.
Just got to be sure. It's a comfort thing.
I saw an annoyed head nod. I wonder if there was a macro that maybe we weren't thinking. Maybe didn't get the check, but I don't know.
But I mean, you still won.
I mean, that's true. The triple check, the quadruple check. Just to make sure we're all good here.
I won when I wasn't at my best? That's crazy. You let me do that to you? Interesting.
That's EX mental damage. Me personally, I wouldn't let that happen to me, but... All right. Yeah, even off of the wins, right? You know, we see Beepaw taking time in between some of these sets, between some of these games as well, just to make sure, okay, what worked out, what didn't, was that game closer than it needed to be as we head into our second, once again, this losers finals.
Oh. locked in here for this game too, and already GG sent.
Okay, awkward momentum off of getting caught from the Indiana Jones, so not able to find a confirm off of the Rockets.
Max range, and we're establishing that position with GG, and does get the full 5S.
Yeah. All right, stand on top, stand on business on the GG, but awkward little swipe. Finds us a side swap and the low bro as well.
I love it. We just gained so much ground away from Fairy. Dash H to the opposite side.
Yep.
Oh, no!
No! Yes, you got the parfait, but at full meter, what is it gonna do? You drop the combo, and for what? I'm sure you're looking for an ultimate confirmed, but looking for the ultimate wheel. Still, a clean spot dodge from Beepaw on the blue flash.
Oh, install? Yeah, you never see it. You never see it. Beepaw, please.
Oh, but so much time of that install just ran down, run it down off of the bro, and even off that 100-meter spend, Incendia takes the round.
I don't know about that install, J2. Why did we do that?
Me personally, retrospect is 2020, and I would not choose that if given the opportunity once again.
Well, you know, honestly, that corner setup would have been ideal, right?
Yeah.
It's about converting after the fact. Once we got that GG set up into install, that could have been huge for Beepaw, but we just didn't follow through after.
Ooh. Okay, run up close to H, trying to catch out a fuzzy tech, but Incendia content to hold that down back.
Ooh. BC away. And again, just as you make that slight forward approach off those normals, the medium able to challenge through.
Yep. All right, far H into the GG debt to try and keep you locked down, but there's so much space to retreat, and Wiggle still gets caught out here.
All right, massive life lead, not quite getting to super. And if we stay outside of Yggdrasil, this is going to be a pretty positive position to be in for Beepaw, because you can dominate this corner. What is Incendia going to be able to challenge with? Raging Chain, it's all about certain victory, and we do get the perfect one more round to continue in this game.
Yeah, had to guess for your life off of the high-low in the corner. Either way, it's the kill, so tied up on the rounds here again. We've been seeing a lot more, you know, passive round starts coming out from Beepaw now, trying to hold a little bit more space with the spam far L.
Oh, dash on into the DMs there.
No response. Still the 2M.
Nice. Caught the approach.
All right, send out GG and caught up the Catbot summon.
And you notice that Beepaw is stripping away every option. Ult is going to be the one that will snipe right through.
Yeah.
But you take away the recovery of the ability by being able to snipe that out.
Yes. All right, not too much gotten off of the orb. We get the damage, but again, screen positioning still a little rough for Beepaw. Fine to spend one of the 3 crystals.
All right, keep whipping away. Nice chip, but the ult's still going to come through. That's the one thing that's going to get Incendia a little bit of breathing room. The ult wheel.
Ult wheel is so nasty, man, but so is the cross-up. The off-screen GG debt. Beepaw up 2-0.
He was like, I've had enough of this. Just one more round. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. You better get back in here because I'm ready for it.
That's evil work, man. He looks at the camera and says he's nice. He looks back at his NSA agent. He's like, oi.
All right, Beepaw, one step closer to advancing this grand finals against BSG.
The Thinker. Take a second to recompose. Do we swap up the tunes in Ox?
I'm just trying to remember right now if BSG, like, what is the record for BSG and Beepaw here? Because as I recall, like, this Vasaraga might have a hard time against Fairy?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine, right? Especially even in previous versions, right? It's kind of that standard, oh, okay, big body versus zoner archetype where, you know, she gets the knockdown, all of a sudden you're looping evil 50-50s, and also she can keep you at bay if she decides to, you know, keep you away.
That's right.
But, you know, especially with her normals getting even faster, the downtime in between some of these zoning patterns, I imagine only getting worse for Vasaraga, who didn't really get too many changes in this most recent patch.
Yeah, I mean, Vasaraga is still such a force to be reckoned with, can really kind of shake things up here against Fairy if she does get locked down in the corner.
Yep. All right, now game number 3. Tries to run up past the GG set, but instead gets caught up with a far L and still has enough time to catch you in the detonation.
All right, got the 5L. Already locked down again. This is such a nightmare scenario. And again, sitting in the Grand Blue Zone to catch the jump out attempt here from Incendia.
Yep. Ooh, there we go, the swipe out with the far M. I actually thought that would trigger the close end, but either way, Beepaw able to find the hit, the spot dodge on the ultimate bros, but still gets caught up on the run up to L from Incendia.
2M, let's bring it back in. Not going to challenge the homies. Going to get the 1. Oh, caught the backdash.
Yeah. Trying to escape, but nothing to be found. The bros got me, and so does the Catbot. The missiles holding it down. One more BP for Beepaw.
Keep chipping away. This is going to work out well for you. B-Paw is now on match point for this loser's finals.
Yeah, and I love what we're seeing with the awareness from B-Paw as well. Now going for some of these far pokes, which have been giving Incendiate these trade knockdowns off of the ultimate wheel, but now being aware, not autopiloting into the whip, and making sure we get the spot dodge to keep the turn up. Set point B-Paw.
Good little interrupt here, back away. Nice. Both homies down, so that's extended recovery on the 5S from Incendiate.
Yep. Waited out, the down backer. Ooh, you want to spot dodge an ult wheel so bad and give me the opportunity to escape, but no, the run up caught out with the 2M. Now B-Paw has you on one touch.
Yep, and oh, you spent the ult for DP. Big punish, big challenge, and big victory here for B-Paw to advance the grand finals of this LCQ.
Incendiate sent down into the losers finals in such a close set, and B-Paw sealing the deal, moving on to grand finals losers side. B-Paw still stuck in the hot seat. You have one more set.
This is the thing. The last time B-Paw was in this position was at Combo Breaker earlier this, early last year.
Earlier this tour.
Earlier this tour, and it was, I would say that the stakes very different, right? Because obviously qualifying position on the line.
Yes.
But still very much the exact same scenario. You might argue like, look, that was Combo Breaker. That's so different, right? The pressure's different. No. It's very much the same here because you are now in a qualifying position to put yourself in the annals of history of Granblue Fantasy versus Rising as one of the qualified competitors here for the Arc World Tour 2024. That is huge, and that is on the line today, not only for B-Paw, but also for Blue Sky Guy.
Yeah.
We're talking a competitor from vanilla Granblue rising up through the ranks and finding the best position they can find themselves in to get to the finals, but also an underdog and someone who's showcased tremendous growth throughout the year in this grand finals position in Blue Sky Guy with this Vasaraga. Let's take a look at this run because these two have had such a storied run in this top 8.
Absolutely. Of course, Destin being sent down into the loser side and knocked out by B-Paw. Have a nice day as well. And fighting for their way in that winners finals again. Like we mentioned, right, Incendiate brought down in such a close 3-2 for Blue Sky Guy. Sitting pretty in the winner's side of grand finals, but B-Paw coming in through loser side and taking out Zenith, Destin, Niantic, and Incendiate on the way to make it into grand finals losers side to again try and find that LCQ spot for the Arc World Tour Finals 2024 group stage.
It's been such a run, and honestly, I don't know if anybody could have predicted this top 8. Like, this is an absolute insane spread, but also if you're watching the online tournaments going on, at least stateside, like these players have been fighting through thick and thin and have shown so much growth. You want to talk about the groups that have been working together to level up. Paragon's team alone already has how many players qualified?
They've got quite a few. You know, Zane's up there, Koji Coco, Big Chillin', Aaron Damac as well, and B-Ball's like, no. There's no way y'all are trying to leave me behind. I am fighting for my spot in this LCQ, but you got to make it through BSG not once, but twice to make it there.
Which would then mean Paragon has a player in every group?
Yeah, they're all split up right now in the groups. And the only one that they don't have a player in is that Group A, that death group that we keep talking about. So, I mean, one Paragon each is a pretty good ratio, but I don't know, man. BSG has been running away with the momentum for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. BSG is certainly one of those players and competitors with Vasaraga, who is so difficult to compete against. Vasaraga, that Soul Forge makes things a little tricky. But again, you can see the toolkit of Fairy being able to chip away at Soul Forge armor, being able to pepper away with the far-reaching normals and even specials to keep Vasaraga at full screen. Now, that doesn't mean that Vasaraga can't close that gap. I mean, shoulder check with Soul Forge armor certainly is going to be devastating for Fairy here. If you get a knockdown against Fairy, that's going to be all the better for Vasaraga, who will then be able to set up another Soul Forge, be in your face, and you're guessing for gain on every wake-up interaction.
Yeah, it's interesting to see kind of how we've kind of gone back and forth on how we rate certain tools as far as the meta of Granblue Rising, right? You know, I think it's very easy to, especially if you're comparing it in different frameworks from other fighting games, saying, oh, this character doesn't have a meterless DP anymore, you know, she's obviously going to be very weak on defense. Oh, this character, you know, doesn't have that reversal opportunity to threaten. Maybe it's going to be very difficult for you to get out of the corner. But as things have changed, especially in the more recent version, where you block out a DP, now you're getting not only a punish, but a guaranteed counter hit, you know, the
utility of this meterless DP, while it's able to challenge maybe some of these gaps, if you're wrong, you are going to die. And if you're not dead, you're in a one-touch situation. So, you know, these characters both going in with no meterless reversal. Fairy versus Vasaraga. I think early on into the lifespan of this game, especially in Rising, maybe we think, no. At LCQ? In Grand Final? No. It's going to be Siegfried Nier. But things have changed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing of it, right? Is that Vasaraga has always kind of been that threat. We've only seen online, really, though, like between Blue Sky Guy, again, who really rose to the ranks and in the latter half of the year really started rising up as a consistent top 8 appearance. And again, beating through bracket demons, but also we talk about Fuselit, who is online, you know, really putting on Vasaraga as a terror amongst those online brackets between Paragon Online and even TNS online brackets. So those have been terrifying to see. But Beepaw, just consistent, always trying to get games any day of the week, really trying to learn and digest like the options available to them, has gone through so many characters, you know, had a character crisis throughout the earlier parts of the tour, really trying to figure out where's my place as a zone competitor. Do I really need to commit to Nier? And I love the fact that even after that conversation at Roundhouse was literally just willing to go back into the lab and understand that character, Fairy, a little bit more. And that has come up so many times in Grand Blue. Like, the character spread, like, there are some of your clear standouts that are strong characters. But in my interview that I had with Zerom, right, talking about, like, it is possible to just pick your character and just run with it. That is certainly true, because you have Charlotta in a qualified position here. You now have Fairy here, who is about to go for their qualification bout. Vasaraga doing the same thing. Just because you're not at the top 5 selection doesn't mean that you are not able to achieve victory. Again, what do they say between every single round in Grand Blue? It's believe in victory, and that's what these competitors are doing here in this LCQ, especially with Vasaraga and Fairy. And the fact of the matter is, they put in the work to get here and have earned it. And we're going to see that work come to fruition here in this Grand Finals bout between Beepaw and Blue Sky Guy.
All right. Battle of the Bees as we head into this Grand Final side. Again, for those of you just tuning in, Beepaw has to win not once, but twice to reset the bracket and secure that LCQ spot. BSG, with the privilege of being in that winner's side, of course, only has to win 1 versus 3 on either side. Dressed to the nines once again, as Beepaw has been sitting in this loser's side hot seat for so long. Is the loser's momentum going to be enough, or is BSG coming in from that heaven side again going to be able to take it home?
It's going to be very stressful here, but you know what? Somebody who's been in this position time and time again, Beepaw is no slouch here. I'm sure the pressure may be immense, but Beepaw is certainly capable of fighting through it here. BSG, I mean, again, the best performance, right? One of the best. First attack. Huge turn of events for BSG here, and still in the hot seat one more time. Dressed for success here, looking to cinch the interview here.
He actually is dressed for the winner's interview, right? I guess that's what he's manifesting. He's like, oh, I'm trying to be on camera. I'm trying to say, yep, I'm excited to fight for my life in Group A.
Absolutely. This is...
He charges crystals.
You know what? I got to do it. I got to do it. Crowd, who's got Beepaw taking the whole thing? Okay.
Okay.
All right, one more. Who's got Blue Sky Guy taking the whole thing? And that's insane. That sounded about even. Did that sound even to you? Because it sounded even to me.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, we got fans of both on both sides. I'm sure there were a bunch of folks in the crowd who just cheered for both. They're like, let's go both players. I don't want to make that call right now. All right. The buttons are checked. We are big chilling, and we're locked in on both sides.
I'm so nervous. All right. Like, look. As often, I've been through so much with Beepaw here, but also watching the story and run of Blue Sky Guy. Like, both these players. You couldn't ask for a better photo finish of this LCQ. I mean, this will be quite the story going into this group section here, going into ARC World Tour Finals. Whomever qualifies out on top of here, folks watching at home and folks watching in the audience, you've won either way.
Exactly.
Like, this is quite the run for both of these players. And wait a minute, we've locked in Matera for the most nightmarish battle of Titans you're ever going to see, J2.
Wait a
damn minute. This is dreadful for PSG right now.
Holy, it was one zoner into the other. The OST they chose, Charlotta's theme. The name, Noble Execution. If you're going to die at the hands of a zoner,
Zoner. Let it be on your own terms, pulling up with the Matera for our final set. It's grand finals between Beepaw and BSG.
We kept talking about that character crisis, but this is one of the characters Beepaw truly explored. Yeah. Truly trying to find that zoner extraordinaire.
Yep.
And boy, oh boy, with the additional damage you get off those counter hits,
yep.
If we get ult butterfly damage against Vasaraga, oh no!
All right, the 2H straight out of the skies. Yeah, these zoning patterns just demand even more committal ways to try and make your way in with all of these arrows just getting so much faster in the previous patch.
Oh, okay, good respect.
Okay.
Or to pump the brakes, nice roll here from BSG.
Slow things down a little bit, looking for the H arrow, but there we go. Counter poke off of the ultimate fireball. We got our 5U, but how are we going to leverage it to make our way in?
All right, we're chipping away here.
Yep.
It's all right. You still got the distance to react. Good anti-air.
Sniped out of the skies with a great fall. Chipping away at the HP, even with a bigger health pool.
Watch that butterfly here.
Yep.
Locked in. You can hold on to the block stun, and Beepaw is just absolutely fine with chipping away at your health.
Yeah, you're in throw range now. Scary. Okay, the armor still staying alive. Enough HP to fight back. A little bit of chip off of that BC, but looking for something off of the 5A.
All right, more rainfall here. We're still trying to chip out.
Stops the arrow in its tracks. The counter hit starter up against the wall. BSG, you have enough for one more raging chain, but no, it wouldn't be enough. You survived with the armor and take round 1.
It's one of those situations in the corner, darn if you don't. Like, yeah, you know, BC probably the worst option to take, but if you try to neutral jump the command grab, you're in trouble because you're going to get caught on the pre-jump.
Exactly. All right, caught up with the H arrow. Waited out.
Oh, roll. We still got the throw.
Yep. Tried to be tricky with it. Still stuck over here in the mid screen. There you go. Plus frames off of the ultimate arrow. Snipes out the startup. Tried to go for that ultimate fireball, but nothing found.
All right, just remember, we had a substantial lead in the last round here,
yep.
And it just drastically changed in favor of BSG. Oh my goodness, command grab right through the BC.
All right, little sweep action here. Poke out with the 5L. No full confirm off of the run up to H, but it's all good. We found a knockdown. Ooh. Tries to set the butterfly. It's the ultimate tackle. Let me get a Soul Forge. One more BP. Scary situation. It's a one-touch situation on both sides, but the spot dodge throws enough. The booty bump to tie up the rounds here.
The layers in this offense right now. We'll see if Beepaw can close out the victory, or will it be BSG to do the same?
Yep.
Ooh. Nice. This is a great way to do it. Shoulder check, command grab.
Yep. Run up scoop. Runs right through the butterfly, detonate as well. Just barely spaced outside of it and finds a tackle.
What do we got? Yep. Unfortunately, opened up right there. Not blocking on the wake up.
Yeah, Grounded confirmed. Consume the 5U. One more Soul Forge. The armored stomps the dead zone, just threading the needle between the butterfly, and BSG takes game 1.
Very confident round. A few armors to get through some of the projectiles coming from Beepaw here. BSG feeling very comfortable right now.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, you heard it. The fairy on the lock-in.
The immediate swap as well.
Oh, Grimnir with the hope that BSG takes it?
BSG. LFG, BSG. I'm sure he's looking for games right now, yeah?
Truly.
Looking for game number 2, one might say, as we head on into it. It's the character swap to Old Reliable. Fairy is back on the board.
All right. You can't really go wrong with either character here. And again, the comfort food from Fairy, of course, is going to be on the table. Good low.
All right, get to your Soul Forge. Oh, but swept right back into the corner off the recall.
All right, good little spot dodge.
Yep.
Do it again,
try to get the tackle sent out with the ultimate GG set. Ooh. Tried to roll past the GG to avoid the detonation, only to get caught by Beepaw on the way over. Already the comfort just seeming so much more in tune for the Fairy. The run-up JL baits out the throw.
Hey, wanted the BC right there, and unfortunately going to get duffed for it.
Yep.
Nice round.
Ponder the orb once again. The momentum back in Beepaw's favor.
Round starts pretty interesting here because we got the 5L. Calls out the jump with the up dog.
Yep, 5L, Beppo. Knocking on the door. We're just getting a little bit of space here.
Please stay away from me from this distance, from 5L range.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Oh, Spot Dodge able to find a pickup, even without the GG debt behind. Spot Dodge on the ultimate fireball as well.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Multi-hit off of that ultimate pirouette. We're chilling. Back into the corner for you.
Oh, caught you standing up. See, that moment of hesitation because you thought the overhead comes through here.
Yeah, looking for that jump light, but nothing to be found. The ultimate whip is a clean ender for one more GG, but not going to run into range of that ultimate command grab.
Uh-oh. All right, you need that final hit, B-Paw.
Yep.
And of course, BSG has an ult on deck.
Let's see it.
There
Ooh,
it
swung
is.
into the scythe hitbox of the ultimate fireball, so now stuck in the corner. BSG one straight hit away. All right.
Start chipping away. Oh, but called out into the GG setup. It is a darned if you do, darned if you don't, because you would have been chipped away anyways. Still would have been blocking GG.
Yep.
You had to stand block to try to survive that one brief moment.
That devious smile. He's back on into it. Down a game as we tie ourselves back up to 1-1. Hit the LeBron real quick. BSG, scream if you love Grand Blue. All right, tackle to start things off.
Stomp. All right, nice. We can't go for side swap here, but there it is. I was wondering.
Yeah, we got the cartwheel. We got the 2U. Oh, Spot Dodge on the way down. Just wait for GG to do the job.
I mean, maybe that first game was just information. There's the overhead finally coming from B-Paw.
Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Tried to go for the tackle, and then that's 50 meter down the drain once again, and the BC baited out as well. Just staying at this perfect range to avoid any defensive option from BSG.
That just block being very important to reduce those resources, but still going to come out on top as B-Paw.
Just whipping like ships in the night, not trying to commit into a tackle or a 5U.
All right, but does get the 5S. Ooh, nice. Got the GG set up.
Yeah. Caught on the delay match from BSG, now eating 50% of your HP. The ultimate stomps. Gets us out of the corner, but for how long? Okay, walk it back, 5H. Little Beppo action. Yeah, GG is just doing such a good job of locking you down. I say as we get swiped back out, 5U is on the menu, the ultimate armor, but waits it out for the 5U.
All right, let's, shoulder check, and almost got pushed right back into the orb.
Just barely the tip of the hitbox avoiding you.
All right, nice little counter hit.
Ooh, with the attempt to roll through, caught out with the far. And B-Paw now up 2-1 pre-reset.
One step closer just to get the reset.
Yep.
BSG has room to relax, of course.
Refilled up in the water bottle as well. We are EX hydrated. Trying to make our way into that reset side.
Pulling out another bottle from the bag of holding there.
That's what I'm wondering, right?
Whoa, another one.
Infinite water hack? The 2x2 water tiles? All right. Back on into it. We got game number 4 up next, and it's back to the Coliseum for some more Grand Finals action. All right. Prep the OST, the next Spotify song, and now we got game number 4. Taking to the skies, but sniped out with that far M.
The GG approach. Will own this corner now with that wall bounce. Able to set up another GG. Oh, but the overhead.
Yeah. It's so tricky. We've even threatened deep run in 2U as well.
Yes.
So the high-low threatened on both sides. So much respect from BSG. You can only be right so many times.
There's so much range between B-Paw and BSG where I can react to your next interaction. If you end up going for shoulder check, I'm ready to spot dodge. You can't go for fireball. Jumping away. That's a round finish for B-Paw. One step away from a reset.
We take to the skies, the fade away, the kill with the whip. All right, B-Paw, let's see if we can keep that up for one more round. The deep run-in. Ooh, caught out the fuzzy mash.
You're braver than I. On these deep run-ups, like, my goodness.
I mean, we've demanded so much respect off of these round starts from Far L and 5M. So B-Paw now on set point, reset point as well, looking to try and cash out on all the respect that we built up.
All right, there we go. A little bit of a shutdown, and we can just keep whittling away at your health.
Yeah. Look for the swipe, but Beepaw just staying right out of range. So much respect.
Oh, no. All right, could have been worse.
Yeah, that's true.
You did force a BP spend.
Are we going to see it again? No, the backdash caught out by the run-up close L, just waiting for it. Beepaw.
Are you kidding me? The double spot dodge. There we
Chips
go.
a factor. Ultimate GG set.
All right, respecting the armor. Very smart here. That could have been a GG. Yep, there it is. Got the 5L, got the reset. That could have just been chip scenario. If we would have went for up dog even right after the ult Savage Rampage. Beepaw with that pop off. Feeling good about it. Got the reset. One more first to 3.
The stand up and then right back into business. He said, all right, hold on. I got part 1, now I gotta lock in for day number 2. Reset on the water bottles, reset on the scoreboards. BSG, now with the L on his name.
Okay, back to character select we go. Taking a moment to assess the situation as BSG, starts to really ponder, like, what are my options against Beepaw here? Because, they've been great, right? But unfortunately, you have to go through that layer of offense coming from Fairy. It's been so often we've been interrupted with lows. We got the far M, catching a lot of startup opportunity, and we're not quite getting that Soul Forge on deck in time to try to make that approach and punish against Fairy here. And it's a tall order for Vasaraga to do so. 5L round start already gets that interrupt immediately.
Exactly. Yeah, Pharrell just doing so much work. Any safe way to try and get this first hit and bring us over to the corner where we have been running this game plan so well from Beepaw. Set GG, threaten to space out 2U, run up off of the JL, and just keep BSG constantly on the back foot.
And we keep pushing ourselves away from Vasaraga so we can get situations like this to get the up dog punish. You're away from the shoulder check.
Exactly. Put ourselves in a range where, oh, no pickup off of the recall and the whip, but still, the TK dive kick able to avoid the ultimate command grab.
Beepaw might be in the mind of BSG, but finally gets that forward special to work out.
All right, running out of space and running out of time, finds the sweep, 5H. And there we go, a clean confirm from BSG.
All right. Oh, you got to be careful on the BC because we have Soul Forge. Savage Rampage is on the way. Ooh, there it is. Should be around, and it certainly will be.
Now that round start looked as rough as all of those previous games where Beepaw's been running away with the momentum. And as soon as BSG found that 5H in the corner, we just sealed it back out. Let's see if that's enough.
Good little spot dodge here. Again, spacing, so important. Because you get with this range, it's so terrifying against Vasaraga. Try to get the left-right mix up here. But BSG looks to be holding that guard button.
Yeah, rolling to throw, big chillin'. Oof. Okay, single hit to the 5U. Now we charge up. Oh, smart. Ultimate DP buys you a little bit of time. Again, clean on the spot dodges, just waiting for these screen flashes.
All right, caught the roll. Corner position, and look, we're in the Grand Blue Zone again. If you try to make a jump, I got the anti-air. But showing caution to not throw out GG until we get the opportunity off of a strike.
Ooh. Okay, no attempt on the 2H. Air blockable, so not trying to give up tempo, potentially on a whiff. All right, Ponder GG, Ponder my orb. Still pretty far away from chip damage being a factor, but the pickup into the level 1. Straight into this EX Hula. Beepaw ties up the rounds.
Going to this round 2 at the reset. First game, the momentum.
Yep.
Still in the favor of Beepaw.
Ooh. Waited out. Up dog, big chillin'.
Ooh, and to get that max range.
Yeah.
Just guard still being important here. This happened. This is what I've been telling you about. This sequence here off the light. Oh my goodness.
You leave damage on the table for a little extra psych damage. I understand. Keep you in the corner. You tried to tackle, but one more BC is in your future. Run up JL. I would have got hit.
Ooh. Called out the BC. Neutral jump. Does get the full punish. Has 100 meter. Do you convert for the orb?
Two stomps to a fall. JH just hold on for the Heinrichten.
No anti-air.
All right, we got reverse beat.
Oh,
let's see if the BB tag is going to be enough to run up JL. No, GG required, but it's such a skilled starter. Is it going to be enough with combo limit? We stay locked in. Beepaw.
Twice now. When's the last time you saw install super from Fairy?
I guess like a few games ago, but before that.
It's been a long
It's been
time.
months, yeah.
Years. I don't think I've gone this entire Arc World Tour season ever seeing the install from Fair.
That's what I'm saying. I've maybe
Like,
seen
this
it as a
is-
misinput like once or twice, but outside of that, Beepaw just keeping it as a tool in the back pocket. Game number 2.
Yo, how many Beepaws are we going to get? Let's go.
What is the dog doing up there? All right, takes to the skies, jumps over the tackle, but no punish to be found with the JH on the way down.
All right, respect on the block here from Beepaw. Spot dodge. And again, this alt command grab, but no follow after the dive kick.
Here we go, recall off the whip, goes for the ultimate pirouette, and 668 to swap up the sides once again. Push back into this GG debt.
All right, close heavy to you, pushing away for safety. The ult is still armored up here. Nice backdash away. Beepaw is locked in, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Infinite Armor got you the hit, but it didn't get you the escape out of the corner, but another good scramble from BSG. Holding on strong, so much meter to threaten. Ultimate Fireball and the tackle is on the board.
Oh my goodness, that's a round. What a cleanup here off the forward special.
And as soon as we said it, cashing in the goodwill from Apollo, saw the foresight, and BSG round up here. All right, taking to the skies once again, but going back into that layer 1, again, just threatening the round start with far L's, 5 M's to keep BSG grounded.
Oh, geez, you thought. Once again, we got the startup, but the special is still going to get shut down.
Yep.
And we draw the line with GG. No forward approach, up dog.
Let's see it. UDP is a clean knockdown again. Caught you swinging with the far M run up. JL, so many times we threatened the 2U, so it's so hard to escape. Even if it's not a ton of damage, it loops right back into that EXGG. Beepaw spacing himself out. Says BSG, I dare you to try and escape.
All right, that's a lot of alt meter expenditure here coming from BSG, and Beepaw will return the favor. Put you right back in the corner. A deep run up. BSG is giving it their all right now. Nice backdash away. Every time it's been that, literally the exact same chain of events.
Yep.
After the up dog, the alt edition being blocked from the Savage Rampage, we get that backdash away for the command grab, and once again on game point here for Beepaw for it.
Yeah, we're making good reads off of the Sword in the Stone, right? That infinite armor, but the scramble afterwards, like you're saying, Zero, is not enough to seal out this round. The 668, but caught on the other side. BSG just waiting it out.
Okay, this is a strong lead here for BSG. Exactly what you want until GG comes through, keeps you blocking. This is my territory.
Exactly.
This is going to be your corner.
All right, back to the mid-screen, walk it back out just to avoid an ultimate tackle, but yeah, we cleared the space with that ultimate fireball and find something off the scramble too.
Interrupt there, watch out. Nice. Actually, max range punish.
All right, BSG with the life lead for the first time in quite some time.
Oh no.
All right, one more hit, one more stomp. And the smile returns to his face. BSG was down, but not out.
Absolutely, and unfortunately the BC was just a bit too far after the fireball coming through.
Bro, Grimnir's stressed in the back, seeing BSG fight for his life like that. He's like,
I'm
like, hold on, I
stressed.
need you to lock in, buddy.
I don't know if there's anybody in the room watching this not stressed out right now.
That's what I'm saying. That's fun here on the comms desk. Ooh, no, but we're sweeping and finding nothing in return. Instead, it's the whip punish whip. Not going to go for the recall to put you back into the corner, though.
Okay, nice. Oh, I thought I saw a spot dodge in there.
Yeah, right? We did see the backdash to avoid the ultimate fireball. No plus frames to be seen, but again, another challenge coming out from BSG. Oh. Ooh. Caught out with the 2L, no confirm off of the late detonation, but catches out the attempt to BC afterwards. BSG paying for that with his life.
It was going all in favor of BSG for the start of that round, and then very quickly turning the tide is Beepaw.
All right, take to the skies once again. No, afraid of the far M. Afraid of the far M.
If you move, if you blink, far M.
It's red light, red light. There's no green light to be seen. No opportunity to advance. But the empty jump is big chillin'.
GG Sen. Extra damage, full corner carry.
Find the detonate, up against the wall. Did the full charge on the tackle too.
And Scoop certainly waited for that opportunity too. And not jumping. You notice, we've not seen a single jump out of that stomp at all.
Yeah. All right, ponder the orb between a rock, a hard place, and the bouncing level 1 super. We send it, and Beepaw finds the recall confirmed. You were ready?
Yo, and honestly, the damage mitigation just increased exponentially. exponentially, but the full Raging Chain.
Ay, Dios mío. You tried to bait out the back throw, but got Raging struck for it. Now BSG might just bring this round back. One touch apiece, a decent amount of BP on both sides, waiting out the GG. BSG, how do we make our way back in?
Ooh, caught the backdash with the far heavy, or close heavy rather.
Okay.
Still chipping away. This is still a game opportunity for B-Paul, who will gladly close it out.
All right, 2-1 for B-Paul. We got the reset, and now we're 1 game away from securing that last chance qualifier spot. BSG taking a deep breath.
I'm standing up too. I'm standing up too, BSG.
You can actually see it in the back. You can see my banana back posture as well, but we unbuttoned the suit jacket. It's time for business.
You know what?
I didn't think it would be a short sleeve.
I didn't think so either. I had to double check. Like, did you roll the sleeves up for that one?
I was like, it's kind of hot in here, bro. I'm kind of surprised that you got the full button up this whole time.
You know what? I need BSG to do the arm reload that Henry Cavill did. I need it right now, though.
That would be insane. I'm not going to lie.
Let's go around.
All right. The jackets on the back. B-Paw on the back of a potential reset kill. 1 more game away, but game 4 in the reset. Let's see if B-Paw can keep the momentum up.
All right, round start actually does not go in favor of B-Paw there. Catching the lingering hurt box.
Ooh. Okay, the empty fall after the Indiana Jones, just waiting for the whip. Again, that back jump puts you right out of range for the tackle.
Didn't convert anything after that punish. Oh, okay, we got the BC though. The low to you. Ooh. And nice fuzzy side swap.
Yeah, the JL brings you all the way over to the other side. A little bit of a drop on the confirm towards the end. Tries to go for a throw, but the ultimate command throw wins out in the end.
This is the thing. B-Paul was calling those out in those previous games, and now that we're so close to victory, don't you forget what brought you here in the first place. You calling those out initially in game 1 and 2.
Exactly. Now we got the ultimate whip, the immediate challenge on that 5. You not going to get away with it. The ultimate pirouette.
Okay, does have another one here. That's the final one of the tank. Finish the job. Not quite there. GG not going to activate. Backs away. It does get around here.
B-Paw on LCQ point. 1 round away.
Nice. Goes for EX version. Every single round start when that happened, it was the regular DP. This time around, I want my damage off round start. B-Paw closing out for corner. Good just block. That's very important there for Blue Sky Guy.
Yeah, that full commit to the air unblockable so early determined. The momentum again, the JL doing wonders. We've only needed to show a 2L, a 2U once or twice just to keep it on the brain. Now the 6XM spaced out, but BSG not opened up.
You're only saving grace out of that fuzzy in the corner is the fact that it does so little damage for Vasaraga here.
Yep.
But it's adding up. 50% life lead. We do get the ult command grab or hit grab.
Yep. Ultimate whip, micro dash GG set. Stand up business, take your space.
Oh, we are standing on business indeed. We got another GG coming in, corner position. Does block the overhead, but this is looking dire. Alt grab.
All right. BSG a little far away from that 50-meter threshold, so no ultimate skills to threaten, but we got the ultimate pirouette from B-Paw. Not quite the kill just yet, but any, like confirm, should be enough. Chip damage, a factor as well. GG, hold down the neutral. No confirm off of the 2M, but another does it. B-Paw qualifies for the last chance qualifier, going into Group A. B-Paw himself making it through. We got the reset and we got the kill to seal it out. What a valiant fight from BSG, but out at second place here. Not gonna make it to day number 2. He said, that's me. That's me up there. I'm that qualifier. I'm that dude.
That is quite the set. B-Paw, the last remaining member of the Paragon crew fighting for Granblue Fantasy versus Rising, closes out a spot in the group stage for tomorrow. B-Paw in Group A, and what a run. I mean, these two players, both of them, having quite a storied run throughout the Arc World Tour, rising to the occasion time and time again. B-Paw has been chomping at the bit for an opportunity like this once again throughout the entire year, and once again, just like we had back at Combo Breaker, it's all come full circle. We were one step away from qualifying, and by golly, we were one step away once again, but this time we've locked in our position, and done it. That's a full Paragon run in the group stages right now, which is insane.
Yep. A Paragon representative in each and every single one of those groups, which you guys are going to be seeing tomorrow as well. So moving on into Group A with the likes of Gamera, Monarch, and Zerom is Paragon's own Beepaw, filling that 16th slot. And you guys are going to be seeing more of that Granblue action tomorrow as well. I hope you're excited.
Absolutely. And of course, in Group B, you still got Space, Tororo, Zane, and Zippy. In Group C with Fitison, Koji Coco, Skill, and Elsa. And then Group D with Saki, Riazo, Rookies, and Aaron Damac. This is quite the spread and quite the story to see through all of these groups. All these players have been competing throughout the entire year. And you know what? There's someone else who's very excited about this victory here.
Oh, yeah?
And there is an individual on stage willing to talk to Beepaw. Cola, what is going on right now, man? How you feeling?
I'm about to give the most biased interview of my life, but I don't care. Hey, Beepaw, tell them where you from.
Chicago.
No. It's Midwest. All right? Now, I saw you walking around the venue. You were scared. You were a little nervous. You were a lot of nervous. How are you feeling now that you punched your ticket to the group stage?
It's like, I mean, I said I was coming to take the spot, and I think that's literally what I just did, right? I said I was coming to take the spot, so I just had to do what I had to do at that point. So nobody could stop me. Also, yes, I was nervous. I was very nervous. I had to do laps around this stuff.
Well, look at you, solidify for that group stage. We'll be seeing you soon. For now, go get some rest. Commentators, back over to you.
That is Midwest right there. Holy crap. I'm telling you, watching Beepaw throughout the years, not even just through BB Tag, but even on the rise here in Granblue has been a spectacular story to watch and follow. And I'm glad I got to sit front and center for it here, J2. This has been one heck of an LCQ, huh?
Yeah, it's been an absolute joy, and now we've solidified our players for Granblue group stages tomorrow, so make sure to stay tuned. We're super excited to see that action for you guys. Man, getting a front row seat, or I guess, you know, technically we're the last row seat, but getting to see it live in front of our eyes, it was an absolute joy.
It really was. I mean, just knowing the work that all these players put into it here, yes, Beepaw took the whole thing, but this entire top 8 run, which was an insane surprise for me to see who ended up stepping up to the occasion and really showing out for Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. It is once again another great showcase as to the skill of these competitors throughout the year and how any character can really make it happen, right? Like, Fairy is so, you know, one of those characters that is just truly underrepresented, and now we got that showcase here on Beepaw, and so many more players in the group stages to look forward to here. I know we have a ton of stuff going on throughout the event. I know we have Fukuhara and Okubo out there for a challenge if you're feeling like you could step up to the occasion later on today. So definitely check that out. But that is going to do here for Granblue Fantasy versus Rising LCQ. I've been Zero J2. It's been a heck of a time. But it looks like we got some Guilty Gear Strive coming up next here for LCQ, so don't go away. Arc World Tour brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. We'll be back in just a moment.
See ya.
根絶することだ。
ボスの狙いか。
母さん、
全国民を敵に回すことになる。
うち結構強いから。なんでこんなことすんだよ。そこまでよ。
ここは任せろ。行け、縁の師。
ユニカと話するの諦めないさ。何か理由があると思うんだ。
お前はそれでいい。
おぞましきギアに味方する者を許さない。
ユニカは単独犯ではない。
私たちで黒幕捉えちゃったり、情報を聞き出すまでが任務だから。
救える命も救えねえぞ。
貴様らがギアをかばうなら聖戦は必ず起きるだろう。
聖戦は俺が止める。
Just be a trigger with a brutish impulse. Trigger, the silent preacher. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me. Trigger, don't be curious about me. I don't want you to get hurt. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me. Never mind.
Welcome back to the Arc World Tour Finals here, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. 2 games down, 1 to go. It is time for Guilty Gear Strive. My name is Proxy. Joining me on the cast, the man, the myth, the legend, Rins. My boy, what's good?
You already know what it is. It's always good running with you, my man. Last time we did it, it was a hell of a top 8. So you already know we expecting a barn burner tonight as well. 8 of the finest competitors, 8 of the most elite competitors in Guilty Gear Strive history are here duking it out for not only 1, but 2 spots in the finals.
Absolutely. As we can go over and gloss over to our bracket here to see, it was quite a shakeup. As you can see here in winners, Super Newt and Toxins going to lead us off with Red Ditto and the old man GC Yoshi in winners.
The man Yoshi, baby. Preying upon the individuals that don't want to do their homework. Sensei Yoshi coming through, being like, you don't know how to fight Bedman? Well, let me put you to sleep. You know how it goes. Loser 8s as well. We got Red I Am Not in the Building going up against Keishu What the Moo, and PRA Paragon's own Jack going up against Kazam. Nothing but heat all the way through.
Absolutely. Good diversity of characters, as we can see, as we're going to have our first match, which is one of the ones I want to talk about the most coming up, is actually Noon versus Toxins here. Both of these players are on tremendous runs here. Noon and Toxins both with incredible wins. I was hearing murmurs, and I know that you heard the same, of an Anji who was just tearing it up, and this is the man, the myth.
Yeah, 100% Toxins, right? He's the guy that's been doing it. Yeah, I actually ran into Nitro outside, and he was like, bro, some San Diego Anji just beat Red Eye. I'm not just put all these people in a loser's bracket. I was like, what's going on? This is the man that we've been talking about, right? So, yeah, from what I understand, from San Diego, rocking the Anji. He's been putting bodies in bags, but as you mentioned as well, Noon on a hell of a run himself, right?
Absolutely. A ton of bodies in his wake. And also, I mean, Noon himself, obviously a veteran to the field, veteran to the games, and we were talking about it a little bit joking, one of the hardest players to seed because he is one of the clutchest when he's ready. When he's in the mindset and when he plays to his potential, he can beat anyone, anywhere, anytime. So not surprising to see him in this top 8. But, you know, it's like we said, it's been kind of a mess watching this bracket go through.
100%. And, you know, there's players that thrive in tournament, right? That just for whatever reason, when the lights are on, when it's a finals type of event, when it's a big stage, like for whatever reason, they're in there a little bit more than usual. And to me, Noon's one of those guys, right? He doesn't shy away from the moment. He always rises to expectations. He's done that time and time again. So he's definitely going to have the advantage in terms of the atmosphere, right? Being used to it, being used to the nerves that come with playing in front of a crowd and a big stage and on stream. While like our man Toxins, as we said, a little bit newer to this scene. So at least from what we know, right, as we've seen on stream and whatnot, who knows, he's probably been putting San Diego on notice for a long time. But that's beside the point, of course, right? On a stage like this, Noon's going to have the advantage. I want to see if Toxins as well is one of those players that just embraces the moment and comes out swinging.
No, definitely agreed. As well as had a massive cheering section to every single win, every single upset Toxins. Okay. It was big support from the entire crowd for him. So, you know, got a lot of people behind him on this one, too. So it's going to be a good one. Very excited to see the West Coast matchup here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. My man Noon, Southern California versus San Diego. Now, for those that are not acclimated with the area well, like they're just like, isn't that like the same place? San Diego is like a 2-hour drive from Southern California, if not more, you know what I'm saying? So like California, big place, just like NorCal, SoCal has their own little rivalry. SoCal, San Diego does the same thing, right? So, and of course, Noon's also had a lot of time in Vegas as well, so he's kind of added that under his regional belt on top of everything else. But yeah, man, I'm very excited to see this. Obviously, like we talked about before, Toxins has been running the Anji, and it's a character that can catch a lot of people off guard, but I don't expect it to catch Super Noon off guard because he's so well-versed with the West Coast scene. And, of course, Braun is one of the best Anjis out of NorCal, so I assume he's got matches with him. I don't know for sure, but I doubt we're going to see Noon caught off guard. On the other side, Toxins, we'll see how he deals with the Bridget, excuse me.
No, absolutely agreed. And again, just to kind of retouch on the kind of run that Toxins is on right now, in a row, beat Red I Am Not 3-2, Lolo 3-2, and then Adventure 3-0. So that is the run we're coming into. That's the type of snowball that we have rolling at this point here. And coming into the matchup too, Bridget versus Anji. It's going to be a tough one for sure. Pretty front-loaded options from both players here. Noon, I'm so glad that Noon found Bridget, because I feel like as far as being a type of player who loves to thrive in like using his movement kind of finesse, Noon found a perfect home in Bridget.
Precisely, right? Like, we know where Noon comes from. We know that he really embraces the movement aspect of fighting games. And because of that, Bridget is a character that I think he's really had a natural chemistry with since the beginning of her time, right, in this game at the very least. So being able to manipulate a lot of movement, bait out things and whatnot, it's definitely going to be up his alley. And yeah, I'm very excited to see how this goes. I think this is the button check here that we're seeing, because we are expecting Anji from Toxins, of course.
Absolutely. But I'm glad you mentioned that too. I mean, Noon, obviously, you know, versus close to our hearts versus game gamer himself. So we'll see if he can take it home for that one here. Going to be very excited to see how it goes between these two.
For those that don't know, I met Super Noon when he was 13 at Super Arcade, brother. Like playing the versus, playing the high speed, the high APM games. So as you can see, he's still here, a veteran, even in his, early mid-20s. He's got like 10 years into the game. He's one of those, right? So he's definitely, like we said, going to be used to this environment. He's going to be real comfortable moving around the screen and whatnot. But Anji always makes you hesitate a little bit, right? Like because of the spin, because of his different powerful, big button type options, it's not just going to be as free form as you want when it comes to the movement.
I definitely agree, but this is going to get us started here. First match of our LCQ, and immediately we get that twirl, as well as getting the conversion off the butterfly, a knockdown in the corner already for Toxins.
And like you said, bro, when you have a supporting squad here as well, right? Ooh, and let him know off the first knockdown, we're going to wake up with the counter. I'm not afraid.
Doesn't get the wall break either, so now I'm able to maintain pressure. Great jump with a fan, though.
And punish it outright as well. Like we said, Super Noon, I think he's going to be well acclimated to this type of matchup. Catching him, trying to press buttons a little bit too early as well. Set up shop with the empty low. Oh, my man is chefing.
Look at the amount of meter, too. Just block, but it doesn't get you much room.
Double up. Ooh, he doubled up, but he couldn't quite convert, and now Toxins trying to make the most happen. Super Noon willing to risk the DP right there. He had burst on the other side.
Oh, and good delay. Once again, the good movement from Super Noon, always carrying through. 50 meter on the table.
Ooh, the counter hit again here, the burst. Oh, and instead he just goes to the throw for that exact reason. Toxins is going to keep the burst holstered for another round. But man, oh man, Noon, he was well aware of any option his opponent could do.
Absolutely. Already mixing things up, too. Went up for the dash up 2K last time on that exact same situation. Already got the wheels spinning.
Like that, oh, into the empty low again. My man is schmixing right now. And of course, Noon, like you mentioned, right, always willing to cycle through the options. He's got a plethora of them right there. And again, catching off the scramble, just going into a throw. That's a Strive classic.
Set up for it one more time. Ends up forcing the burst here. Toxins in a tough position. Catches the low on the perfectly spaced scooter. Roger comes through. Still alive, though, on a hard knockdown.
That was clean from Noon right there. His spacing is on another level right there. You see the hezzy right there? Oh, my Lord. Hit him with the sham god. You thought I was going this way, but I'm hitting you in the mouth with a yo-yo. Noonster off to the races.
Yeah, the dash up stop, very, very good. I feel like a lot of people will try to go a little more aggressive, try to go for the dash up close, and then maybe fake the backdash. And then as well as obviously with a good normal from bridge, you can't catch the backdash as well if people lean into it. But I mean, if Toxins hasn't shown backdash yet, I love that patience from Noon to show it to me and then I'll answer it.
Absolutely, man. I just love Noon already catching on to the rhythm, right? That's a big thing in top level fighting games, being able to identify when your opponent likes to press buttons. That hesitation showed that he's got an inkling of when Toxins likes to go about his sequence.
Recall the yo-yo was definitely good. Staying away. Has not really had to deal with Fujin at all.
Yeah, 100%, man. He's done a great job. Like we said, I don't think he's going to get caught off guard by a lot of this matchup. But Toxins, he switched up a little bit now to PRC, trying to drift on her dome.
Ends up finding the hit anyways. Catches the low and dash co. Very nice. Wall break with the super should be just enough.
Indeed, he just got the tension for it. Make sure she knows that a round is on the board for Anji and Toxins. We ain't going quietly into the night, best believe. And already, you see the Fujin letting it be known, gets the knockdown afterwards. But Noon has been representing the DP, 2 successful ones. We got to look out for the future.
Oh, Cole almost got us in trouble, but it does end up working out perfectly here. Nice FDs, though, to buy room.
Indeed, Toxins doing a great job right now, covering all his bases, right? Either spinning through the yo-yo or seeing the keep chase on the corner escape. Everything looking good, but Noon does have that corner after escaping, but doesn't look like for long as he eats another overhead.
Has to got some kind of, absolutely commits to the low. This is a big opportunity here for Noon.
Gotta make something happen here. The throw tech, Toxins, very nice again, and the Rin overhead coming through to seal that round. But yeah, you could see the adjustments defensively, very much starting to look for the tech throw. Could open him up to something otherwise, but I really like the air dash in the corner, kind of the dodge on the anti-air, right? That was super sick.
No, 1000% agreed here. It's gonna be Noon opening up hot though. Already to the wall. I love that we don't go for the scoot there, but the Fujin does answer.
Ooh, and yeah, after conditioning with so many overheads, right, he's starting to sneak in with the hop, getting a throw off, baits the burst with the red stuff. Oh my goodness gracious. Toxins, we were talking about how quickly Noon was off to the races before, but look at that, shuts down the RC post wall break, tries to sneak in the dust, not gonna happen just yet. Great defense, but Noon got a ways to come back from, and it's shutting down the air escape this time.
Yeah, especially having 50 meter, that is really a relatively not risky situation to go for. I love the idea from Toxins trying to keep the lockdown, and a great 6P. Maybe just a bad homing attack there from Noon.
That could be. Now, man, yeah, he looked like he tried the FD, but it was so far in that whatever he tried to do afterwards, the 2M was still able to connect, the 2S.
Okay. After the wall break, goes for the dash up, does manage to find the hit, has burst, but can't find an opportunity to spend it in an unfortunate situation that comes up all Toxins.
Yeah, it's definitely a good look for Toxins right now. Just really abusing the overheads early has kind of conditioned Noon to be on the lookout for a certain type of block streams. We talked about the rhythm earlier. He's definitely switched it up effectively.
A couple good 2Ps there. Doesn't get much for it. Yo-Yo is set up, but we are defending our ground so effectively. Not letting that Yo-Yo get accessed at all. Overdrive for another wall break and another hard knockdown for Toxins.
And D-May just keeps attacking low. Noon is either trying to FD and get some space and try to move afterwards and just kind of misjudging the spacing. This time Toxins, oh my goodness, teaching lessons out here.
Disgusting on the follow-up. I love it. Down to what could be the final round.
Man, it's going so fast, actually. Noon has really found himself in major trouble. That's why he's bursting so early. Hopefully get around here and then build a burst for the final one. But he's got to survive this in the first place.
ID back was good. Great air throw as well. The positional win is massive here.
That was huge. Great switch up from Noon, honestly. He had been taken to the skies a lot, trying to escape that corner. That time he stayed grounded, caught Toxins committing to that option. Took advantage of it, and now we're already in the Kona. Oh, and again, catching him jumping. Send Roger to do the dirty work. That means a hard knockdown on the other side. You know what it is.
We've seen parry a couple times, though. This time we're going to hold on to it. YRC is going to be the choice. 50 meter on the side of Noon as we unfortunately get a hard knockdown, but an IBFD buys us a backdash.
That was clean, yeah. He needed the extra room, right? That room from just the FDing wasn't buying him enough, but nonetheless, Toxins did such a great job of taking that into account, closing the gap. Oh, but just as I said, closing the gap, Noon does that exact thing. Skates on in. Trying to make the burst out. Toxins, he's been willing to hold it, and he's going to once more. He's still on set point here.
Nah, definitely smart, especially having this lead. No reason. You can play kind of risk adverse at this point.
Oh, the overhead is finally blocked. Noon starting to adjust. Could open up something else later, though. So we got to keep an eye on. Great maneuverability right there. Just right outside the range, the 6P.
Punch of the Fujin was perfect. Love the wild assault as well. Catches him trying to reach a little too far. Gets the wall break and has meter to spare.
Oh, just hit him in the face again after the wall break. That's the thing. Against Bridget, you really got to respect her wall break game. The delayed burst is still blocked, still punished, and the Noonster forces a game 5.
Extremely strong patience shown there from Super Noon. Sip of water for both of them as we get back in again. Incredible play leads us down to our final game. Wow, you said this is going hella fast, bro.
Yeah, it is. Like, I can't believe we're already at game 5. Like, I didn't realize that it was 2-1 in the last game, but both of these players have made immaculate adjustments, obviously. Like Super Noon getting the first game, Toxins able to bounce back 2 straight. Noon with his back against the wall, firing himself. And you can see the DPs have been very successful. Cuts it off, but my goodness, still wasn't Noon's turn. Got counter hit on the back end.
Oh, love the commitment to the 6P.
That's huge.
Unfortunately, yeah, again, this is exactly how the last round went.
Oh, trading with a lot of the Fujins, but that's okay for Noon, right? As long as it doesn't give Anji a full advantage sequence.
Definitely agreed. Love that delay. Recalls the yo-yo tap. The first time we've seen it. What a block.
For real. That felt like it's slow motion. I don't know what it was. The electricity in the air. Toxins were just in the zone to block it. Oh, and all these throws on the landing, and then the counter hit. Toxins falls in this round, and Noon now the one on set point.
Holds on to the burst once again, this time maybe being a little too reserved. No follow-up on the fish, but it doesn't matter. To the corner now, cannot get thrown. That's how we've lost our pressure every time so far.
The Jin, man, continuing the pressure, able to jump out. Oh no, a little bit of a wonky combo sequence chosen by Noon. Again, not far enough.
Oh, couple 2Ps. Love you close to the distance there. Plenty of meter. Finds a low and is able to convert it.
We've seen so many overheads, right? Going with the low setup, and again, Noon this time, maybe getting his fuzzy timing correct. Blocks the dust. Oh, but still opened up. That frame trap has been blowing Noon up. I don't know if he's trying to throw after the first close button or what, but going into the 2S after has resulted in counter hit after counter hit.
Yeah, and the big story here as we go for the crazy dash from 6P. Gets him in the corner, but another back throw. Noon, full burst available again, though.
Indeed, right. He actually does get him overhead this time. And this is huge for Noon. He actually did build to the tension, so he's going to use it for the hard knockdown. Super meter in tow. Toxins, he's got some defense to him. He's got the flex shield, not going to use it just yet. Builds not quite to the wires. He's actually FDing, so he doesn't build the 50 tension.
Oh, gets the jump over, hits the punish. It hit too high, though. Good recognition. Has to weather the storm one more time. Wild Assault in the tap dust.
Yes, indeed. He's going to build to the burst right here. Oh, uses at the last second. How much magic you got? Not enough. Super Noon puts Toxins into the loser's bracket and takes his spot in Winners Finals, putting up the 1, because that's the only set he needs to qualify.
Oh, Super Noon, incredible stuff. As you said, 1 away now. Winners Finals guaranteed. Toxins, a great showing and still a chance here. As we said, 2 spots going today. So even in losers, you still have pretty good odds right now. But the road doesn't get any easier, bro.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like we've seen the runs that all of these players have been on today, it's going to be a tough one no matter who anybody faces in Winners Finals, of course. But yeah, if you guys are just joining us, you'll know the full situation. There are 2 spots up for the LCQ. Unfortunately, Wumbo William, aka TSM Leffen, had some visa issues, couldn't quite make it out to here. Very sad about that. But that does open up another spot for the LCQ. So essentially, we're going to have 2 grand finals in this top 8, right? Yes. The Winners Finals, the winner of that is going to qualify into the final event, as well as the winner of the Losers Finals. So keep that in mind going forward.
Absolutely. And specifically, the person who qualifies via Winners will get to choose which of the LCQ spots that they would like, and then whoever qualifies via Losers will take whatever's left over. And honestly, after seeing the group show yesterday, no easy spot to pick. No. I guess you're just picking on matchups. There's no easy road when it comes to these groups, but we'll definitely see how it pans out. Very excited to get to see how those come together. But as you said, I mean, 2 grand finals in our top 8 LCQs, essentially.
Yeah, that's essentially what we're all fighting for here today, of course. So yeah, again, everybody, thank you for joining us at the ARC World Tour Finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We already saw 1 top 8 match in the book. I believe our next top 8 match is going to be Red Ditto versus GC Yoshi.
Absolutely, sending it to the other side of Winners here. So if you watch, if you keep up with not only just offline Guilty Gear, but online as well, Red Ditto, obviously a name that you are extremely familiar with, does very, very well week in and week out and weekly all across the internets of the FGC. And GC Yoshi, another player that you're probably familiar with, has definitely been on the grind pretty decently here. It's playing a character you do not see very often and beats a lot of people, obviously being incredibly talented and super high fundamentals when it comes to Guilty Gear. But who is fighting Bedman at this high of a level?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you're not really going to find much matchup experience, at least to my knowledge, that you're going to get to prepare you for somebody as good as GC Yoshi on a unique, underrepresented character like Bedman. And I love it that you, like, talked about, obviously, if you follow the scene, you're very familiar with Red Ditto. Oh, yeah. You're probably familiar with GC Yoshi.
Of course.
And that's just one of those things that's, like, a difference in generations, right? Like, our generation looks at GC Yoshi as a god, right? Like, oh, my God, Yoshi is like one of the best players to ever come out of NA. So unique, so original, like so awesome to watch, right? And then there's like a generation that are like, oh man, he's like the sick Bedman that we've seen, yada yada. And then there's probably a generation that are pretty unfamiliar with him.
For sure.
So it's just so interesting to see, right? As new people come into the FGC, as we stick around as old heads, it's just so sick to see the different perspectives. And yeah, Red Ditto obviously has been a menace coming out of the Hoop squad for the Strive for a very long time. So I'm excited to see this generational clash here.
No, absolutely. And Red Ditto, I feel like one of the most surprising people to not be qualified, just didn't quite squeak out enough points here. But again, has a great opportunity to be able to make his mark on this one here. Ramithal Valentine, one of the finest, if not the finest in the world, honestly. Ramithal is a character where I feel like everybody understands the strength of the character, but not a lot of people actually put in the work to apply those strengths that effectively. Red Ditto, one of the chosen few when it comes to it, definitely top 3 in his craft when on the planet. So very excited to get to see how the young gun does for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Ditto cuts no corners, right?
None.
He doesn't take the easy way out. He always goes for the optimal stuff, not only for the damage, but to set up himself for the long-term victory, right? Like, he always wants to prioritize the optimal knockdowns, the Oki, whatever it may be. If I can get the wall break, if I can limit my opponent building resources by doing a shorter combo, all of that stuff is in his head, and his processing speed is extremely quick, which leads to so much success on a character like this.
Oh, for sure. Between like TNS, Paragon, FlyQuest, all those online tournaments, these two have definitely played a good amount too. So I'm expecting Red Ditto to not get jump scared by any weird Bedman shenanigans.
Yeah, which is a great thing to have in a matchup like this, right? Where we talked about Yoshi has been punishing people not knowing. And even right there, right, Red Ditto knows if you go for the air spike from that distance, I have a longer than normal to make you deal with something after.
Ooh, as well as the dash under, not being scared at that moment. There's no projectile that Bedman can do there. Once he commits to something that makes him float, there's no more bed slam to worry about. That's a free dash underneath.
Great stuff. And Yoshi, yeah, he's trying to establish that spike, right? It's obviously got great follow-up attacks. It's a big part of the neutral when it comes to Bedman. But right now, you got to deal with the defensive part. Red Ditto with the tap does. Mortabato somehow, some way, doesn't put Bedman away just yet.
That bet is well put together. Somehow survived that. Was crazy work, but there we go. Does get the flip follow-up for sure.
So those orthopedic joints?
I was about to say.
What's your sleep number, Yoshi? Oh, 13, obviously.
There you go. Dash up, love by Pete.
Oh,
hey,
was that a cross-up? I really hope not. It looked a little nasty, right? It looked like she snuck and stole the corner. That's gross, but either way, Yoshi has put a stop to all this. He had to use the burst to do it. Now he's got to make sure he doesn't surrender too much pressure. Nice delay in the air. Again, catching Red Ditto, trying to anti-air like we saw before. Counter hit up.
Yeah, and this is the dichotomy of the matchup for sure. Some of the best corner pressure as well as damage in the game when it comes to Bedman actually getting that. But on defense, sitting duck. Game mechanics are his best option, but it doesn't matter when you've got good reads like that. Little dash back, a little poke in the air. Great air-to-air for GC Yoshi.
Yeah, Yoshi's only taken one round to kind of figure out how Red Ditto is going to start looking for his air approach, right? So I love the hesitations from Yoshi, the switch up, great defense right there. But again, trying to escape the corner against Ram, way easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially you are a very large target as the bed. It has to be said.
Yeah, 100%.
That's his crouching animation, dog.
Yeah, like there's a very little spots. There is no threading the needle when it comes to Bedman. You know, I mean, you're too big to do it.
But another knockdown here. Positive bonus coming through one more time. Yoshi is going to get a shot here with the connection. But of course, with 100 meter, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, that super just so quick. It's one of those that's very hard to safe jump. You got to make sure everything is on point. You leave any type of gap, it's going to expose you. And Red Ditto off to the races, as we expect, honestly. Red Ditto got to be one of the favorites coming in to this LCQ. As you said, very close to qualifying on points himself.
Sword throw is definitely good. This is where that new Ram change comes in, though. Can't quite pick up that sword. Has to fight with a single normal at this point here, but still looking good. Ram doesn't quite need the sword. She's good for it.
Yeah, that's why Yoshi, right? He was making sure, she didn't get there, but let's Red Ditto busting out some BRCs.
ID back to the JH. Very good. Great diagonal sword throw as well. Caught with none, but it's going to pick up the S sword on the way over. Very nice.
Yes, indeed. He's going to be able to get the wall break as well. Give me all my tools back. Red Ditto here again. Just looking to suffocate this Bedman in the corner. Set it up to PRC. Nice block from Yoshi and YRC to relieve the pressure, but tries to maybe walk a back throw. We're just going to get jabbed down, and Red Ditto, another round in the books.
Absolutely, and even at that life total here, not much to be done. Mortabato with no sword, still enough to do it here. Almost back to burst here for GC Yoshi, though, and a great air-to-air to start.
I like that. I like that. Yoshi looking good early. Starting to read his opponent. Seeing the air-to-air, sneaking in throws as well. He's trying to space his normal as well, but Red Ditto is so good at moving out of the range quickly.
Yeah, it's so hard. You have to like very quickly go from full screen to CQC because you can't play that like 1 to 2 character length range with Ram.
100%. That is where she rules the space. So 6P actually sneaking in right there. Even with some normalizations to the move, still some great usage against round buttons.
Yeah, Windshield Wiper is definitely good. Dashes up with a close out here. Is going to commit the Wild Assault. I like that.
Oh, stuck behind him again. Protect your neck, Red Ditto. Trying to catch a pressing. Oh, what a block from Yoshi.
Oh, but a great mash as well. Bari coming through, working out. Error pushes us closer and closer to the corner here. Misses the air-to-air, though.
Sort of forward chat, now locked down again. The Rock moving them closer and leaving Ram at plus. A little out of range for the dust, though. Man, Yoshi down back for his life, but that's how you get thrown. Help, please. The tap dust is there. That's all the damage that was needed. Smothering offensive pressure. And this is what we talked about, right?
Yes.
The processing speed and high APM of Red Ditto. And just the way he's able to discern the optimal angle and way to approach. Mans is a monster.
Absolutely. That's going to move us back to character select. We do have another character in the pocket. There is the potential for an Anji, but I do believe we're going to go straight back to Bedman here. If it's what got you to this point, it's definitely what you should stick with. But, you know, you always have to keep in mind, we do have the fish, just in case.
True, true. Always like, what brought you to the dance? Definitely like sticking with it. But as you mentioned, when it looks like this, I wouldn't have blamed him for going to the Anji, but just wanted to take a breather, maybe think about some interactions that could have gone differently. But right now, it's looking like the same old story. Red Ditto pushing Bedman to the corner. Good luck getting out.
Yeah, strong use of the rock here. Both swords off the table. I love that backdash, knowing that the throw is coming with no swords. And this is your opportunity to get aggressive.
That was huge. Great read from Yoshi right there, taking advantage of the no swords. But oh, knockdown from the sky again. Just trying to catch Yoshi swinging.
Oh no, the fireball put us back into the sword explosion. All of this offense is because of that. And now we lose our burst.
Trying to escape via the air up against Ram, it's so difficult. Oh, but he does manage to bait the burst with a PRC. The purple stuff. He's got, oh, the bomb. Yeah, I was going to say, that's mad plus frames. Gets him with the 8-way air dash, empty low on the other side. Good luck blocking that.
Oh, and dashes straight back down. I love that. As you said, the 8-way coming in clutch. Here comes the error, though, on the dash in. Very nice. High low. What a block!
Red Ditto, bro. You ready for whatever versus game coming out next, bro. I was straight double triangle dash empty low and you blocked it? That's one of the old forbidden text, but right there. That's unfortunate he didn't get the wall break. Yoshi's like, that's all right. I'll stick with this corner and keep cooking. Puts the game on the board.
And I love that both of them were talking to themselves right there. Separate conversations. I love it there. But a quick answer back and a quick rematch here. 2-1 right now. Red Ditto still in the lead, but GC Yoshi not on gas yet.
As an avid self-talker, that made me feel better about self-talking, you know? Let's see these two do it. Oh my goodness, Yoshi. Once again, it's already closed the distance. We talk about a close quarters combat coming at you hot and heavy. Oh my lord. The pressure, bro. Catching Red Ditto. Just looking at the lights. Throw for the perfect.
Yeah, good luck on that one. Absolutely gets butt. Maybe that's the adjustment here for GC Yoshi, just looking to get way more aggressive here. He's being extremely reckless when it comes to his high-low game, when he actually does get the hit.
Yeah, I'm loving it, you know what I mean? Yoshi's going to be one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. Applying pressure with the Bedman, but I don't know. So I say that, Ditto with the fuzzies.
Yeah, JK looking good. Gets the wall break here. Oh, and very aggressive round start there, but it doesn't matter. Whip punish from Red Ditto, and the sword, though, connecting. Burst is available, but probably just going to have to hold this.
Yeah, Yoshi going to hold this one to his chest for now. I assume that he would have to get some type of significant hit before he would be willing to burst, because right now it's looking a little long for Mans. Mortabato comes out again. Red Ditto here on set point. Yoshi fighting for his life.
Oh, and Violence off the choice.
That was clean to go under the 5K like that. That was nasty.
Yeah, might look to that one more time to actually read a sword, though, potentially in the near future. But for now, gets the jump out. I love that.
Yes, indeed. Allowing some reprieve, but not for long. Ditto back at it. And again, just shutting down Yoshi perfectly. Knew he was going to wake up with something, whether it be taken to the skies or whatnot. Was able to stuff it. Deflect shield into the Wild Assault again. My man spent all his meter on that. The cross up as well.
Oh, good routing to pull back in as well. Gets the cross up. Doesn't actually commit much else, but here we go. Burst is available. Not going to need it.
Oh, he's definitely not. And Yoshi has spent all his meter on that Deflect shield Wild Assault Gambit. That means double beam dream sends Red Ditto to winners finals.
Wow, incredible showing. Red Ditto, extremely well played in the end there. GC Yoshi, unfortunate little drop and little miscue puts us just in a tough situation, returning to neutral there, especially with your opponent, both of you having 100 meter there, you still have to favor ramp. Mortabato RC is just a better option than what Bedman kind of represents in that 100 versus 100 like face-off.
100%. Like, yeah, it's definitely no pun intended right there. Like, when it comes to the 100 tension game, Ram is one of the queens of it, so for sure. It was tough. I honestly like the Gambit, especially because that's how Yoshi's playstyle gets down. You know what I mean? He thrives on the risk reward, so being able to just be like, all right. And because of of having that 100% meter, right? And Red Ditto's tendencies and reactions to just burst, or excuse me, to RC any burst, like you weren't really going to be able to use that burst as a burst. So I like him going with Deflection Wild Assault. Didn't pay off at the end, but that's just because Red Ditto is that damn good.
No, absolutely. And again, even to lean to it again, the big adjustment in that matchup was just how much more reckless we were when we found our knockdowns there. So that's just, like you said, betting that burst on your offense is much better than having to sit and deal with Ram one more time in the corner. You're 1,000% correct.
Precisely. So, and as well, guys, I don't want you to forget that you can also vote right now for the PlayStation Player of the Day. Head to Arc System Works right there, .jp/vote. That'll be the link to make sure we get our awarded Player of the Day for Day 1, the LCQ Day.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of good matches, a lot of good pop-offs all the way in between. Uni and Granblue were both incredible. And, you know, obviously, we still got time for Guilty Gear. So, you know, you have to check in a little bit later. Potentially, your favorite might be happening right now.
Yeah. And, man, what storylines, honestly, for Uni and Granblue? Like, Uni obviously ending in California with the SoCal, NorCal battle. 2 classic Uni players as well for that one. And then, obviously, BSG's run to Granblue. And then B-Paw as well, matching that run. Both players filled with emotion. Very, very dope. So remember to vote at the Player of the Year. And who knows what's going to happen in this Strive LCQ on top of everything else, because we got 2 the most dangerous players in the business coming up right now in Jack and Kazam.
Absolutely. Jack came in as the highest seeded player when it came to the LCQ.
Yeah.
Obviously, does not have very many offline results, but the offline results are incredible. Second, Frosty Fausting did incredibly well at EVO.
Exactly.
And then obviously did incredibly well in his own region, at a little offline regional as well. So every time we've seen Jack offline, it's been magic.
Yes. Man says delivered, right? He wasn't one of those online folk tales that your parents tell you to scare you from playing online at night. No. He's 100% able to translate those skills and those results to the offline realm. So it's been great to see Jack show out in the Happy Chaos. And Kazam as well has been holding it down for Strive for a very long time on top of everything else. I'm excited to see Johnny, just one of my favorite characters in general. So, gonna be dope.
Yeah, tough matchup for sure, but we'll definitely see how it pans out. Excited to see how Kazam can do. To my knowledge, when looking over the LCQ and looking over the characters, there was a lot of Johnny, brother. So for Kazam to be one of the 2 to come out on top and get into this position is definitely massive.
Yeah, 100%. I get it. You know, I mean, not only from the aesthetic part of the character, but in general, like I think he's doing a great job at like shutting down what people like to do in Guilty Gear via the big normals and the misfinders and just the ability to control space so heavily. Like when he takes control of a certain part of the screen, like you don't get to play anymore. So for characters like that in games like this, you can understand why he's so popular.
Yeah, especially with obviously Happy Chaos can't block when the gun is out, which for some matchups isn't too big of a deal because obviously if the reticle's on you, you're cooked if you're swinging something. But I feel like Misfinder and how quick Johnny can move can be a big difference maker in that for sure. So we're gonna have to figure it out quick. Here we go. First round of losers now between the 2. Immediately, Jack gets that first touch, but a burst right away. Very smart.
Yeah, just the fact that these 2 are taking place at a losers round 1 match, right? Like, especially Jack, as you mentioned, highest seed coming in. And oh my goodness, already the Ex Machina let the clips loose.
Good situation here on the hard knockdown. Safe jump coming through.
Oh yeah, the backdash, of course. They managed to avoid 1 bullet, but still Jack just stays in there. Not gonna use the super this time.
Yeah, caught with no focus, though. That's going to be really the story of this situation now. Does get the backdash and has a 100-meter, but we're back with the resources.
Yes, most def, right? Focus is there, and of course the roll. Oh my goodness gracious. Jack already showing out here with the closest roll.
Absolutely. I mean, that is just one of the most devastating situations you can get put into for really any character to have to block. But a great whip punish to start us off. Kazam gets the card, and now he's going to get to start to run some set.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly where you want to be as Johnny, as we talked about, right? You got to take that screen advantage away. That's why Jack hit the IBFD. That was so clean to get that space back. We're already at the other corner. Oh, what a snipe right there below the sword. Seeing some missteps, though, early.
Yeah, a little mistimed on that one. Jack ends up spending the burst. That's one of the standout things about Jack's gameplay is that Jack's blocking and Jack's ability, knowing when to mash, are the 2 strongest tenets of his gameplay for sure.
Absolutely. I think that's what makes him such a successful Happy Chaos player, right? Oh my goodness, Kazam going to work. We're getting the wall break with the super from long distance. Shoot the 3. Happy Chaos barely alive.
Still winnable, though, is the scariest part, but it doesn't matter. We catch him on the landing. Very nice for Kazam to even this up.
And to go back to your point about Jack and his defensive abilities, right? I think that really is what, oh my goodness, leads him to so much success. You can grind out the offensive part. You can grind out the nasty stuff, whether it be the steady aim, the combos, the roll setups, all of that. But the defensive decision-making is what's going to separate a character who needs you to be good like Happy Chaos.
Absolutely agreed here. Running a little bit low on focus, but things getting a bit messy. Nice backdash. This could be the decider.
Put a card up. Ooh, hit him with the low. You already know. And then trying to go high on him, still with the guard break. It opens him up regardless. Send him through the wall with that frame advantage on the other side. You know how we get down. Shoot the J.
Burst available for both players here. Jack way ahead on meter, but the positive bonus should make up for soon. A decent attempt at a match there, but Kazam was ready.
Yeah, after the first punch, he just kept going with the jabs. Gonna be a scary situation right there. What a tech throw as Bolt trying to slow the game down. Ooh, and again, PRC on PRC extends the foot. Oh, and a straight up knee counter hit. He tried to go with a burst safe combo. Kazam still stays alive with the burst, with punishes as well. Anybody's game here.
Oh, okay, focus back with no bullet. Still gets the hit. That was no focus, no bullets in that last situation. Jack was like, please stay away, get away, get away, get away. Anything to get those resources back.
And I really love the fact that Jack didn't get too thirsty for that, right? Where like he trying to run away and get a bullet. He knows Johnny is one of the better characters at chasing you down, not giving you a big gap. So instead he tried to flip it, got the win off of it. Very, very smart stuff.
Yeah, plus Happy Chaos has, and despite him not being the sword character, he has sword normals. 2S things like that. He's so good at fighting in those mid-range.
Absolutely, and what a pickup. Using the air-to-air and then into the bullets. Veteran Happy Chaos player right here in Jack.
Jump in, looking good, catches it low, and goes for the super focus, the brain blast as we set up for the wall break one more time on the curse.
Yeah, Jack, he's been really conditioning him with the close S rolls, right? So I think you saw Kazam trying to throw after that close S. He ended up getting spaced out, got hit by the low. Very good stuff from Jack, starting to cycle through the options.
Round start, I love it!
He said, I don't like how aggressive you being. Put a stop to that real quick. My goodness, the maneuvering from Jack, though, does get the roll thrown that time. As you can see, that is what Kazam's looking for.
Yeah, so Jack, gotta write that one down in the notebook here, but unfortunately, and again, 2S, what a press. He manages to get out of the corner, finds the connection again, and Deus Ex for the full reload one more time.
Yeah, that's looking good for Jack. Full bullets, a little low on the concentration, but he's been able to buy that time and really build it back in the moment, but we saw the closest into nothing right there. He actually did something, but a little bit misspaced, mistime, whatever it was, got thrown. It's gonna give Kazam a big chance, but my goodness, brother, drip down on the blue stuff. And now it's all over. You already know. Let the clip ring out once more.
Yeah, I mean, that's everything kind of just devolved from that 6K whiff, unfortunately, there. I understand the guess from Kazam, and he was correct, but unfortunately, the spacing was just a touch off. Jack was a little bit too high for it to actually connect.
Yeah.
Which puts us in such an awkward position now. Jack, 2 games up.
Yeah, Jack's had some really like impressive spacing sequences, honestly. Like just being very aware of what Kazam likes to do and maneuvering outside of the range of something at the last moment. So it's been very, very impressive. You can see even the dash blocks here. He really values the minutia when it comes to the space.
Definitely agreed. Like that PRC attempt. Kazam's mind was in the right place once again. Tried to backdash to keep Jack corralled, but couldn't quite keep up. Another wall break, another positive bonus. And
oh my, I don't know if it was a messed up something or just trying to strike fear into his heart point blank like that. That would have been the sickest hezzy I've ever seen.
I was going to say, well, striking fear was the objective. You win, brother. Yeah. Crazy one.
Felt like it took years off our lives. We didn't even play it. And again, bro, he won't stop with the conversions. This boy Jack pick up off anything.
Retreating JP takes the shot, dash forward. Incredible confirm from Jack. Puts us on set point now.
That boy, rain, sleet, or snow, Jack gonna finish the combo. You already know.
It's the USJS, I like it.
Yeah, legit, bro. Legit. Ooh, and now we already get a convert again. Super wall break. And that means plus frames on the other side. And honestly, this is more focus than he's had on a lot of these wall breaks. So Jack gonna feel free to set him up once more. Cross up on the roll. This is looking real strong. Yeah, I think he's switched it up as well, Kazam, the roll sequences to not give him as many openings to do anything. Shuts down any attempt. Put the Wildest on him to drain the burst before the super. You got no chance to escape, bruh.
Oh, actual genius sequence coming out of that one. Jack moving forward. Kazam, a great showing to make it to this position, but unfortunately, the run ends here at 7th in this LCQ.
Man, that was incredible stuff nonetheless. always been a big fan of Kazam. Glad he was able to make it out to the ARC World Tour Finals. Had a great showing at the LCQ as per usual. And we'll continue to have a great showing, whether you catch him online or offline, that is for sure.
No, absolutely agreed. But as we said, Jack, moving a little bit forward, one step closer to one of these 2 spots to take for ourselves. The LCQ popping off for Guilty Gear Strive right now. Again, thank you so much to everybody who is joining us here for the ARC World Tour presented by PlayStation Tournaments. This has been genuinely the entire venue, seeing all the venues, seeing all the things that are going on the side stage. It has been an incredible show so far.
100%. I'll be honest. I'm a sucker for nice venues, as I think we all are, but we don't really talk about it that much, honestly, on the broadcast. But yeah, the Shrine Auditorium is a legendary Los Angeles venue. Like, it's so many things have happened here, so I'm glad to see that we get to bring the ARC World Tour here as well. The stage is super fire. I've heard nothing but positive feedback regarding the venue, so I'm very, very happy to hear everybody having a good time so far.
No, absolutely, and the good times are going to continue for sure. We're going to have our next 2 players up in just a moment, but before we have those 2 up, let's take a look at this bracket one more time. Take a gander for ourselves.
Yeah, it's going to be good because we're already making our way through the bracket in a little bit, so we're going to see it in a minute, of course. Yeah. But yes, indeed. Let's go to it and check it out. Winners Finals already set up, right? Super Noon and Red Ditto able to take out Toxins and Yoshi, respectively. And now we're through one match at our Losers Round 1 Top 8, with Jack taking it 3-0 over Kazam. Again, dominant performance there. Came in, as you mentioned, the highest-seeded player for the LCQ. So the fact that he's even starting Top 8 Losers is a surprise. Now we got one more to go. It's going to be Red I Am Not versus Keishu.
Oh, yeah, and the winner of that is rewarded with a trip to, as you said, the Tempur-Pedic. CC Yoshi, the Fedman, coming up on that one for sure. Oh, man. And it's extra crazy to think about the fact that Winners Finals, it's a rare position to be in. If you take that victory, you're good.
That's facts.
You've done it. Your day is over. One more left for either of those 2 players, and Noon and Red Ditto, that's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, again, if you're just joining us, there's 2 spots on the line for this LCQ, so we're not gonna play a grand finals. We essentially have 2 grand finals, one being the winners finals and the other being the losers finals. The winner of both of those sets is going to make it in to the big show, obviously starting tomorrow. So all these players, yeah, man, obviously Noon and Red Ditto are gonna be sitting in a good spot. They're gonna be feeling the nerves come up as they're 1 match away. And now these fellas, Red I Am Not, and Keishu, going to be looking to make their way through as well to get to that losers finals and claim a spot for themselves.
Absolutely. There was a ton of Gold Lewis representation out in the pools. You could just hear the whoosh of the behemoths coming from a ton of different setups here. But Red I Am Not is the player that was able to rep it the hardest and be able to make it to this position here. Facing off against the Johnny, though. Potentially tough situation here. Obviously, if Gold Lewis pins you down, you're gone. Big Millia stuff. It's going crazy. Absolutely. You're taking combos worth of damage on Chip, but Johnny is obviously a character that can do a very similar thing. And Senga, very high on Chip. Mistfinder, very good for controlling the space. And also having great normals for being able to break it so that Gold Lewis can't be as greedy with drone and neutral as he can against certain other matchups.
Right, exactly. Like being able to rely on that drone to bully a lot of time, just makes it easy on the life of the Gold Lewis, right? So with a character like Johnny, who's able to get in there quick, who's got moves that's going to take up a big gap, he's definitely going to have to second guess. And that could be like something that really throws people off their game a lot of the time. That's where people tend to start thinking matchups are not that great, when they start getting uncomfortable, have to play a bit differently, whether it's like use a tool differently, not use a tool as much as you do against the other cast. So it's going to be interesting. But Red, of course, they're definitely very well versed in this game, very well versed in pretty much every matchup they can. And sometimes you just got to get ignorant with it and hit the Y Wildness on at 99 seconds.
Definitely love it. One more thing I want to point out about the gameplay for sure. I thought we were going to see it right there. Red is extremely good at using Skyfish, the minigun. It's very, very good at getting those hits and very often finds themselves finding hits full screen and just unloading the entire security gauge worth of bullets.
Yeah, the fact that the minigun like drains with the security gauge now, super, super strong as a zoning tool. We're going to see that plenty throughout this event, I'm sure. But right now, the Behemoths, bro, he just wants a backdash. You got to deal with a shoulder. As you mentioned, what a backdash there, though, to get out of the Behemoth. But yeah, you talked about it, right? The amount of damage you eat on Chip, it's been lowered. It's been normalized a little bit, but it still hurts just for blocking. However, Keishu, not worried about any of that.
Yeah, not too worried about the situation. Definitely coming through strong. Wild Assault last time. It's Wild Assault again. Good block from Keishu this time. We got the data. We know.
Yeah, 100%. And Red, I mean, he's still got another Wild Assault available, so I would not be surprised if we see him pop off with it continuously. Keishu right now, though, making it work. breaking the wall.
Yeah, tough situation. Red is extremely aggressive when it comes to reversal situations as well. So with 50 meter, if you get the knockdown, they might just let it rip here. But a great combo to get us into the corner. Next thing is the wall break.
Yeah, Keishu had 100 tension this whole time. Red definitely put some spaces, some gaps in the pressure to try to bait out a super. Credit to Keishu for not falling for it. Oh, you talked about it. You give me a gap, and I will expose it, brother. I like this denim. Red Eye am not. Going or putting it around on the board.
They will do it every time if they have the ball. And White Wild's up again, staying so aggressive here. Listen, prey on those stage nerds. I like this.
Yeah, 100%, right? You got to do something about it. You got to show me that there's some type of answer, or I'm just going to start my pressure every time for free. And right now, it's looking like that. Right now, what a backdash again. Just pure timing base for the invul right there. No space to actually maneuver out of the range. Just back it up at 6K for your life.
Yeah, harassing crazy with it. Does get the close slash though, and the charge does. Very nice stuff. Wall break comes through. Positive bonus with the Nsenga, but still able to get back to the stand-up.
Oh, and again, that big space. The Johnny Normals, you already know. It's going to prevent Red Eye not for, again, trying to take their turn immediately after the round start. That's what they've been so good at doing, whether it be start of the games or after the wall breaks.
Oh, recycled the cards very well. Had to burst in that situation. Drone does save the day.
That
you get one more opportunity.
Oh, no. Keishu still gets opened up, and Red Eye not. They claim the first game. But yeah, I thought like the guard crush from the card, like nullifying the Skyfish, or excuse me, the satellite block stun. I thought that was going to really allow Keishu to continue that pressure, but nah, Red says no. And another White Wild assault in 99 seconds.
Oh, why not? Definitely love it. Eventually it's going to be Dash Behemoth, and we're going to take a hell of a turn. I can't wait for it.
Oh man, very nice. Late on that one, catching Red.
The idea was close last there.
Oh
no,
my!
What a press. Gets the Behemoth as well, and the side swap, using that extra change for the double Behemoth with the security gauge. So smart.
Oh my lord, bro. Behemoth to Behemoth just looks so violent. Here we go again. Oh, waking up with it this time with the PRC just to apply the pressure after Red. Oh my goodness, mad scientist right now. But does block it, trying to get the big overhead going. And yeah, Red had been going for that in that type of sequence frequently, right? So I love Keishu being well aware and not just backdashing it, but calling it out.
Got the card. Nice interruption here. Stuck in the corner and is able to sneak that overhead in. But we do get the stand-up one more time.
Indeed we do. And yeah, Red has been so good on the stage transitions. Oh my goodness, YRC. And just let the shots ring out and had so much security gauge that you had no hope of surviving.
Dude, I'm telling you, they're so good at catching people Skyfish full screen.
100%, bro. The minigun now that you just drains on security gauge. I love how much the gold loose players are looking for it. What a conversion, though.
Dude, off the trade, that was massive. Gets the backdash to contain us in the corner as well. Loving the ideas here from Keishu.
Yeah, he's the one where the ideas need to come from right now, right? Red Eye am not is off to the races here. He's already got one game, or they already got one game in the books. Oh, supering through this time, and again, really starting to call out the big Behemoth overhead. Knows it's a giant gap, whether that be with a normal, a backdash, or now a super, showing 3 different answers to it.
Yep, secures the wall break. Positive bonus is going to get to that 50 really quick. Love that attempt at the dash forwards. Dash blocking is good from Red, but unfortunately, it doesn't buy us nearly enough pressure. Keishu does not have to respect that. Around a piece now.
Oh, and then again, that's getting over the White Wild assault. Yeah, editing the timing a little bit right there, knowing that maybe not so quick to put his hand in the blender afterwards, but nice adjustments from Keishu. Oh my, 3 Behemoths in the air like that. My God, bro, but Red Eye am not. That guard gauge was cranked you in the wrong neighborhood. You get mad damage for it.
Oh my God, so not gonna win one, not gonna win 2. Sending it completely. Goes for the jump though. I feel like that's gotta be a missed input, and a really unfortunate one at that. And the PRC reaction. Keishu covers everything and takes the game.
Beautiful stuff right there from Keishu. Great call, by the way, for Proxy. That was nice. I like that one a lot. Definitely being able to just react in the moment, shutting down Red's escape attempt to the end. Both players all smiles. It's going to be a great one going forward. Down to a 2 out of 3, essentially, for this set. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, using that half security for the drone, just enough to get us to the corner. Nice punish.
Jabbed him in the face. Now we get the shoulder check. Please give me some breathing room. Let it be known, though, the machine gun does not answer to anyone. Missed, but you can see how quick Red's used to the scrambles. Oh my goodness, even knowing what Keishu was going to do after avoiding that behemoth, just again, the pressure, immense.
Oh, okay, YRC, definitely smart. Oh, tried to steal the soul with the throw, but it's okay. 2K, 2D, still good for it.
Yeah, it's all good in the end. Red still manages taking advantage of the whiff deflect shield. Goodness, great block.
Oh, we are going in. I love that 6P though, very smart.
Yeah, he's got some Behemoth Typhoons that hit really low, make you want to hesitate when pressing that 6P, right? But you got it, man. You got to represent it. Good blocks right there.
Ooh, the 2P in the heavens though. Nice, the elbow coming through.
And YRC once again just trying to relieve some of this pressure for a moment there, cutting the card in half, but a great backdash from Red. Puts away the minigun. You got to answer to Johnny when you're that close.
Yeah, and luckily that doesn't take your security gauge until you started firing here, so still sitting on full.
Oh man, and now we get the distance. He's gonna actually use the full security super instead. YRC, nice timing from Keishu.
Yeah, extremely smart. Let you get out of the burn it down. Let's get the connection for max distance, not quite enough. Beyond through the corner!
Big in the corner after that is disastrous as we see the OTG Behemoth Typhoon hit. Oh man. Keishu, that had to be a heartbreaker for him.
That hurts. That's one of those ones where you burst and it sends to the corner. You're like, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
I'm a genius.
Legit. Oh, the clash on the first one. Red probably already committed to the second Behemoth. Takes full advantage of it. Oh my god.
No timing on the burst, but I love the double Behemoth even more. RC, take the turn back. Here it comes. Somebody save me.
Please. Help, bruh. Oh my goodness. I know he works for the government. Call somebody else.
Listen,
do something.
For the Secretary of Defense, the offense is cooking right now. Cuts it through with the elbow. Red taking no prisoners down to what could be the final round.
America is not on the best terms globally right now. Johnny, you could get some help. Call the other nations, fam.
Love the idea with the close latch here. Tried to go through with the Behemoth was a touch too far.
Oh my, and again, this Behemoth right on the money. It's like the Three Little Bears, brother. You'll find the sweet spot Behemoth, best believe. You just gotta keep swinging at him. Oh, this one just right with it. Oh, fake the overhead, went low, great block. Nonetheless, though, Keishu has had some incredible defense, and even with that, gets shut down again. Red Eye, I'm not very close to closing it out, and one more Behemoth Typhoon does it. The fist pump. My man Keishu was just looking lost after fighting that set. Can't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough draw for sure. Gold Lewis puts you in the blender in the worst way. Keishu, a great showing again to be in this position, but Red is going to move a little bit further, one step closer to one of those two LCQ spots. That loser's opportunity for the taking.
Beautiful stuff right there. I just loved like the cuts of the player cam, and my Keishu, like while he was going for the hug, was just like so bewildered, like on his face. He was like, "What the hell am I supposed to do, dog?" Like, oh man, so that great stuff right there for sure.
So with that though, we are going to cut over to a quick ad break. But when we return, even more action of Guilty Gear Strive hit the LCQ. So AWT will continue in just a moment.
May the sky stay forever blue. We're done talking, Beelzebub. It's time for a reckoning. Belial, while you can still use that scheming tongue, any last words? On your toes! I won't let tragedy repeat itself! I'm not here for them. I'm here because I have a job to do. And a score to settle! I'll defend my vow at any cost! Paradise Lost! Are you watching? Lucifer.
Back where I started and I hate to keep it simple, but you always gotta press me when you front up in my face. I'm at the corner at the party feeling different. You so near me pushing buttons, always thinking that you break. Spinning at me every single second that you kick. I've been trying to block you, it gets fuzzy with the same trap. Patch it up, I bet you call me easy than needy, and then get greedy, run up, and it's just an L, man. You're so vanilla, it's like I wanted 3 out of 5. Skill issue and I'm throwing a strike. Danger, you feel anxious, I feel broken. You should thank me, glad I'm not who you remember. I ain't dead, so let me fly away. I know I'm supposed to be. Feel that lightning hit me twice. I'll let you fall in love for free. You can't lock me down again. Call me basic, call me cheap. They said danger, I was anxious. Now I just believe.
PlayStation tournaments are available for Guilty Gear Strive. Signing up is simple. Just head on over to the Guilty Gear Strive Game Hub on your PlayStation 5 and scroll through the upcoming tournaments carousel. You can also sign up directly in-game by clicking the PlayStation Tournaments button or by pressing triangle on the main menu. Tournaments are available all throughout the day, so it's really easy to find one that fits your schedule. Winning tournaments earns you special prizes like unique collectible PSN avatars that change every week. Keep an eye out for special events that offer greater rewards or qualifying spots for events like the Arc World Tour or even EVO. The MSI Claw handheld is a portable Windows PC powered by Intel. Take your game library with you on the go without having to worry about compatibility. Check out the Claw and MSI for all your PC hardware needs.
What's good, everybody? Welcome back to the Arc World Tour presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We are here with the Guilty Gear Strive LCQ. We're already through our whole entire first round, winners and losers. And it's been a hella good matches so far, and you know they only gonna get better to here, Roxy.
Absolutely. Things have been incredible top to bottom, as you said. And just as a reminder, we've been talking about it this entire time. Got to make sure you know 2 LCQ spots on the line here. The player who qualifies into Grand Finals via winners and the player who qualifies into Grand Finals via losers here. So we essentially get 2 Grand Finals today, which is going to be incredible, as you can see here on the bracket. Super Noon and Red Ditto poised to play in winners. But first, we got some scores to settle in the losers. GC Yoshi and Red I Am Not. Toxins and Jack. This has been ridiculous.
Ooh, we indeed. So yeah, like Proxy had just said, right? One of the grand finals is set. It's ready to go. Winners finals, Noon and Red Ditto. But we do have some losers business to handle first. It's going to be as you said, Toxins versus Jack. It's going to be a very fun one for sure. We saw Toxins, obviously one of the stories of the tournament here. If you're unfamiliar with the Mananji player out of San Diego, has been putting many notable bodies in bags throughout the tournament so far. Ran into Noon. They went the distance, right? Went to Game 5, I believe the last round, last match as well, where Toxins just fell short. So he's been playing so incredibly well. Now he's going to have to go up against Jack. It's going to be a scary one. He is the player coming in.
The worst fist bump I've ever seen.
you know, that is not an indication of their execution in game. I want everyone to know that at home. You saw what just happened. They're much better with their hands once they get them on the sticks and the pads. But yeah, you know, the dapping up. Gamers leave a little bit to be desired sometimes when it comes to the dab.
That's all right, though. That's not what we're worried about here. We're here for the gameplay, and the gameplay has been
I'm a little worried about it. I'll be a little worried about it.
Game number 1 coming up here as we continue to the loser side of the LCQ right now.
Oh, my Jack, every which way right now. Hit him with the left, right, Shane McMahon. Which way did he go?
Oh, headbutt connects, but unfortunately didn't have any bullets to convert it there. Nice just block and a great punish with the 5K.
Instant blocking the Fujin out the gate. This boy, Jack is nasty.
I'm telling you, that's the standout performance about this guy's gameplay is that defense is incredible.
Like we said, you need it on Heavy Chaos, right? He doesn't really have a super where you're just going to pop it off and it act as a reversal or anything like that. The clone has also been changed when it comes to how it works, so it's less effective against certain things. So yeah, honestly, you just got to really system mechanic and defensive choice it out. Does it so well, but right there, does get thrown on the roll attempt. Never for free. Toxin starting to learn.
Oh, and I love that attempt at the low there. Does get the burst out here. So even if you lose this round, it's good to get that out. But we're not trying to go for the loss here. We're trying to go for the dub.
Yeah, it was so scary right there. Toxin. Oh, he actually clipped him with the very end of the Fujin. Oh, man.
Yeah, with no focus behind, you're free to kind of just send one opportunity there. But unfortunately, Pogo steps on the dome. Not a good situation here as we're going to see. Oh, no wall break.
Yeah, it doesn't want him to build a bunch of resources, really utilize those tools after the wall break. Toxin's willing to fight it out here. Keep Jack low on the tension and burst. Ooh, it actually caught him on landing. That was really slick.
Yeah, Wish Punch after the PRC was definitely clean. What a 5K, though. Stagger pressure does end up getting the roll. Dude, it's the money maker. It's crazy.
Indeed it do. It'd be adding dollar signs to the bank account. Right now, Jack gonna be able to get the hard knockdown. Oh, the backdash just straight up, and then catching him with the fish as he tries to backdash his own absorb normal.
Oh, and IBFD doesn't buy you enough room. Continues with the Fujins. Empty jump, but what a turnaround from Jack!
The backdash BRC was nasty right there. Jack's gonna get the wall slip as well. Trying to ski mask him up, but oh, the slow down into the 2Ps, actually anti-air. Full player half burst available here. Jack back against the ropes. He's the one that's down around. Oh my goodness, he's getting pushed to the corner as well. Getting clipped, and you gotta spin that burst to survive.
I was gonna say, he had him in the infinite close slash, bro.
Legit.
Flips on pass, gets over the curve, nice 2Ps, and is able to get the conversion. Incredibly strong showing here at the start, with the burst still in the pocket too. Game 1, Toxins on the board.
Yeah, Jack, we saw the 2P to kind of low profile the instant air dash button, right? But afterwards, he didn't throw or whatever it was. Toxins was able to beat him to the punch, and look at this, pick it up right where he left off. Oh my.
Yeah, ends up forcing the burst in that opportunity. Had to get some kind of breathing room here. Focused back up.
Oh my God! Who taught him how to do that? He's been hanging around with Kendrick Lamar too much. You hanging around the wrong people knowing how to do that.
Oh, okay. Gets a throw though. Butterfly coming through. Good timing on the YRC, very smart, but another great, barring 2P has been incredible.
Indeed, oh my goodness, the PRC drifting down as well. Put him with a high 10 just to make a block, and we get our sequence started. Oh, the backdash on the dust attempt. What a block on the overhead. Toxin's not gonna submit to this one though.
Oh, wow, almost got him with the try jump there. Mashes on the Wild Assault. This 2P is unblockable.
It is. The 2P from Anji is like a top tier bud in the game. But like the faith that Toxins has in it, it's different than other Anjis, right? Like he plays it like it's one of the best buns in the game.
No, definitely agreed here. Curse is applied, wall is broken. Good situation for Jack here, finally.
Yeah, being able to break the wall with a curse, so strong. Able to quickly lock down the opponent, go into steady aim, not let them breathe, and we can see it just looping right now, as now we get an Ex Machina hard knockdown.
Curse applied. Comes through one more time with the 2S, very smart. Should be enough to break the wall, take the kill, the guaranteed damage on the shatter. Absolutely enough, and a perfect, nice little bow to tie on top there for Jack to even the rounds.
Yeah, that was one of those rounds where as a fighting game player in a set like this, you feel that you have to stop the momentum now, right? If you don't, Toxin's gonna run away with the set. So beautiful round from Jack. But as you can see, Toxin's not discouraged whatsoever. He's still in there, already has a significant life lead.
Yeah, recognizing there was no focus there, so the roll was not going to come through. This time, though, had enough. Goes for the Ko, looks for the tri-jump. Interesting opportunities, but Jack comes out on top.
Yeah, good FDs from Jack right there, being able to immediately provide some space. And Toxins has been really good at closing the gap and recognizing when there's been an FD or an IBFD, but that time he got caught slipping. Oh, that was gross.
The Pogo mix is just too much there. Has focus once again.
Yeah, after he was crip walking on his head earlier, you know. They're like, all right, I'll get hit low. I don't want to get walked on again.
Oh, okay. No, tried to commit to the low. I love the idea there. Tried to hit the jump scare, but Jack, Vert is too high, bro.
Like, yeah, and this, like we talked about, right? It's so impressive to me, somebody like Jack, who doesn't have that many offline appearances, recognizing the moment where he really has to take it to another level, right? He has to turn on a new gear, so to speak, pun intended on that one.
Clone. I said you and your boy. Gets them both, but still the Pogo comes through, and that staggered 2K ends up winning the day.
Yeah, incredible stuff right here from Jack. Just seeing the poise, the composure from him to bounce back after Toxin was so heavily kind of running away with it. And now, yeah, throw it to the RC. You already know.
Dropped opportunity, there's no
Yeah.
way.
I maybe just wanting to prevent like more burst meter coming through for the next round via the wall break, but nonetheless, like Jack does finish it off. And Toxin did manage to build some meter back because of the extended sequence that lasted.
IED right at the start, ends up getting the burst out here. I love that from Jack. And the roll into the corner, unexpected, but works out.
Indeed. And now Toxin's again though with that 2P, able to poke out of it. And I was putting the pressure on. You can see, yeah, working in the dashes after the close sets now, expecting the FDs from Jack. And man, whatever he's expecting, he's putting them away. Almost has the 100% tension on this wall break, just tries to spin on him, but wow, punishes the spin with once again the C-Walk.
Yeah, backdashes the gunshot attempt as well, and is able to get the full confirm afterwards. Extremely strong defensive choices once again from Toxin, leads us again to round 3.
This is looking real good right now. The 2S coming through, as you mentioned earlier, sniping, sword type normal. But man, not letting Jack do nothing on the wake up. Beautifully timed meaty. Just counter hits it with a 5H. But yeah, man, left something on the table.
Love that too, intentionally dropping that there to keep us in the corner, finds the overhead.
Right, we talk about it, right? Making sure to keep the opponent's resources low, keep that corner rather than give them the wall break. We'll see players let combos drop early because of that. Oh! And once again, recognizing the burst, Toxin's RCs himself to safety, and another W is on the board. The kid from San Diego, one match away from setting out the top seed of the LCQ.
That's a fire sweater, by the way.
It is. I'm digging the sauce that he's bringing to the table here.
Bringing it down to game 4. Tries to send the overhead. Ends up getting the 2P. Rare hesitation from Jack after the roll through there.
That's the thing, right? When you see that, that could be blood in the water. That could definitely be signs of a shook mindset. We'll see if Jack can maintain his composure right now. Toxin, he smells the blood in the water, right? He's willing to kind of show you unsafe stuff just because it's going to overwhelm and make you frustrated.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't call a timeout, bro. You're getting left down.
Exactly.
It's not good. Ko comes through, gets the wall stick. Overdrive's going to be very, very close, but still, Toxin's in a dominating position.
Yeah, he had just built the tension he needed for that super as well, so hard knockdown. This actually takes the back angle. He wanted to spin on him after backing up a little bit. Eats the meaty, though. This is the way for Jack to get back in, but no, the old reliable. I'll say 30 Hail Marys to the 2P before I go to sleep tonight. My goodness.
And Jack and the player cam frustrated on that one. You can tell Fujin gets the connection before the crosser can find the mark. Throws the punish. Give me your soul.
You in therapy right now. What you deflecting for? You got to self-reflect now.
Oh, backdash gives away room. Focus at 0 here. Toxin's looking to put this away. Taps the dust. It might be able to do it here.
It's going to be close. He gets the wall stick very early, so Jack going to be able to survive this wall break. But he's going to be having the positive bonus. You can see the meters coming for him. He has his own deflect shield, his own YRC, but just calls out the raw roll and sends Jack out of the tournament. Toxin's moving on to loser semis. Let him know.
Oh my God, like I said, this guy's had a crowd all day long, and it's not stopping anytime soon.
This man hit the double LeBron Sully. He did the chest and he did the silencer. Nah, son. Ugh. He did the silencer. I ain't never seen nobody do the silencer LeBron Sully on a fighting game stage. This dude just moved up so many notches in my notebook. All right, there. You see the shake? You see the handshake too? The adrenaline? The adrenaline running through the veins right now? My man hit the and he hit the silencer. Stop it.
Crazy work. Listen, as we said, pop-ups have been ridiculous all day long. Toxin's out here setting the stage and setting the pace when it comes to Guilty Gear Strive. That Anji is running ridiculous right now, but still needs to win, I believe, 1 to 2 more to be able to get to that spot. It doesn't matter how high you're running. Can you keep that momentum? You got to prove it.
Man, that was too sick. That was so sick. Yeah, exactly. So Toxin's, I mean, he's going to be riding a lot of momentum, a lot of support going into that loser semis, right, obviously. And it's double-edged sword for sure. Like, you got to make sure the composure is there as well, the calm, cool, collected nature of it. But yeah, man, it's going to be a great one when we get to that. We're going to find out whose opponent's going to be right now.
Yeah, refocusing. I'm so glad you said that. Refocusing and recentering after like a huge adrenaline hit is first of all, a learned skill. And second of all, one of the hardest things about playing these games competitively.
100%. Because that adrenaline, when you get that big dub, right, and your boys are hyping you up, everybody's all hyped up, that drains a lot of your energy, like 100%. So like being able to replenish that or being able to embrace those moments without completely draining your stamina, I mean, all of that stuff goes into tournament success. And we don't talk about it as often as we should, but it's very, very true. And of course, next up now is going to be GC Yoshi 13 versus Red I Am Not.
Oh, so, I mean, a big body matchup here, a White Wild Assault duel between the two. And, I mean, really, the situation here for GC Yoshi is the same as always here. Just don't get caught blocking. If you're the one representing the offense here, then you are in good shape for sure. But obviously against Red, the things you have to look out for. Very good at using reversal 2P like we saw in that last matchup as well. Gold Lewis has a great 2P for just kind of matching on whether it's against aerial or grounded opponents, as well as it's extremely aggressive with meter uses, whether it's using the super, the overdrive on reversal, using deflect shield, or just is exceptionally aggressive with White Wild Assault.
Yeah.
They are always doing something.
100%, right? That's one of the big things about just kind of combating, honestly, both of these characters is that there's going to be so much stuff on screen. They're going to be constantly putting something out for you to deal with. It's going to be interesting to see them clash, right? Obviously, we don't get to see a lot of Bedman matches besides GC Yoshi. So when it comes to this, you better hope you have the skill and the preparation necessary to take someone of his caliber down, and it's not easy to do so.
I think we're just locked in. It looks like we might just be straight in.
Oh, yeah. We definitely already locked in. If Yoshi's looking for the spikes, you know it. And yeah, the bolt is obviously going to be the thing that's following the spike more often than not. Put the bomb out as well. He tried to get the low, but it was a little bit too far.
The only thing that had me confused, we didn't see White Wild Assault around start. But here
right,
as he said, gets the Behemoth, finds the knockdown in the corner. Great IBFD, but unfortunately doesn't buy you quite enough room. You need two good guesses in a row against this guy.
Oh, my goodness. And again, there's the Behemoth Typhoons chunking the life bar, whether it's on block or on hit. Oh, man, just to get out. It's a big opportunity here.
Bed Slam was massive in that moment. Gets the high-low. Nice on the tri-jump.
Oh, yes, that PRC right there. The super PRC to get out of the dodge. Oh, and no, he follows it up with a second Behemoth. And Yoshi caught trying to wiggle out.
These new changes with the security gauge, this character's goofy, bro.
He is.
The triple Behemoth is amazing.
He is. They're like, we know he was goofy on launch, but now that y'all are used to him, we got to make him goofy again.
I love this here. 50% security as we get our damage, 50% life as well. Big Millia stuff as we go for the cross-up.
I was going to say, he hit him with the drop and give me 50. Both in the security and your life bar. My goodness, Red I Am Not. They are off to the races right now. Yeah, respecting the lightning bolt as well, knowing that's going to be one of the big ways Yoshi starts offense, and we're seeing it here.
Yeah, I think that was trying to go for the reversal 2P in that moment. So good, though.
That elbow, not enough. Oh, the delay for so long, thwarting the anti-air attempts of Red I Am Not. Oh, my goodness. And this comeback for GC Yoshi.
Oh,
it's tough. It's tough now.
This is the scary part, though. Returning to neutral.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and White Wild Assault. Getting back to that stand-up was such a crucial situation. Red I Am Not decisive in the moment. But even if they get into a position where they get broken away there, down with the system could have been massive for Chip.
Yeah, I love the way that Red I Am Not is going about their White Wild Assault usage, right? Like, we're gonna go base it from game to game, too. Like, it's long-term picture planning. You saw that I was popping off with a round start every round last time. Saved it for the clutch game ender in this one. Love the switch up. Oh, my!
Barely clipped him.
Reached into the coffin right there. That's an XL, brother. Oh, the instant block on the burst as well. I ain't getting pushed back nowhere.
Oh, dude, if he was a king instead of a California king, you would have survived. That was so unfortunate.
That hurts, bruh. But that man is full. Triple XL on that bed. Oh, and the YRC blocked as well. Great patience from Red to just cut off their block string in an early moment, knowing that Yoshi was probably going to look to the meter to defend themselves.
Oh, White Wild Assault attempt there. Nice 2P. He's going to make it hurt. Getting maximum damage off of this one with the jump fluke. Is going to be able to break the wall for the positive bonus one more time.
It's ridiculous right now. And again, popping out with the shots. Oh, I love that. The White Wild Assault right before the electricity came out. Very smart from Red. Oh my goodness, the overwhelming pressure. Got him in blocks, then blocks the burst up again. Goodness gracious, this fella's making a Michelin star meal out of some Yoshi.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of guts you've got on that one. Easy Behemoths to clean that one up. 2 games straight. And now, decision time. No decisions to be made. Straight into the rematch here. Not willing to wait and gonna burst immediately here. GC Yoshi gonna try and remain in the stand-up for as long as possible.
And he's sending him, he's sending it. Trying to just kind of zone him out a bit. Yeah, make Red hesitate on the entrance. And nice, as soon as he got close, a little open up.
Push back, interrupts the drone as well, gets the security gate drained, very nice.
Nice, yeah, I like that. Bought some time as well for the electricity to come out automatically, so we get the plus frames off of it. But yeah, the bomb right there, but look at that Red just picking their spots perfectly. Finds the 2P, from the top rope, from the overheads, from the lows, everything. All the Typhoons every which way.
Oh, it does manage to find the mark, has the meter, just barely didn't build it, but it's not gonna matter. Wow, Red, I am not down to the final potential interaction here.
Woo, that was clean as well, that pickup from my GC Yoshi. Right now, again, sniping, shooting from long distance here. Wants to make Gold Lewis pay for any health, and of course the electricity coming out on the automatic timing.
Oh, drone is crucial. Go for the look for the air 2P once again, the magic normal in these moments. Gets the cross up and is going to cash out the damage. Burst available, but GC Yoshi going to hold it for the next hit.
Oh man, he tried in with the mix-up as well. Just baits out the bursting kid. And Red I am not clinical in that loser's quarters.
Absolutely. Securing the spot, getting into that position. GC Yoshi, a great showing as always, doing an incredible job on the Bedman, but unfortunately, he's going to have to make the exit. Listen, we were talking about it. If GC Yoshi had won this, had the potential to triple crown it because he's entered the other 2 Guilty Gears as well. So he he had the potential to make that run.
That's my guy right there, of course, Yoshi. Definitely an anime game veteran here, has done immense work in pretty much every game that he's ever touched. One of the finest players in North America. Always love seeing him compete, of course. But he did run into Red I Am Not.
Red's too good.
Who we obviously know is one of the premier Gold Lewises of the world. So here, making it known just in case you didn't before.
Absolutely. And I love the adjustments from set to set, as you said, case-by-case basis when it comes to that White Wild Assault. Was using it so aggressive against the Johnny. Here against the Bedman was just sprinkling in a little less often, more to taste this time.
Yes,
as well as not using the Skyfish as often, recognizing that Bedman's going to be in the air more often. Just did a great job of setting up drone, set up opportunities to use their strength. 6P, 2P, but a lot of these anti-air behemoths to be able to stop that aerial approach from Bedman. Everything was super calculated and just beautiful.
Yeah, 100%. The modern era fighting games, a lot of players tend to want to cry for nerfs rather than, adjust their game plan. Agreed. And so I really love the fact that Toxins was like, okay, if Red I Am Not was like, I can't use these moves as much. That's fine. I know how to go about this matchup another way. So that was beautiful stuff, of course. So let's take a look at our top 8 if we can, because we've had some amazing matches to get to this point. Winners finals, Super Noon and Red Ditto. That's locked, that's loaded, that's going to be coming up next. But of course, losers semis, we got Red I Am Not versus Toxins as well. And again, remember y'all, if you're just joining, we got 2 spots out of this LCQ top 8. So we're not playing a grand finals. We got 2 grand finals essentially. Winners finals here, this next one, winner of this qualifies into the big dance tomorrow. And then the winner of losers finals as well will be joining them.
Yes, and it's gonna be so crazy to see which of the LCQ spots they actually end up taking as well, because the group stage, if y'all watched the seeding show yesterday, was there were some amazing calls between players. I'm sure we'll get to go over that a little more often, but there were some individual people that said, obviously Zondo with the I want the Evo champ. Yeah. Razzo said I want Gobo. There's a lot of heat coming tomorrow for sure.
100%. A lot of personal beefs being carried out, and not even just like beefs in the sense of like out of game, right? These are just people like that really want to be challenged in game, that think they got the leg up on another player and they want a chance to prove it. So it's definitely going to be super sick tomorrow, being able to see that. And yeah, 2 players from today are going to be able to join the group stage as well. I believe the winners finals qualifier will be able to choose which out of the LCQ spots they're going to take, and then the losers finals participant will be defaulted to the one that they did not choose.
And what a weight off your shoulders if you get this win. Your day is over. All you have to do is go back to your hotel room, eat a sandwich, just hang out, and just start researching your pools. If you lose this, you're on the hot seat again.
Yeah.
How? Oh, no. And
man.
just, I mean, I don't want to focus on the negative too much, but you are in a position where you could lose the final LCQ spot twice.
100%.
You do not want to have that happen to you here. It's better to just get it over with now.
Like, the person that drops down into the losers, it always feels like there's a lot of pressure and whatnot, right? It always obviously is like immense to bounce back from that.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't get positions like this, where it's like that winners finals match, that's not to get into grand finals. That's to essentially win the tournament. And then you have one more chance to essentially win the tournament again. Like, that level of pressure is definitely taken up a notch being in a position like this. So yeah, very, very much looking forward to this one. Obviously, like we talked about, both of these players have had tremendous runs getting here as well. The Noonstar showing out, showing up. Red Ditto, one of the players I think that was favored coming into this tournament. You talked about earlier, very close to qualifying outright into the finals itself. So yeah, I mean, this one, and two players that are very familiar with each other. So I'm very interested in how this goes.
Absolutely. Yeah, listen, the new blood, who is an absolute killer, facing off against, what, again, as you said, we've known him for a long time. We knew him when he was young, but at this point, the shifty old veteran.
Yeah,
Super
exactly. The one, like the 24-year-old shifty old veteran.
Yeah, dude, but again, as you said, even being the age
100%.
he is, he's got, what, 10, 11 years experience playing at the highest level. This guy has been, like, competing in top 8 level action the entirety of his career.
Yeah, I mean, as a wrestling fan, I've seen it before, right? Whether it be like Mexican luchadors or like Japanese women wrestlers, like they start when they're 9 years old, right? And we've seen players in the fighting game community do the same thing. Noon's obviously not the only one, but he is the one close to my heart. As I said, I met this man when he was 13 years old at Super Arcade. So the fact that he's still around, that he's still in the scene, one of the active members as well, always showing out when he gets the chance to as well. Couldn't be more proud of this dude. And yeah, being 11, 12 years into the game at this point and still not even reaching your mid-20s yet is insane. And Red Ditto on the other end as well, right? Has really bursted onto the scene with Strive, has been an immaculate player ever since he's really been able to show out. And man, I mean, as we talked about, gotta be, I mean, top 3 guaranteed RAM in the world. Has an argument for best, bar none.
Yeah, the results speak for themselves here. I mean, locally online in NA does an incredible job, consistently a top 3 placer in every single tournament that they enter for sure. And then offline as well. Obviously, Evo done incredibly well. Everything they touch just turns to magic here, and that's easy. No. Easy. Listen, 1-0 Super Noob.
Yeah, put it on the board. The way Ditto reacted, bro. Ditto's face got me so good. He was like, really, bro? I lost the first RPS moment? That doesn't bode well for me.
Listen, that's all right.
But obviously, yeah, both of these players, like we talked about, very familiar with each other. Incredible sports when it comes to the fighting games as well. Love hearing them. And I don't know if they were laughing at us, but in general, our voices are being pumped through the building. So I'm sure all of the comments are tickling their souls.
Absolutely. But I do want to say once again, huge shout out to everyone who's watching at home, as well as everybody here in the venue. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all for being here for ARC World Tour Finals. This has been an incredible day, and we appreciate you guys for showing so much love.
100%. A crowd in full effect right now. Starting to pack into the arena. I hear yelling that I can't make out, which is always a great sign for a fighting game tournament.
Powerful stuff.
If there's no yelling, then there's a problem, honestly. So this has been good stuff so far. And yeah, it looked like we're just handling audio technical issues to make sure everything is prim and proper, because this is, again, essentially our first grand finals of the tournament. It's going to be Super Noon and Red Ditto. Winner of this, as Proxy mentioned, it's done. You're qualified for tomorrow. You don't got to worry about playing anymore. And now they're arguing over the song and stage.
Of course, listen, that's the anime way.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, as one does. But as you said, this is the most important one of them as well, because if you take this victory, you get to choose which group you want to interact with here, getting to control your own destiny as much as one can coming from an LCQ spot. What a blessing to be in a position to get a look first before you actually have to dive in.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like being able to have that privilege, obviously earned as well. All right. Oh boy, Shrine Auditorium, Southern California. Can I hear you make some noise for our winners finals? That's what I'm talking about, brother. 2 SoCal Suns as well in our winners final. Super Noon versus Red Ditto. Winner qualifies into tomorrow.
What an incredible read on the round start there. Does get the jump over, forces the burst out, throws the sword, and is able to maintain pressure. But a great backdash there from Noon, and a great jump over as well.
Yeah, my man just straight up jumped over as well, right? No shenanigans with his snare dash, no shenanigans with roll. He was just like, I recognize the spacing. And when Noon's playing like that, when he's got the eye like that, he's on another level.
I definitely agreed. High finesse in this guy's play for sure. That little poke, tried to go for the jump over. Scoops the RC, finds the legs.
Yes, goes low to set him up again. Goes with the low into the cheeks. And a wall break for the round win. And then Super Noon already looking strong. And that's how he started off the setup against Toxins as well, right? We saw him win the first game, go down 2, and then manage to bring 2 back. So, Noon picking up where he left off.
Dashed up, trying to get the answer. Nice little poke.
And remember, Noon was a long-time Ram player himself, right? Yes. So he's going to know this character extremely well. And like we said, both SoCal Suns, these guys have plenty of matchup experience against each other. The Ram is already looking very well dealt with from Super Noon.
Wow, after the clash, he's able to find the throw, taps the dust. But because we have that yo-yo behind, uses the Wild Assault, he's going to try and maul him here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He tried to fake the dust out and go low, but Red Ditto already taken to the skies. Managed to fortunately avoid that. But you can see, yeah, Noon doesn't want to let Ram get close for free because she's got good normals of her own, but Bridget gets opened up regardless. Red Ditto here, no super to break it, so we're going back to neutral.
Okay, though, positive bonus building up. Nice use of the 6P there. Recognized there was going to be no confirm, so just finds the knockdown instead.
Oh my goodness, in the low again. We've seen that multiple times, honestly. Toxins was opening Super Noon up with that same sequence where it was like close S and a 2S, right? Like these frame traps that kind of catch Super Noon either jumping or going for throw. We saw that from Red Ditto now as well.
Oh, cleanest connection, gets the burst. That burst timing was crucial too, because if that second sword is already swiped, we're on the ground and we're safe there.
Indeed, Red Ditto, what a bounce back from that first round. First round and a half, honestly. And now he's looking very dominant, but swordless. It provided an opportunity for Noon to apply some pressure, but just as I say that,
still found the connection. Pretty
that
effectively, 6P into the Wild Assault. You're whiffing around me?
Oh my lord. What a 6P whip punish on a long yo-yo attempt. Red Ditto, brother. Well, I talked about Super Noon having the eye. Best believe Red Ditto, he's got the same one.
Oh, dude, Footsie's in my guilty gear.
That was clean.
Incredible stuff.
That was sick.
Oh, okay. Wow, air to air does end up coming away. Gets us pushed to the corner, sword explosion. Gonna reset with the rock one more time. Loving the decision making here and finds the close slash. Burst to push away from the swords.
Yes, indeed, and all Noon tagged him with the long distance low. Just in time, and the backdash also getting clipped. Not trying to escape for free ever. ODP out of here. Remember, you can't throw those no more, fam.
Oh, jump over timing was very good in the back hitbox. Saves the day on that one.
Oh, nah. Ditto once again, though. Does have the tension to break with super. Had to really use the tension in the neutral more often than not. Noon's making him work for it. Oh, traded with that one. That was very close.
Oh, thought that was going to be throw for sure. I think Noon was thinking the same. Ends up blocking the low. But unfortunately, time was just ticking down. He didn't have a lot of life to play with there.
Yeah, beautiful sequencing from Red Ditto again. Just putting the rocks on him. I know, and look at the rock startup. Didn't actually make Super Noon block as early as it normally does. He was a little bit far forward, so the pop kind of caught him off guard a bit.
Oh, great tag. Decent poke. If we go for the dash forward, close that distance on the scooter. Roger going to be able to get the confirm, and we are close up to the corner. The shatter comes through. Another hard knockdown.
A big dub here, yeah, blocking the double overhead off the jump S. Man, oh, he was skating on in right there. Yeah, respecting the windshield wide from the sky, and then 6P rears its head again to give Red Ditto a huge opening. Noon is sitting on 100 tension, though. Tried to just dash in and bully him with said 100 tension, but Red Ditto showing no fear. He definitely was betting on Ditto backing up. Just stood his ground effectively. What a lead now.
Yeah, no fear, no mercy. Things are getting a little out of reach here. We've got to see the start of a comeback. It has to start now. Noon gonna have to make something work. Red Ditto still looking so solid and so in control. It feels like he's the one asking all the questions here. Noon is so on the ropes.
100% right. And when you're in the position of the person that's got to answer all the things happening in the neutral, it's often the position that comes from a loss. So we gotta see if Super Noon can. Oh, that was beautiful though. The fake cross up back to the original side. Oh, and the backdash BRC trying to escape, but Noon accounting for that as well.
Max meter, how are we gonna spend it here? Haven't seen the command throw yet. Jump over, bear dive. Unfortunately gets punished, but not too bad.
Yeah, man, that Bud actually clipped the ram and she went to the sky. That was huge for Noon. Allowed him to tame up the ram for a moment. You see the FDs. Oh my goodness, the dash instant blocks right here. Ditto's defense.
Oh, committing that burst there. That's actually a massive resource commitment. What he confirmed from max distance. Had the meter react to the Rekka. Windshield wipers, not enough though.
Yeah, Bridges barely holding on for dear life here. How much magic you got in here? The Zuna drop with the bear stuffed via 6P Red Ditto. 1 round away from qualifying into the Guilty Gear Strive groups.
Okay, 6P finds the mark, 2K2D, sword throw, into the throw, the Graham Classic, the new classic.
Oh my God, once more with it. Oh my goodness, even making sure he calls out the low attempt and then the fade away into the high, my goodness.
Extremely up-tempo in these ending situations. Nice backdash, finds the 5K, last chance for Super Noon.
Indeed, Noon had the burst right there. And no other choice, the BRC to get past it, extend the recovery of the normal to get a clean whip punish. Red Ditto is in ARC World Tour Finals.
Guaranteed into the group stages here, an incredible showing, but with that, Noon has one more chance. Red Ditto, wow, a player that a lot of people expected to come out here, show up and do well, lives up to the expectation.
Yeah.
Incredible showing from this guy.
Yeah, when Ditto got the juice, like, there's not anybody really stopping him, honestly.
Actually.
Like, it's just one of those days, like, some days maybe he doesn't have it all the way, but when he's got it all the way, like, he is definitively best Ram, in my opinion. So, right there, man showed you he's on today. This is one of his good days, and he ran it all the way. A 3-0 in Winners Finals after Noon put mad people away. Looking as good as he did, to have a convincing performance like that, that just shows you it's a testament to how good he is.
No, absolutely agreed. But I think to play up to what you said, I mean, high highs end up taking full control in those moments. But with that, Red Ditto, as we said, qualified for the group stages and in good standing now. But enough of us yapping about it. Let's hear from the man himself, Cola, up on the stage with Red Ditto. What's up, guys?
Red Ditto. You've been grinding the past couple of months, and it all comes to this. Qualifying for the group stage. Honest question, how we feeling?
I'll be honest, I'm a little tired.
We'll take a nap, huh? Okay, but what other emotions do you have besides that?
I'm happy. I'm glad. I think no matter what happened, I would have been happy because my friend Noon would have gotten in. But no, but I'm just glad.
Well, I have one more question for you. Where you want to be in the group stage. So now you get to decide. Take a look at this list right here. Yeah, okay, you need to look?
Send me a Group D.
He says Group D! Show me Red Ditto on Group D! All right. Congratulations again, Red Ditto. We'll see you tomorrow. Commentators, back to you.
Yeah, and to me, it's not a surprise that he goes for Group D just because, like, the homies are in Group A. You know what I mean?
For sure, yeah.
You know, he's got a great relationship with Jonathan Tene, with Slash and the like. So I imagine that he wanted to go to Group D, avoid those people that not only are friends, but people that know him extremely well.
I agree, but now you have Tatsuma, Sonicon, and Poka to do. Oh my God, dude! There was no good choice.
Yeah, exactly.
There was no good choice.
Either way, it was gonna be messed up. So yeah, that's tough, 100%. But love seeing Red Ditto. He hit the Luka Doncic after he got traded to the Lakers. They're like, how you feeling? I need to go to sleep. Like Red Ditto, his stamina definitely depleted, as I should say. And that's what we talked about though, right? Like those moments, all these emotions and whatnot can take it out of you. Getting these big wins, even having your boys hype you up. In the moment, the adrenaline is running through.
Yes.
But as the adrenaline depletes, it takes more energy with it. So incredible composure from Red Ditto. And now you get to rest, fam.
Yeah, dude, a good night's sleep waiting for you. But for everybody else, a little more bloodshed, a little more action. We have 2 more matches to go, and it's back down to the losers bracket.
Oh man, brother.
Dude.
Yeah, this is gonna be wild, of course. So loser semis is the only match that we actually have left besides losers finals. Super Nunez dropped down into the losers finals. That's gonna be our second qualification for the group stages. But to find out his opponent, as you can see, Toxins and Red I Am Not are taking their seats on the stage.
And that's going to be Anji versus Gold Lewis. Historically, a brawl of a matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Two characters, massive damage, both looking to be in the same space. That's CQC coming through. And honestly and truly, a lot of it comes down to, obviously, both players have a lot of tools at their kit. But one thing I want to highlight is Anji Twirl is a big deal in this matchup.
Yeah,
dealing with behemoths, dealing with the drone potentially, and how Red I Am Not kind of reacts to how Toxins use it if they choose to kind of pepper it in a little more often. Because this is a matchup where it can be super effective.
Yeah, right. Like, the thing about Spin is it's very good at taking advantage of long duration moves, which Behemoth Typhoons are. Usually you just can't take advantage of it because you're getting guard crushed. So it's like, you're like, all right, well, cool, man. Like, he's plus, like, I'm getting guard crushed. Like, not really much I could do. But with the Spin, you're able to really make sure you get in there, get past that, and take full advantage. So, yeah, but we've already seen Red I Am Not be able to adjust their game plan for their specific matchup, right? Doing it better than a whole lot of other players. So because of that, yeah, I want to see if they're going to like try to play a little bit more of a distance game while the Spins are a threat. How often are we going to see the minigun, the Skyfish? How often are we going to see the satellites? How he's going to use that security meter? There's a lot of things to be answered, right? And then Toxins on the other hand as well. How frequent are those Spins going to come out? Because the threat of an option is as strong as an option itself, as I like to say.
No, absolutely agree. Perfectly worded, by the way. I love that for sure. The thought of it. And that is part of what the scariest thing of Gold Lewis in this current patch is that the thought of the double behemoth, right?
Yeah.
It makes you a little more cautious when it comes to these situations where normally it would be your turn. No, we're swinging that thing one more time. But a little bit of a button check here before we get in there. Obviously, Soul Bad Guy not going to be the choice. It's definitely going to be an Anji looking for a dance partner here for the character select.
Yeah, that's why like I'm very interested to see if we get some wonky moments where it's like you're getting span on and then like you try to commit the fish out of the spin, but then the Behemoth Typhoon cancel ends up happening, and like how does that interact? It's going to be a very sick match. I'm always a big fan of big bodies slugging it out, and I'm getting what I like here.
No, definitely agreed here. But
the Kylera layout, almost the Kylera layout. That's just arrow keys. Kylera is when the arrow keys are on the right side.
Yeah.
For the old heads.
It looks like we are about ready to go here. Characters getting locked in. Losers semis. Winner of this has to face off a final duel with Super Noon for that last spot. But for now, let's focus in. Red I Am Not.
Don't remind me.
Toxins, brother. This is going to be a tough one.
Don't remind me that dude's still got another match to play. Oh, my heart can't take it. But yeah, let's get a loser semis. Red I Am Not in Toxins. Whoever wins this gets a chance to qualify into the Arc World Tour Finals, presented by PlayStation Tournaments, of course.
Yeah, first attempt at the twirl, though, is thrown. Tough situation. Ends up having to spend the burst. But a great 6P to answer that attempt at an IED.
Yeah, you saw the instant block as well. Oh, and now the burst. And Toxins has to answer for all the defensive choices out the gate. Red I Am Not sitting on the 50% tension as well. I love that. The neutral jump D. I mean, jump D is such a potent tool for Gold Lewis. Yeah, as you can see, once again, just harassing with it. Oh, the 6P timing from Toxins. That was impressive. I was very delayed on the Behemoth Typhoon. He tried to bait out something early.
Found the overhead, taps the dust, is able to double down on that one. I love it, I love it. A lot of times you see the 2K in a moment like that, or just trying to go for the low follow-up to the Fujin, but an easy closeout. Ships in the night on the 5K versus the 2K, but in the end, Toxins with a good situation until the knockdown.
They were checking their sneaker game right there. Let me see what you brought to the party, bro. Trying to get on that Markman IG. Oh, headbutts though. You already know Red I Am Not, and man, this round was real quick. I was busy making dumb sneaker jokes. And Toxins almost got no life left.
Oh my God, send a tweet. Oh no, are you blocking? The answer is no. Unfortunately, gets obliterated by the overdrive and round a piece now, but full resources for both.
You got a call from the sponsor. Delete that tweet right now. Delete that tweet right now. You're not allowed to talk about that.
And Red I Am Not is consistently getting just blocks in that situation, but they're not finding any kind of follow-up here. It's really unfortunate, but they do get control of the corner, and now another clean knockdown.
The spooky hands. Oh no, got caught reaching. You don't want to reach into an alien's hands, brother. You don't know where those have been. Glass breaking, 2 ways, via the spectacles and the wall.
Security gate's gonna hit Max here. Skyfish, give me that meter!
Either way, your tension or your life, I'm getting one of them.
Oh no,
oh
my throw.
Oh man, hit him with a hezzy into a throw. Usually you see the hezzies into buttons to bait out throw attempts or button timings or whatnot. But that was great recognition from Red right there that Toxins was committed to the down back took advantage of it.
And showing off the hidden passive of Gold Lewis that we don't talk about enough is that this character is a... I know there are vampires in this game, but this guy is the true meter vampire. He's 100%. So good at making you... The difference there is that blocking that Skyfish, you don't have an RC for the next guess. Yeah. That is massive.
100%, right? No RC, no YRC, no offensive RC. All of that is just completely locked away. And now once we're applying the pressure in the corner, and Red Eye, I'm not convinced that, you know, spinning the burst now is going to pay off later, and it looks like it has. They escaped the corner. Oh, but not for long, perhaps. Oh, no!
No, first world problems, 2+, couldn't get the throw.
That was unfortunate, but still coming in. There's the YRC this time from Red. It wants the side switch on him, great blocks. Oh, spinning through the satellite. Good block on the low as well. Oh, the backdash, he finally cracked. And there was so much pressure. I don't blame him, but the FDs do get him out of range with the dust. Oh my God, bro. Spinning through the satellite. I think he tried to time the backdash maybe for like a fish follow-up, something like that to dodge it, but caught anyway.
Got the 5K, knocked down in the corner, tap that FD just for a little bit of timing, sends out the butterfly, very smart, I love that. Getting a little more aggressive, a little more liberal with our turnstiles here.
Yes, indeed, and that's where Toxins, I mean, really has been shining. Feels like when he got the freedom and he's just flowing offensively, it's tough for the opponents to find the right answer.
Oh no, the RC burst, Ko is the perfect place to spend it to.
Exactly, there's no risk of actually it getting baited and you getting punished for it there. So very great timing from Red Eye. I'm not. Oh, it went the wrong way, and he just PRCs away from it for the full punish. Toxins, that's a heartbreaker, fam. Oh. Can't believe it went down like that. He's got to bounce back. This is one of the big moments, right, where we talk about composure, shaking stuff off. In competition, you need a short memory. And Toxins, it looks like that's the thing of the past already. He's rolling in round 3.
Overhead connects. Spends the RC, gets him again with the butterfly, close slash, finding the mark, everything going Toxin's way on the offense now, and now it's a single guess.
This boy said no gaps, I need that designer. I need the designer denim, oh my! Until the end right there for the tap dust.
Pop a trunk on him with the umbrella, bro, I like that.
Dude, I like that a lot. 1 up in an instant.
Oh, they're straight back in, a game apiece here.
Man, San Diego, where were you keeping this fella, bro?
Oh, 6P, trying to go for the follow-up, love the idea.
I know San Diego beautiful, ain't no reason to leave, but damn, son, I wish I would have known about this dude beforehand. He is a monster.
Okay.
Bro, always looking so clean. Optimal conversion as well into the hard knockdown. And yes, that does build Red Eye not 50% tension at the very least. How are we going to play around that? Oh, he just ends up with a PRC throw.
Oh, no. Yeah,
PRC throw.
Tough guess coming through with the pineapple at your feet. Max meter on the side of Anji, though, coming out of this situation. Haven't seen the parry yet. It's going to be Ko, actually, as the guess.
Yikes, yeah, and that's going to be very vulnerable in the moment. So Red Eye not just slowly, calmly whiff punishes it. Takes the round for themselves. Oh, 6P, though, baits them into that one. Oh, I like that. Toxins is so good at catching on to his opponent's decision-making, honestly, but a big backdash throw. We hadn't seen that represented yet, if I recall correctly, so Red showed him something different.
Found the low, got the close slash, burst, buy some room.
Ooh, was still able to involve through the first part of it, 6P through the second part of it, but Red Eye, I'm not spinning on his head once again.
And another behemoth comes through, down to just a single guess. Tries to go straight in with the spin. Nice 6P on reaction.
Honestly, I got scared for him. Did that jump D is that powerful a lot of the time. No big punish on the whiff throw.
The warning shot doesn't matter. Gets the close slash afterwards. Says, I'll finish him when I want to. It's my choice.
That was the 5-second rule. He picked it up off the ground. He was like, all right, I got to finish my plate. Let's let it be known. Oh, yeah, I love that whiff into the spin. Kind of baited Red Eye not into a button right there after the whiff. Very, very smart. Some tricky mind games being played. Set up shot for the 50 tension wall break. My goodness, Toxin, he's rolling.
Tough situation coming up. What we choose, just gonna be the dash up for the close slash here. The classic 2S twice in a row. Unfortunately, your projectile's not quite good enough in that situation, Anji.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Toxin, as soon as they got side switch, right, immediately goes into the PRC, or excuse me, goes into the burst. Try to release some of that pressure. YRC this time from Red. Yeah, the double behemoth, it's been scouted, it's been solved.
Oy!
Oh, Good block on the low right there, recognized in time. Red's reactions have been kind of bonkers.
JD was definitely beautiful. Security gauge comes through, gets him with the behemoth. One more opportunity
Damn!
here. Is able to get the scoop up. Very nice stuff. Stuck to the wall, and an easy finish with a 2P. Very nice.
That boy hit the moonshot like Otani right there. He went to the ground for that one. Beautiful swing. And we get Red I Am Not back in a comfortable position with a 2-1 lead.
6P finds the mark. Definitely a great way to start here. Already in the corner, overhead. Send it again. No, instead it's a throw this time.
Yes, indeed. And Toxins, I mean, had such good round starts, honestly. Both of these players, the momentum when they get it has just been out of control. Even mid-round after taking a big L, Red I Am Not, he's been able to bounce back. They've been able to bounce back and really kind of make these big comebacks just off of streaking correct decisions. It's going to be tough on this one, though, because you don't got a lot of health to play with.
Oy! And again, just runs it straight back, finds the perfect. Should be able to even this up potentially here, but fully stocked for both players now. Oh, but 2K into the behemoth.
Oh, no, caught him reaching on that one. Just thought Red was going to walk up, throw after the plus frames. Instead, the big jump D counter hit is a huge reward. Oh, man, rear in the head of the 2S as well. We hadn't seen that a lot from Red, but now we do. But Coffins and Kulos.
Oh, no. Deciding moment here. 2P
Damn!
on the anti-air. Massive start. Tries to go for the crossover with the behemoth. Can't quite find the mark, but things are looking good now. Red I Am Not. Tried to beat the burst on that one.
Red, he's continuing to apply this pressure to 2B. We saw in that bailout Toxins before. He's got a burst and does use it successfully. Wait until after the RC, the neutral jump D in response to the instant air dash. That buzz pretty good, bro.
Loving the situation. Great call out on that one. Red I Am Not locked into one final match, but Toxins coming through massive in this LCQ. Looked incredible top to bottom. Unfortunately, has to make this exit at 4th place.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, crowd, can y'all give it up for Toxins? Yeah, that was dope. That was a dope run, man. Definitely.
Legendary run from a West Coast player for sure. But with that, we are going to toss it over to one more short break. But after that, we are going to see who's going to take that final spot for the LCQ. Stay with us. AWT will be back in just a minute.
僕も混ぜてよ。
Welcome back to the ARC World Tour Finals, presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and we have brought it down to the finale. One final match to decide one final spot. Ringe, it's day one, and I'm exhausted, brother.
Yeah, for real, man. The fact that this tournament has 2 qualifiers in, we've already put the energy into 1 grand finals. This is essentially our 2nd grand finals, right? Red Ditto able to qualify out of the winners finals. Picked Group D as well, right? So, man, whoever wins this next match is going to be in Group A for the full ARC World Tour Finals tomorrow for Guilty Gear Strive. It's been an incredible top 8. It's been an incredible LCQ in its entirety. Upsets happening left and right. People putting bodies in bags. And we got 1 more body to go and 1 more bag here in our losers finals.
And it's such a tough one, too, because it's 2 of my favorite players to get to root for sure. Super Noon, obviously a crowd favorite, and a lot of people's, a lot of people's favorite across a multitude of games.
Absolutely.
Facing off against Red I Am Not, coming off super hot off that last victory. The Gold Lewis is looking deadly as ever.
Yes, indeed, man. And we've talked about it, right? Red has done a great job really adjusting their game plan no matter the matchup. Hasn't gotten bogged down and like shiny red balled a lot of the great options that Gold Lewis has, right? A lot of the times you can fall into a trap playing a really powerful character like that and just go with the stuff that you always want as a big reward.
Yes.
Red I Am Not doesn't do that, right? They really look at everything balanced and really trying to aim for a long-term game plan. They're not just aiming for haymakers. They'll throw jabs when necessary and really sprinkle it in all around the game plan.
1000% agreed. That's the most important thing. You can't get tunnel vision. It's important to have some amount of a flow chart, but that flow chart has to adjust based on situations, based on players, based on matchups. I couldn't have said it better myself. Super important, and honestly, the standout thing about Red so far in these matches, it has felt like a different player against each character.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like the fact that Red has been looking like that, I'm very, very impressed with what they've been bringing to the table. And Noon, it's the opposite effect when it comes to him in terms of momentum, right? Coming out of that winners finals, you are 1 match away from qualifying into the group stage, 1 match away from your night being over, all of the pressure, everything just gone from your shoulders, and now he's got to bounce back, right? He's got to deal with losing in a situation like that, coming into the losers finals, and then trying to find that momentum, trying to dig deep and find the answers to someone who, I mean, has solved all the questions. Red I Am Not, didn't they get sent to losers by Toxins?
I believe so.
Right, and then so they got their run back in that last loser semis. You could tell the adjustment, just a testament to that alone, was seen in loser semifinals. So the fact that now Red I Am Not is here, they've avenged their demon that put them into this place in the first spot and got 1 more match. I even like that. I like the aggression. Little slap on the face to really get into it.
No, listen, man. When you're prepping for that last deadlift.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta get into it for sure. But here we go. Our final match of the night for Guilty Gear Strive. 1 spot left on the line.
Yeah, crowd, can I hear y'all make some noise? Yes, indeed. The Eagles coming through. Found the match in an instant. Noon and Red I Am Not for the last spot in the ARC World Tour.
Loving this pressure already here. My Finesse King using that Wild Assault, getting aggressive. Good just block, though. Red I Am Not. I like that we're swinging in that spot. It didn't work, but I love that we're looking for it.
100%, right? Like, Red I Am Not looking to fill any gaps. The Super Doom might leave, and you got a challenge, and they're so good at being able to clap with that 2P and then find a follow-up. Always adjusting the follow-up as well, dependent on the heights. Very optimal.
Sets up the yo-yo, though. Good juggle. Should be enough. Absolutely sets up for the wall break here. Didn't have enough for the overdrive, but still a good situation with the positive bonus rocket.
Yeah, exactly right. Has the 50% tension now. Getting the double jump into the Azuna drop. Great way to thwart what Red was doing on the ground. We saw the PRC. Most likely an anti-air was behind that, of course. Oh, and the Wild starts to create some pressure into the dust. My goodness, put him back to the wall and got him on a pixel.
Still in this, though, somehow. Sets up the yo-yo. Drone is going to hold down the neutral here. Plenty of meter. Has to go for the PRC to delay! The air-to-air ends up coming away, and Noon gets the better of it.
Yeah, Red was looking to snatch that girl out to her. But nah, Red I Am Not. It's coming up short. Great job from Super Noon right there. As being able to recognize in time and roll out the situation.
Ooh. Overhead, try to come through. Nice big step. I cannot believe we blocked that.
Yeah, that was crazy. Noon, though, we know, very well versed in the nasty mix-ups that games can present, but right there, Red I Am Not still overwhelming with the pressure.
Kind of gets deleted by the meat tenderizer on that one, unfortunately. Burst on the table for both players here, but they've both been using it so aggressively.
Yeah, oh, and again, just going low right there, opening him up Noon.
Look at the life bar.
Bruh.
Look at the life bar.
Red deleting so much life on Super Nude's side. The far S built the burst back in the last instance, but Red knew you had to do it or else you were going to the grave. I'll send you 6 feet under one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, the name's starting to make sense. Red I am not. Yeah, your life bar's not like a race. Great, dog.
Yeah.
Again, absolutely obliterated in those moments. Oh, game 1 in the books already. Red looking so strong, but Noon not out of it. There's a fight here.
Yeah, most definitely. See Noon, and Noon has been so pinpoint accurate, honestly, with the DPs. Been really done a great job of just calling out people, continuously applying pressure. Whoa.
Yeah, a little ambitious on that one. Does spin the burst, though. I like that. Skyfish, of course. Nice interruption.
Yeah, able to just, go through that. And now, yeah, the PRC reversal once again from Red I am not. Been so clean with that, and in general, I don't know which side that hit on, dude. I don't blame you. I was expecting it to be a cross-up, and it felt like they hit the E-brake right at the last second. Red is just smoking them.
Oh, I love that too. JD in place just in case you choose to go for a little too far for the spin attack.
Man, yeah, Red now corner, respecting the yo-yo a bit. And Noon slowly but surely worked their way here, and a beautiful skate on in to catch Red wiggling at the worst moment.
Oh, IBFD, unfortunately, not enough room on that one. Still finds the empty jump low, drops the combo in his corner now. You have to maintain offense here. Gets back to mid-screen at least.
Yeah, at the very least, the IBFD again, and Noon has nullified both of them. First time with the long distance 2S, that time with the skate, has been able to sequence his offense properly and takes down Red for a round here. In a perfect, wow.
The tap dust into the returning yo-yo was so sick here. Does end up working out, looks for the air dart, gets the clash actually. Red, I'm not so ready for that and turns it into magic.
Yeah, Red's like clash recognition and how quickly they've been able to process that happening is kind of wild. White wall and assault though. Put him on the board. Knew that Noon was going to be aggressive in that instance, having set the yo-yo out.
Oh, good block. How long can you do it for though? Behemoths aplenty.
Oh my God. Natural disasters, brother. Get to cover, get to safety.
Oh no, there's no safety. There's nowhere he can't find you. Here comes the super, the overdrive. Is it enough?
We're gonna, oh my
God! You just are gone!
The deletion once again, bruh. Glass cracking. And Red I am not. He's got this set cracking right now. It's 2-0. They're one match away from getting into the finals.
Final opportunity for Noon to make a stand here. White Wild Assault takes the burst away. Opens up that offense.
Oh man, behind the back as well.
Oh, did stuff the White Wild Assault on that one though. So now burst off the table here for Red I am not.
And again, oh yes, skate him on up. Got the wall, stick it to the Roger.
ID in, gets the connection. Meter back on the table here. Next hit will guarantee another wall break.
Ooh, and again, caught this time. Red I am not trying to wiggle out. The delayed jump D. Double up on the jump S into the dust. Wow, Noon really attacking on the overhead tip.
And keeping yourself relevant in this one is super important. Getting the lead. Jumping comes well. And again, as you said, has been masterful with the DPs. I actually don't think I think he's like 100 for 100.
Yeah, I really don't think he's missed one in this top 8 on stream, at the very least right now. The White Wild Assault, yeah, I love the fact that Red's going with that a lot more once Noon has the yo-yo out, right? Making sure you can absorb it as well as put the pressure on the Bridget.
Yeah, even in moments like that last one, hold that thought.
Yeah,
you're gone.
You're dead. Everything can fall apart so quickly up against Gold Lewis.
What I was gonna say before we witnessed the murder was, I mean, even using it to preempt the yo-yo is just so strong, but here it is one more time. Half your life on one bad interaction.
Oh my goodness, and again, cornered up here, Noon. Trying to thread the needle, finds a fist. That's not a dap you want to give. Oh, beautiful right there. That was so clean.
Dude, the finesse king. That's why I say it, man.
Yeah, legitimately the way, and that's why we're so excited to see Noon on Bridget, right? The way he can bait stuff out. Again, the PRC reversal. Noon once more, relieving some of that pressure with the DP, but it's such a slight reward.
Dash up, huge throw, the back throw, like you said, massive, plenty of meters. Well, 6P, the Cryptid, 6P!
Red I am not, and going with that dust at the end. Red qualifies into the ARC World Tour Finals, taking the very last spot.
Oh my goodness, another Gold Lewis added to the group stage. If it wasn't tough enough already, Red I am not punching the ticket.
Yeah, and Red's going to be going into Group A as well. Oh, my Lord. That Group A already stacked. For those at home that don't know, that is the group with Slash, Jonathan, Chene, and Barracks. Now adding Red I Am Not to that. Elite level blocks throughout the group stage tomorrow. And yeah, man, you can see it, right? When the emotions, you can finally let go. The pressure is off your shoulders. You can breathe easily for the first time in a day. Red soaking in the moment.
And it's incredibly well-deserved. Again, everybody here, please give it up for your second qualifier, Red I Am Not!
Woo! Yeah, incredible showing right there once again. Man, I love seeing the players like finally get to let it out for a moment, you know what I mean? Like, it really is so exhausting. Like, not only mentally and emotionally, but physically as well. Like, literally every part of your body is tested in big tournament environments like this. Doubly so at something like a World Tour Finals. So getting to see that moment where they get to relax for the rest of the day, it's good. It feels rewarding for everybody.
You get to be human again, man, because you've just been like this strategic robot all day. 12 hours of hyper focus. Do you have any idea? Have you ever been hyper that much for that amount of time? Like, actually unbelievable. So well deserved from both of our qualifiers today. Red I Am Not securing that second spot. Red Ditto taking it a little bit earlier on the winner's side.
The Reds.
Amazing performance from the Reds.
The Reds made it. Well done, 100%, man. Red Ditto, of course. We're going to get words with them in a minute as well. But yeah, thank you all for joining us on this full day of LCQs, right? We saw amazing LCQs at the start of the day with Uni, Grand Blue, obviously ending with the Guilty Gear. We got the same lineup tomorrow with the group stages, and then Sunday is going to be the finale for everything. We've already seen the heat that's coming just from the LCQs. Can't wait to see what we see in the group stages, but looks like our interview is ready. Let's get to the stage.
They said you've been an absolute robot. I've watched you be an absolute robot. This is the first time I've seen you show any sort of emotion in most tournaments, but it's well deserved. Again, congrats on your win. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I don't know what to say. K-Shu. Kyle Shoemate. Hi.
There's some energy behind that. Well, again, congratulations. And now we get to see where you're going to land on the board, which you already know, Group A. Put him up there. Yes, Red. Okay, Red. How are you feeling about this group, though?
Dude, do you see this group? Got the world champion, got Tene, got Slash. I'm just unbelievable at this point. It's scary. It's really, it makes me nervous, but I never thought I'd be here, honestly. I don't know what to say.
I'll say something. They have all those champions, but now they got to worry about you, the LCQ winner. How about that? How about that? Anything else? One more thing before we go?
Hi, Darkrai. I love you, baby girl. Come back to the game.
All right, people, that ends Guilty Gear Strive. Over to commentators once again.
Man. Oh, man. I mean, what else can you say? I mean, when approaching that group, all you can do is your best. And as we've seen today, Red I Am Not's best is more than good enough. I cannot wait to see how they do in that Group A tomorrow. It's going to be incredible, bro.
100%. And I mean, credit to both Red Ditto and Red I Am Not having to be interviewed immediately after the tournament, and our winners from Grand Blue and Uni as well. Like we talked about, so much of your energy has been drained through the day. So yeah, definitely put it in a tough spot, but always delivering is our fighting game community. So beautiful stuff. Big ups to Cola as well, holding down on the stage throughout the day.
Dude, it has been an incredible performance. A ton of incredible performances across the board. As you said, 3 full LCQs occurred across the day today. And yeah, it's just been nice to get to see our group stages finally in full effect, in full swing.
Yeah, man.
What else can you say? I mean, one thing we do have to touch on.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually have a PlayStation Player of the Day. And I believe we're going to get to that right now. It is SG, who held it down so well. It was an amazing run with the Vasraga. Obviously, not only a crowd-pleasing character, but as you can see, the showmanship was the highlight of not only my day, but I think the entirety of everybody's day.
Absolutely. A truly historic performance from BSG. Came down to the grand finals, kept it so close, and it's been a pleasure to watch the entire season with that Vasaraga, a crowd favorite character for sure. BSG, huge shout outs for sure, and That is our PlayStation Player of the Day.
Amazing stuff. And again, this is the ARC World Tour Finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And that is it for day one. Thank you all for joining us. There was amazing LCQs from start to finish. Uni, Grand Blue, and Guilty Gear all in the books. As Proxy said, all the groups have been finalized. We're going to get to it tomorrow, fam.
I cannot wait to get to see it, and cannot wait to see you there. Appreciate everybody for sticking with us. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
PlayStation
It begins. Another battle.
Let's get this done.
It is time we settle this. Shadows surround you.
Let's go. No time to waste. Feel the dragon's wrath! Tensatsu Yojinken! Let's end this!
The ultimate destination for premium, exclusive, and official Guilty Gear Strive merch? Check out the Art Shop US. 10-0, officially licensed FGC merch by FGC artists for FGC fans. Visit merch.10o.gg.